In the deep forest, a bunch of mercenaries were prowling around looking for our hero. They were going to kill him. There were so many of them. It seems our hero is very popular. If he doesn't cope with them, it's all over. Before, everything was different. Our hero's name is Parker. He was a vagabond and wandered around the world. He sailed both land and sea. But then our hero met someone and everything changed. When Parker woke up, there was only darkness around him, and in the shadows lurked those who were trying to kill him for their own survival. With each day spent in the darkness, Parker changed more and more. And as the creators of this hell wanted, our hero became a murderer, which only doubled the list of his enemies. Parker was finally found. There was nothing left to do but fight. He had to survive. But that's all in the future. And now let's go back to when Parker was 14. When he was a simple boy wandering around the world, Parker collected food at a fair. Since Parker is an orphan, he became a simple wanderer, wandering without any purpose. He had no home or savings, so he was now walking around looking for a place to stay. When Parker was looking for a bridge to sleep under, he met that creepy man. The next thing Parker remembered was waking up in an unknown place. Even though his eyes were open, he couldn't see anything. There was pitch darkness all around, not a single archer of light. And on top of that, his body was in terrible pain. Parker couldn't even move and couldn't gather his strength. He tried to remember. What exactly happened? He remembered about the fair, about the food, and finally remembered that man. And after that man smiled sinisterly at him and told him that Parker was right for him, the boy ended up here. It is clear that Parker was here precisely because of this man. Parker thought why he was here. After all, he didn't cross anyone. There must be a reason. He's still alive, which means he doesn't want to kill Parker. It was dark, too dark. He was either unconscious or awake the whole time. The hero didn't know this, and he also didn't know how much time had passed. He was very scared and lonely. To keep from going crazy, Parker decided to repeat who he was, repeating his name and the names of his parents over and over again. But how much longer do we have to wait? Parker is already hungry. At this rate, he will simply die of hunger. Well, or he'll go crazy. Parker still couldn't move. Maybe this man wants to starve him to death. However, there was no point in this. Parker had done nothing to deserve this. He hadn't even asked him for anything. Then why, yes, he is just a beggar, but he does not deserve such treatment. Parker was finally able to move his arm, and was also able to breathe much more easily. So he began to feel the space around him. He gradually began to feel his body. It smelled damp and the floor was cold. Maybe it was underground. Then he heard water dripping. So Parker tried his best to get to a water source to drink. It was extremely difficult for him. He could barely crawl along the cold floor despite the pain. He kept crawling because he had to survive. That was the only thought that was in his head. Finally, he crawled to the wall and drank some water. The wall was stone and very strong. Parker cut his finger on the wall. It was useless to break through it, so he fell to the floor from fatigue. Suddenly, someone approached Parker. It seemed to be his double, and asked. Why he was so desperate to survive was hilarious. Parker was so surprised that he couldn't say a word. And the stranger asked what it was about his useless life that he was clinging to so much. The stranger sat down and told Parker to surrender, because that way he would find peace faster. Then Parker asked if he really thought so. If he thought if he gave up now, he could find peace. He doubts that he will survive, the strange guy said. He is wasting his energy. Parker said if he died like this, he would never see peace unless he stuck a knife into the one who locked him up. He will not find it even after death. He will survive. He will survive, no matter what it costs him. And he will take revenge on everyone because of whom he ended up here, the stranger asked. Will he seriously take revenge? Parker answered. Yes, the stranger asked. And he was not going to give up, Parker shouted. Never. A little later, Parker opened his eyes. He was still in the darkness. He began to think. Whether it was a dream or he was already going crazy, one way or another, Parker decided to get up. He was not going to give up. He barely got up and went to the wall where the water was leaking. Something was growing, probably moss. Parker didn't know if it was edible, but he had no choice. He needs to survive. Having tried the moss, Parker almost threw up. It was so disgusting. But he seemed to be okay, so in some way, the moss was edible, so he continued eating the moss. The taste was still disgusting, but Parker continued to eat. He had to survive no matter what. Then, Parker stood up and, leaning against the wall, walked around the area around him. According to the calculations, the square is 9 by 9 meters. As Parker thought, he is trapped. Someone locked him. Suddenly he heard some sound. It was an iron door. It only opened slightly, and the light poured into the chamber. Parker had not seen light for so long that he was almost blind. Parker decided to go towards the light, coming closer. He asked if there was someone there, but there was no answer. But as soon as he approached the iron door, the window closed, and Parker found himself in darkness again. However, this time, he smelled something. It smelled like food. There was a bowl of food under the door. It smelled of rotten fish, tea leaves, pork, most likely the remains of meat torn from the bone. Leftovers from about 5 dishes. It is unlikely that one person ate it all. He was clearly not alone. In that case, there are at least 5 people waiting for him behind the door. And for some reason, these 5 are keeping Parker here. He doubted that it was just him. no one would bother so much for just Parker. And since there are 5 guards here, there are likely others who find themselves in the same situation as Parker. Parker tried to figure out what they wanted from them, but he couldn't come up with a single reason. But Parker decided he had plenty of time to figure it out, so he picked up the bowl of scraps. And he ate them. He decided that he would eat first and then think, scraps are scraps, but it's still better than moss. Later, Parker decided not to waste time by messing around. He started training. It's been at least 4 months since that man left Parker here. Once a day, a small window opens through which Parker is given food. Parker knocked and shouted for the door to be opened, but those people did nothing more and said nothing more. Still kept in a tiny dark room, Parker continued to train. He thought that if he found himself in such a situation, he would go crazy, so he did not sit idle. Little by little, his eyes began to get used to the darkness, and Parker gradually adapted to the new environment. He can already discern movement. There were a bunch of insects in the chamber with Parker. Parker saw the glowing eyes and thought it was a centipede, but it was a snake, and she bit Parker on the hand. Parker started screaming in pain. It seems the snake was poisonous. His whole body was burning from the inside. His arm was starting to swell. His heart was pounding wildly. Parker was screaming from unbearable pain. He heard the hissing sound again and began to scream. His veins were bulging. His body was tense. Suddenly the door opened and food was brought to him. Parker crawled towards the food with the last of his strength, and he began to eat actively. He repeated to himself that he would never die here. After some time, Parker looked at the snake, he thought. So this is what it is like. He almost died because of its venom. But it seems that after the bite, something changed in Parker. Now he sees much better. And it's all true because of her. Parker heard that by coping with the poison, the body can become stronger. If he can gain immunity to the poison, if he can get a weapon, the snake will bite Parker again. The veins on his arm immediately bulged, and then Parker thought maybe he was wrong. Should he have been more careful? His body was burning again. But even so, the first time was much worse. Due to constant exposure to darkness, the snake's eyesight has deteriorated. But even so, it remains an excellent hunter. It approaches its victim unnoticed, can immobilize it with sound, and is devoid of greed. Having had her fill, she tries not to attract attention to herself, and does not scare away the insects. It seemed that in this darkness the only intelligent beings were Park and the snake. And suddenly the floor began to shake. To Parker's surprise, the door opened, and without thinking twice, Parker walked out of his cell. There were 20 steps to the next room, so it was no wonder that Parker didn't sense the presence of the others. Parker smelled a sickening smell and hurried to open the door. The man had been dead for a long time. He couldn't get a good look, but judging by their builds, they were the same age, Parker thought. In the other rooms as well, he went out into the corridor again, and suddenly saw a huge door. Parker opened the door, and there were 2 people sitting behind it, a guy and a girl. He didn't react to them in any way. He approached the cell and saw that there was also a corpse lying there. Then the girl asked him, "Who is he and where did he come from?" She and he are the only survivors. It seems the girl was nervous. Even though she was looking towards Parker, she didn't see him. It seems only Parker can see in the dark. Parker quickly realized this, introduced himself and said that he was locked in the next section. The girl asked if she wanted to say there were other sections. Parker replied that it looked like it. Parker asked the boys' names. The girl's name was Will, and the guy's name was Sam. Parker thought for a bit, and he said it was time to go. Will asked where, and Parker replied, "We need to check the other sections." Will stood up and told Sammy it was dark here. Let him hold on to her, and Sammy obediently took her hand. The guys met others, and while Will was talking to the other guys, Parker went to check the cameras. There were also corpses lying there. Unlike in Parker's section, in the others almost no one died of hunger. They mostly committed suicide, and there was much more food here, so were the guys treated differently? But what do they want to milk with this discrimination? Parker was thinking when Will called him. She said that the boys were locked here at the same time as them, and each introduced himself. The boys went further. Parker opened the door, and a bright light blinded the boys, who had been sitting in the dark for a long time. They were still underground. The boys were so used to the darkness that an ordinary torch blinded them. When their eyes got used to the light, the boys saw buildings, and the cave was huge. Parker went to inspect the buildings. There was no one inside, Will asked. And what to understand this? They went inside. Parker noticed that everything was hanging on by snot. Apparently someone had built the building in a hurry. It's empty inside, just decorations. But why are they there? Then one of the survivors called Parker. Her name was Luna. She said she was counting on him. Parker looked at her without saying a word. Luna approached him and asked if they were always like this. Parker became confused and asked what she meant. Then Luna said, "She was talking about his eyes. He has red pupils. Very beautiful." Parker himself didn't know this, he asked in surprise. His pupils were red, completely red. It looked like they were like that after the bite. Parker didn't like it. He didn't want to stand out in such a place. Luna replied, "No, they glow red in the torchlight, but otherwise they are almost imperceptible." It seems he didn't know. Apparently they've changed while he's been here. Parker exhaled, and Luna asked, "What was he thinking about?" Parker replied, "Well, about all sorts of things." Then Luna said, and he is not like the others. Parker asked why. Luna replied that it just seemed that way to her. Everyone was confused right now, and only he is able to reason soberly. Parker did not answer. Then Will and Sam approached them. Will asked what they were doing, Luna said, talking. Will asked about what, Luna said, about everything. Her answer only raised suspicions, but Will simply said that they had decided to team up. And what will they say? Parker asked. Will asked, maybe they will join them. Parker replied, they'll see. The guys got nervous and Will asked, so he's not with them. Then Parker explained that he wanted to observe the situation first. Will thought for a moment. And she said, okay, let him come if he changes his mind. Then she asked what Luna thought. She thought about it and answered, okay. Together there is a better chance of survival than alone. Parker watched them from the side and thought, it seemed like they had been here much longer than him. He doubted that they were all right in the head. Parker was cautious and decided to watch the guys from afar. Despite the fact that the guys have known each other for only a short time, they have already divided into groups. There are several groups. The group led by Will and Sam. Then Kay's group. The next group gathered around Jun. And another one led by Seth. And also a loner, not joining anyone. And he was our hero. So he became the main target for rumors. They were discussing how no one in his section had squeezed out. The guys were talking about how Parker could have killed them all. It's funny how no matter where you are, people don't change, but that's not so important now. Parker stepped back and began to examine the cave. It looked like the houses had been built quite recently, but given how much moss there is here, the dungeon itself is quite old. Someone just decided to use it. Whoever he is incredibly rich. It is unlikely that a simple working man could have pulled off such a thing. Suddenly, light appeared and a basket was lowered down to the boys. Perhaps there was food in there. That's right, the boys ran to the food and wanted to grab it, but Will and Sam shouted, no! The boys, exhausted by hunger, got angry and started shouting. Then Will calmly asked, she suggests dividing everything equally, whatever they say. The guys became quiet. Then the group leaders came forward. They got together, and Will said that they, as representatives of the groups, would take care of it. But then Parker came up and asked to wait. All the guys turned around and Parker said, wanting his share of food, he went to the basket and wanted to take some food, but June stopped him. Then June said, no one touches the food without their permission. They are in charge of the contents of the basket. Suddenly, Parker grabbed June by the face and threw him to the ground. Then he grabbed him by the throat. And then I asked him what he said. Let him repeat it. The guy started screaming in pain. And Parker ordered to repeat what he said. The guys shouted for Parker to let June go. But Parker looked at them with a terrible look, and they got scared, deciding that Parker had gone crazy. Then Will approached them and asked them to let him go, adding that he wouldn't get an answer anyway. But Parker asked why, and Will replied that she thought June had already figured it out. Then Parker asked what about the food. Will said that no one would touch his share. The guys nodded in agreement, and finally Parker let go of June, who continued to scream. He called Parker names. Then Parker asked, what? He doesn't need the second eye either. If he wants to go blind so much, let him continue in this spirit. June called Parker crazy. Everything calmed down a bit and the guys started eating. Parker sat to the side and ate alone. This is just a test by which they select those who will be useful to them. It has been like this from the very beginning. And this will continue until they achieve their goal. Many will die, and the survivors will become Parker's enemies. Will approached Parker and asked how he was. After all, everyone is against him now. After what he did, many left June's group. Parker said. And her group became the biggest. Will said. She thought he wasn't interested. And he really was watching all the time, Parker replied. Just as they were watching him, so he was watching them. Parker looked at Will and thought that she was the one taking the most food for her group, but she was the one eating the least. That's why the kids trust Will. She definitely stands out from the other leaders. Will asked, and he still lives in that dark room. All because the others are afraid of him. Parker replied that he was comfortable there. In fact, Parker wanted to increase his immunity to the poison. He stopped feeling pain from the bites. It seemed like his body had more or less adapted. Will asked if she should join someone after all. Parker answered. He had already answered. Then Will said, Parker said he would look. The door opened again and the basket came down. The guy shouted, hoping that this time everyone would have enough brains not to climb into the basket. Unless, of course, no one wanted to crash to their death. The boys opened the basket and froze. And all because there was much less food. It looks like the survival game has begun. They have already started getting rid of the weak guys. Mac was one of the survivors in the last sector. He joined Will's group. He was the weakest, but he more than made up for his lack of tenacity. And it was Mac who was found dead. The guys screamed and cried, who dared, this cannot be forgiven, but everyone understood why it happened. They understood why he was killed. He was the weakest. The weak are the first to be gotten rid of. Sam was screaming, damn, they had to find out who did this and get revenge on him. But Will said, what difference does it make who? These are all trifles. The only important thing is that their comrade is dead. If they take revenge, they will repay in the same coin. The next one will be the weakest from the other group, and this is the beginning of the war between the survivors. In the end, the weakest of Seth's group was killed, and this was only the beginning. Every morning, a new corpse was found. First from Will's group, then June, then Seth and Kay, the series of deaths continued. No one trusted anyone. Children turned into hungry, bloodthirsty demons. Parker continued to eat moss. He still hadn't gotten used to it. The others hadn't gotten to that point yet. But Parker is sure that he won't live in peace and quiet for much longer. He heard footsteps. They have already arrived, at least 4 guys. It's unlikely. They just got lost. June asked if he was here. The guy replied, yes, he was sure. He saw Parker come here. Of course, June had already killed 2 guys, and now he wanted to kill Parker. He was waiting for this. They couldn't find Parker because it was dark. Suddenly, the guy screamed. Something bit him. It was that same snake. But the guy couldn't withstand the snake's venom, and he quickly died. Then June shouted, there is something there. We need to keep our eyes open. But at that very moment, another guy got lost. June screamed, damn, where is he? Let him come out immediately. And Parker got to another one. He grabbed the guy by the throat and started choking him, and Parker looked straight into June's eyes. June shouted to let him go immediately. At this rate, the guy would soon die, Parker thought, and he would become a killer. Perhaps it would be better to leave him alive. Parker had something to think about. And yet, Parker killed the guy. He snapped his neck and threw him on the floor. June screamed. Parker justified his murder by saying that it was bound to happen sooner or later. June screamed. The bastard killed his man. He got angry and attacked Parker. But Parker easily dodged all of Jun's attacks, and in one moment Parker disappeared. June yelled, where did he go? Stop hiding. Let him come out and fight. Parker appeared behind, and he said that there was no point in hoping that this time he would limit himself to an eye, and June screamed. He ran away like mad and in panic, but there was nowhere to run. Then June shouted, they can unite. Parker looked at him with displeasure, and June shouted, Parker can't cope alone against the crowd. They will work together. Then they will not be afraid of either Will or Sam. Parker began to approach him, and Jun shouted chaotically, if he wants, he can be the main one, and he will obey him in everything. He's not like the ones Parker killed. He could be useful. Parker looked at him intently. Then he said, yes, June will obey, but only at first, I am sure. Then June will become bolder. And again he will do something, Juna screamed hysterically. He is wrong, never, never. However, Parker was not going to listen to him anymore. He hit him on the chin and jumped on him. Parker grabbed his throat with his hands and began to strangle June with all his might. June begged for mercy. But Parker did not spare him. June's soulless body fell to the floor, and Parker said he killed him because he was still weak. June's group disbanded, all because his subordinates and himself were found dead. The guys immediately realized that Parker had killed June and the others, and they all became nervous. Will thought about it, wondering how strong Parker was, since he had taken out 4 of them on his own. And the other guys thought it was better not to cross his path, because he was cunning and ruthless. Parker knows how to make everyone fear him, and the food is so scarce that it can't be shared among everyone. Because of this, many died. It seems that all the guys became killers. Seth thought about Parker. After all, Parker killed June, who headed this freak show. Now no one will touch him for sure. So Seth told his guys not to even think about getting revenge on Parker. Even if they don't come close to him, there is no one more terrible than someone who has nothing to lose. The boys said, okay. Suddenly a boy ran up to them and called Seth. Seth asked what he was rushing for. The guy replied, in the red house in the north. 2 of them, those who were kicked out of the Will group. The guy replied yes. He checked several times. Then Seth asked if they had food. And the guy replied, yes, I saw their potatoes. Hurry up, otherwise they'll eat them. The guys shouted joyfully, cool. Seth felt disgusted with himself. Killing someone for the sake of a measly potato was low, and yet he agreed to go to them. The 2 were sharing potatoes with each other. Seth and his group approached them. When the boys saw the potatoes, they suddenly went crazy and screamed like mad that they had to be killed. We had to pick up the potatoes, the girls got scared and ran away, the boys ran after them. Seth stood to the side and he realized that something was wrong. They were at too great a disadvantage. As soon as they ran past the building, the girl whistled, and then the boys with sticks jumped out of the building. Seth shouted, everyone stop, it's a trap, but it seemed it was too late. They surrounded Seth. Then Will came, she said. They caught such a big fish for just 1 potato. It looked like there would soon be far fewer hungry mouths to feed, and Seth was angry that he had miscalculated so much. Seth shouted how dare they, but Will didn't react, so Seth said he could kill him. But he asked to leave the rest, Will said. She would gladly accept his offer. However, there was too little food, so Seth asked, thinking he would kill them and everything would end. Will replied that in his place Seth would have done the same. She ordered to kill everyone and walked away. A real battle began. The guys fought each other brutally, and Will watched. Parker was also watching this chaos from the roof, he said. That's how it is, I see. Now they are using the environment. They take shortcuts, set up ambushes. The buildings are located in such a way that even with good security it is impossible to get inside. This place really exists, and this is an exact copy of it. They must want the guys to get used to it. And they got used to killing. Someday they will be sent there, judging by the central building. The mansion belongs to some large clan or a very influential person. They attacked thoughtlessly. Serious consequences await them, so they need them tools. which can be used and thrown away. They created hellish conditions for them, perverted them, all to turn them into professional killers. They now calmly discussed how they killed people. They laughed at the fact that the guys were afraid. They called Will the best boss. Will said, "Great, they've won an absolute victory. Now no one will lay a finger on them." While they laughed carefree after the murders, Luna sat to the side, her hands shaking. And she still smelled blood, but the guys were already used to killing people. She didn't understand how they could eat so calmly when their hands were covered in blood up to the elbows. Luna sat in her chair in horror, thinking about how disgusting everyone had been, including her. Suddenly, light entered the cave again. The guys asked if it was already lunch. Wasn't it usually later? Will ordered to protect the food. The guys happily ran forward, and Will said, "Finally, they will eat their fill. Now that Seth and his group are gone, no one will be able to stop them." Then she remembered Parker and started looking for him. But when she saw him, she noticed that something was wrong with him. Parker looked like he was afraid of something. What was he so worried about? At that moment, Sam shouted. Then Will turned around and saw that some ninjas had jumped straight into the cave. They took out sticks and started to beat the boys hard, but the boys couldn't do anything. Parker expected something like this, but he didn't think they would immediately resort to violence. Even animals are not tamed like that, but you have to be patient. If he twitches, he will be noticed. You can't attract attention to yourself. Behind the people who rescued the boys, Parker saw adults with masks. They were the ones commanding everyone. Suddenly, one of the adults with a mask raised his hand and the boys immediately stopped. Then the man with the number 1 mask said, "They can call him the First Sword." And from that moment on, their lives belong to him, all of them, without exception. Now they obey him. Then one guy screamed. But it was not worth doing. The ninja next to him swung his weapon and chopped off his head. His head flew to the side, and the guys froze in horror. The First Sword said, he doesn't remember allowing them to talk. Parker held back his anger. The First Sword said that he would tell them about poison goo. If you put poisonous creatures in the same jar, they will devour each other until only one survives. And it is this person who will possess the most powerful poison. That is what the poison goo is. Of the children, only the most cruel and those with the strongest instinct for self-preservation survived. As they wanted, the First Sword asked who they advised to take a closer look at. The second one obviously answered Will. She has gathered the largest group around her. Her influence on children is undeniable. If they can't break her, she will cause them problems. They need to pay special attention to her so that she doesn't even think about going against them. Sam and Kay are also quite interesting, of course. Will overshadowed them, but they have better fighting sense. And you need to take a closer look at the survivor from the first sector. The first one asked how he was. The second one answered, he is still alive. Then the first one said, clearly, the first sector has the worst conditions and the least food. There should be no survivors there. We can't take our eyes off him. The second one saluted and left. Then the first one pulled something out of his pocket and said, there are only 6 years left. They have to make it. Why did the captain even agree to give the order to kill the captain of the Red Phantoms personally? Duration, 7 years, big reward, conditions, nothing should lead to Red Phantoms. The third one told the guys, attention, their goal is that house, the one who captures the flag the fastest. He will be able to rest for 2 whole hours, and the one who is behind everyone else will experience real hell. The boys rushed forward, and the Red Phantoms beat them all this time, not a day without cruelty. Every day the boys trained to become professional killers. Anyone who can't stand it will die without ever seeing the light of day again, no matter what it costs him. Parker must survive. As everyone thought, Will is simply incredible. She has a sharp mind, amazing instincts, and the ability to assess the situation. The first one asked, what about Parker? The second one answered, he's average. He doesn't stand out in any way so far. Then the first one said that maybe he was wrong about him. He expected more from the only survivor from the first sector. But for now we need to continue observing. A little later, Will asked. The technique of forked thunder. He reads everything. It seems to her that Parker already knows enough. Parker looked at her calmly, and Will said, and they are no longer forced to read. Parker replied, he is interested. Tired Will asked if he ever got tired. He was always as fit as a fiddle. He could have fun, and she would go to bed. She left, and Parker thought about what the third sword had said, even the green youths. They are able to master the technique of forked thunder. It was not easy for them to get it. They are given 3 months. Parker studied the split thunder technique. When Parker learns it, his body will be reborn, will become able to sense chi and accumulate energy, a technique they were told to master. To learn to sense chi, the technique is called the forked thunder, and both the other children and the guards consider it only the first step. In chi's understanding, but none of them seem to fully understand it. It is a forked thunder. Naturally, it is physically impossible to crush thunder. Perhaps this is somehow connected with the speed of thinking. If Parker can master the technique by thinking about it this way, he will discover something completely new within himself. You can't show that Parker is mastering martial arts faster than everyone else. You can't stand out, for better or for worse. He had been doing that up until now, but it seemed like it wasn't worth doing anymore. This creepy guy had attacked Parker. This guy actually tried to kill Parker. Then Parker asked him why. The creepy kid laughed and shouted how much fun it was to stage a fight. It seems that the mentor doesn't care about them at all. Just zero attention. The guy attacked Parker again. He continued to laugh and scream terribly. Parker must also try, otherwise he will be eaten and not choked. The guy was running around Parker and throwing blades at him. It looks like he got blades from somewhere. And he had a lot of these blades. He surrounded Parker with them. But Parker was not worried. He spun around so hard that he created a whirlwind, and all the blades flew back, and the guy attacked from behind. But even so, Parker perfectly repelled all the attacks of this creepy guy, which attracted the attention of the wearer. The creepy guy said, "And Parker is good." He didn't think that Parker would repel all attacks. But Parker is only defending himself. It's not interesting. The guy got angry and with a crazy laugh attacked Parker. Well, it looks like Parker had no choice but to fight for real. Parker threw his knife, which surprised the mentor, and made the guy laugh as the guy ran up to Parker. He moved his foot on it, the first sword said. They are growing much faster than they thought. The second said that at this rate they would get there in just 5 years, not 7. But the first said that their goal should not be underestimated. There is no one more talented than him in Sichuan. Even ideal preparation may not be enough. If you make even the slightest mistake, it will be the end of the entire Red Phantom. So the captain decided to teach the children. They have no connection with them. Even if they fail the task, they will not have any problems. The second one apologized for underestimating the target. The first one said that one should never let down one's guard. Are there any problems with mastering killing techniques? The first one asked. The second one answered no. Then the first one ordered to increase the difficulty of training. The second said, then many will die. The first answered, but those who survive will become even stronger. During the fight, Parker broke the guy's arm, and he began to scream in unbearable pain. Then both mentors approached him. The first sword asked Parker. He did it like that. Parker didn't even hear a rustle. They quickly and quietly crept up. Parker answered, yes. But for some reason, the first one put his sword to Parker. Parker didn't even notice his lunge. Parker didn't even think that a person could move so fast. But what was Parker's fault? Maybe it wasn't worth hitting with full force. These people only need tools. But suddenly the first one let go of his sword and turned around, then said, a murderer never, under any circumstances, leaves traces. If he broke someone's arm, like he did now, he only revealed his identity. And the level of mastery of martial arts, let him not forget, you can't leave traces. 6 years later, the previously clean buildings are now in ruins, and a phantom is haunting the buildings. The phantom abruptly approached the ruins and picked up the bag behind which the guy was hiding. Then the phantom told him that if he had encountered the enemy, he would already be dead, turned around and left. No matter how hard the kids train, if they don't master the turtle breathing technique, they will definitely be replaced. This technique will help slow down your breathing to hide your presence, the phantom said. They are still not ready. Phantom thought there was one more left, but he couldn't find it. So he began to doubt. He was told that there were 5 people hiding here. Maybe he wasn't here at all. No matter how much he searched, he couldn't feel the presence of a living person. He gave in, and hitting him with a stick, shouted, "Can you come out?" He couldn't find it. Then right next to him they started moving. Parker was so close, and yet the phantom couldn't sense his presence. Then Parker stood up and asked if he understood that the training was over, and he could rest. The phantom said hesitantly, yes. Parker bowed and left. The phantom was angry that he lost to him. Parker returned to the camp, and the rest of the guys were already sitting there and eating. The guy shouted, "This is who came. How did such an important person end up here? It seems he was not himself." Parker said Sun changed his appearance again, and asked whose face it was, if it was Mina's. San laughed and said, "He just retired. Why let it go to waste?" Then Parker said that he had already forgotten what San actually looked like, but San didn't care, because he thought they were stuck here forever. But Will was interested in something else. She noticed that the food was getting better. Her sharp mind was still there, and she realized that they would probably be sent on a mission soon. Meanwhile, the first sword, Liam took off the mask. Now we know what the first sword looks like. In these 6 years, these people have raised 30 murderers out of 300 children. It is a cruel place. Here it's either you or you. The kids have already even surpassed the first sword, if we compare it to what it was at their age. Liam knew he didn't have much time left, so he became so emotional. The third asked why the first one wasn't wearing a mask. Then Liam replied that it was impossible to breathe in it. After all, 6 years is quite a long time. They can take it off too if they want. The second and third looked at each other and took off their masks. The second one's name is Shin. The third one's name is Irwin. Liam said they could use a drink now. Irwin said that once they got out they could drink and eat as much as they wanted. Will was right. They'll be out of here soon. Irwin said, if there's no trouble. The kids were about to go on a mission and they were finally going to be released from here. Liam asked how they were coping. Shin replied, they exceed all their expectations. Many are already stronger than the instructors. It will be difficult to control them. It's a shame we'll have to get rid of them. It makes sense. They don't need their trained dogs to bite them. Liam replied, they have no choice. These are the terms of the contract. It's time for the final test. They placed the books on the ground, and the first one said that 3 of them would have to master this martial art. And they will have to kill the rest. The guys sent these scumbags under their breath. The first one said that this would be their final test. After they passed it, They would not have to kill anyone else until they got outside. Will thought that meant that 27 people could finally breathe a sigh of relief. All that was needed was to sacrifice 3 more, and Parker was not happy, the first to throw a good bait. Those 3 will turn into walking targets. Most likely their target also knows this martial art. Of course, on a completely different level, Parker was burning with impatience and decided to volunteer. Will asked if he had decided to become the scapegoat himself. Parker replied, "Maybe a goat, or maybe a wolf. We still have to see." Then Will said to be careful. Everyone will start hunting him. Later, Sam killed one guy. He was chosen by lottery. Maybe it's unfair. But he had no other choice, Sam believed. There was only one left, and that was Parker. Sam liked it very much. He said that it was the best day of his life. It seemed that Luna did not think so. She asked, only Parker was left. He hadn't been seen for a long time. Maybe he ran away. But Will didn't think so. She said that they just hadn't found him yet, and thought about it. The last time she saw him was a couple of days ago during training, and they were fighting. She seemed to enjoy their fight. She screamed. She doesn't know why. But even though he reflects all her blows, she is not afraid of him at all. He was doing much better without the sword. And now Will regretted giving him that advice. Since it was already difficult to deal with him, Sam asked if he should just kill the instructors. They'll deal with them easily, Sam agreed, and added, it's unlikely that they did nothing in such a case. I'm sure they imposed some restrictions on them. Will said they'll probably come back to this later, but for now, it's best to look for Parker. The guys left, and Parker was right next to them, and he heard their entire conversation. He looked at the guy who had just been mercilessly killed and closed his eyes. The instructors are probably keeping a close eye on those who are looking for him. They would never take their eyes off those. Whoever might be planning something like this, now is the perfect time to reveal their true motive. Parker made his way to the temporary instructor base, where there were 2 instructors standing. The building was well guarded, but for Parker this was not a problem. He used technology. They were taught that turtle breathing could only be used when not moving. However, with the split thunder technique, Parker will be able to split his breath. And this changes everything radically, so Parker can move around without revealing his presence. Human cognitive abilities are not enough to detect Parker. It is as if he is turned into a ghost. Finally, Parker managed to get into their base. He is right in the heart of the instructor's base. Parker wanted to find out the secrets of these guys, namely, who needs to raise them to be killers. He was wondering what kind of place they copied and how to get out of here. Suddenly, he found that very task. Parker read the assignment and learned that they had a contract for murder. Parker saw the name Humbert. How strong is Humbert if they had to spend 7 years training them? Of the 300 people, only 30 survived. Was it really worth it? Parker was annoyed. Parker felt someone walking down the hallway, and he was right. It was the first sword, and it was heading straight for Parker. Somehow the first sword also sensed that there was someone in its room. He opened the doors, but the room was empty. Parker tried to return everything to the way it was. However, there was too little time, and it was done sloppily. So the first one quickly realized that someone was here. The second and third swords were heading towards the first. But upon seeing him in the corridor, they immediately felt that he was angry. The third asked if something had happened. The first answered that someone had broken into his room. Surely the uninvited guest is still in the cave. We need to find him, the swords shouted. How dare he? The second asked who it could be. The first answered, the one who can best hide his presence. Then the second one said, so the first one interrupted him and himself named Parker. Things were bad. After all, Parker was right above them. The third one said that everyone was chasing him, and he managed to get to them. The first one answered that they wouldn't just leave it like that. The second one said that if he was punished without any evidence, the children might rebel. Then the first one said that it was worth redirecting their discontent to Parker, using the call of the abyss. The swords somehow tensed up too much upon hearing this, and the second one said, but this is for the most extreme case. The first stated that sooner or later they would have to anyway. It was time to show Parker and the others who was their master, who owned their lives. Then the other swords agreed. The first one went out onto the rock. He wanted to show the guys the real hell. And there were guys down there. They kept looking for Parker. None of them could find him. The boys were shouting and swearing because they couldn't find him. Will tensed up, she thought. Even those who boasted that they could easily track him down cannot find him. If he is not in the first sector, then where is he? Suddenly the boys heard some sound and all the boys screamed in pain at once. All the boys fell to the ground and screamed. Each of them felt terrible. It was like something was eating them from the inside. But Parker was somehow okay. It seemed like he was the first to use the restriction. Parker only had a ringing in his ears, and the rest of them were writhing in pain. Parker himself did not understand. Why is he the only one who is okay? But it's not that important now. We need to sort this out as soon as possible. Parker put his hand on Luna. He was pouring internal energy, although it is very dangerous. But since Luna has also mastered the technique of forked thunder, there won't be any particular problems. It seems like her energy is in perfect order. So what is the difference between them then? Parker tried to remember everything he went through. Same food, same conditions, same training. But one thing was still different. Parker was bitten by a poisonous snake. If the restriction is somehow related to the poison, then that explains everything. Thanks to the snakebite, he has long since developed resistance to it. But how did they activate the poison in each of the guys at once? You can't just release the poison with sound. What if they don't just have poison, but some kind of poisonous insect? What if they mixed poison into their food or water? And now they woke him up with a sound. Suddenly the instructors came. One of them shouted, "They are all there!" They passed by the guys writhing in pain, the instructor said. Everyone gathered in one place. Parker wondered what he should do. Maybe run away. No. That way they would understand that he was immune to the poison. We need to act as before. We can't let them think that he is any different from the others. Parker writhed in imaginary pain. The instructor shouted, "Parker is here!" Then the angry first sword approached them. He was so angry that without hesitation he took out his sword and pierced Parker, then asked what he saw in his room. All this time he managed to hide his true abilities. Doubts that his sharp fangs can be dulled. It would be better to get rid of him right now. It seemed like the first one had no intention of keeping him alive. But at that moment, the second one shouted, "You can't do this." The first one stopped and the second one continued. Parker can get into anything. They need him for the mission. But the first one said that they can handle it without him. The second one shouted. The first one himself knows that no. Then the first one asked. He thinks it will be easy to control him. But the second one was not going to stop, he shouted. As long as they have the call of the abyss, he will not dare to disobey. After all, Parker is powerless against the poison. It's good that Parker continued to play the role. The first one calmed down a little and allowed the children to be given the antidote. The instructors carried out the order. The kids were still in shock after the pain they had experienced. And the first one decided to tease Parker even more. He said that they were punished because of Parker. This would never have happened if he hadn't gotten into their base. Let them remember this pain well. Now they know what awaits them if they decide to do something like this. Parker was deep in thought. Now he knew for sure that the snake's poison had weakened Goo's poison. He was very lucky that the snake bit him at the very beginning, and the guys continued to look for Parker. They were walking down the hallway and Will said, "It's disgusting. She can't believe Parker sits here all the time. Whenever they are allowed to rest, he still comes here and trains," San said. "He always has something on his mind. It's strange that he prefers some hole to their company," Will said. "But now everyone hates him. So he has no choice," San interrupted Will and said that it is still difficult to find him. Where was he hiding again? Parker suddenly appeared and asked if they were looking for him, which made Sana scream in fear. Then he shouted, "He almost threw the horse away because of Parker. Stop hiding your presence forever." But Parker ignored San and asked the girls why they were looking for him. Will replied, "Just to talk," Parker asked. "And about what?" Will said. "About the limitation." When they were writhing in pain, he was definitely not there. But when they came to, he was already with everyone. This means that he came to them after he was activated, which means that it either doesn't affect him at all, or affects him less than they do. Will's sharp mind hadn't changed. She was as perceptive as ever, Luna thought. Because of the terrible pain, everything was like a fog. But at some point she felt better because someone helped her with their inner energy. Was it really Parker? And Will asked. He knows, yes, what kind of restriction binds them. Unexpectedly, Parker answered directly that he knew. He knew exactly what they did to them. After a minute of silence, Will screamed, "So let him tell what it is." But Parker asked why. Why should he bother explaining everything to them? What good would it do him? San lost his temper and shouted, "So that's how a bastard treats his comrades." This was too much. So Parker asked if his comrades would try to kill their comrade with such ardent enthusiasm. San decided to quickly replay everything and shouted, "No talk. That means from now on they will be comrades." He swears to him that no matter what happens, he will never abandon Parker, and will always consider him his friend. It was naive to think that Parker would believe this, Parker asked. San thinks that he would just believe it like that, and he called San persistent. San said that without persistence he would not have mastered the art of transformation. Wouldn't it be in Parker's best interest to have someone like him on his side if they ever got out of here? Let him look into their troop. Since they have been through so much together, he can help him with something. Unexpectedly, Will took the torch and said that she too would be his friend from now on. At least those who follow her will never cause him any trouble. It was Luna's turn. She looked at him shyly and said, "She will consider him special. She will never betray him." Then Parker gave in and said, "It's all Goo's poison." All the guys froze. It seemed like they didn't understand Parker. So Parker decided to explain to the boys that they had all been injected with this poisonous insect. All the time it is in hibernation. But with the help of the flute they awakened it. The poison gets into their blood and affects all organs. Will asked why he wasn't afraid of it. Parker replied that he had resistance to poison. Therefore, he has practically no influence on him. She told him everything she knows. As the problem must be solved by ourselves, Parker thought. The more variables, the better. If even one of them can get rid of the limitation, many new possibilities will open up. Luna looked at Parker and thought that she couldn't understand him. He was too mysterious. Will thanked Parker and promised to repay him, maybe come if she needed anything. She would do everything in her power to help him, Parker replied. Absolutely. And then Will and Santa left. Parker and Luna were left alone. Suddenly Luna blushed and said, "Luna." But Parker didn't understand anything, and Luna said that this was her real name and wanted Parker to remember it. Then she left, and Parker remained standing there, looking after her, seeming surprised that she had taken a step towards him. The next day, the children gathered. The first sword came out to them and said that today they would leave this cave. The children were so excited. The first sword called Will. She raised her hand and shouted, "She!" The first sword said that after they, the instructors, got to the surface, she would have to lead the others out. Will was glad of this opportunity. The basket was lowered. The first sword was interested in how many of them would survive. The children are strong, but their target is a martial arts master. No one in the country can match him. They will have a hard time. But it doesn't concern them anymore. They have completed their task. Now he will finally retire and live an honest life. The children were delighted. Will asked them to split up, because they wouldn't all fit in the basket. And Parker wondered if they would really get out of here. The chances were slim, and yet he hoped for it. Will walked up to him and said, "It looks like they'll be sent on a mission soon," Parker replied. "It's possible." And he asked if they had dealt with the goo poison. Will answered, "Yes, some had managed to neutralize it." Parker asked, "Really?" Will answered, "Luna knows a lot about poisons." Parker was surprised. Will said, "All that was left was to rise to the surface. It was time to go." She went forward. They climbed into the basket. The boys were the last ones. The basket began to rise, and they saw how deep underground they lived. It's not just hellish conditions here. It's a real hell, and they spent 7 years in this hell. Sankrinku, just a little bit more, already sees the surface. Parker's face changed dramatically. He tore his sleeve and blindfolded himself, then shouted for them to blindfold him so he wouldn't go blind. The light was so bright, it was just a nightmare. The boys pressed themselves against the basket and closed their eyes. Some stranger came up to the basket and said, "Finally, at least someone is not useless. The customer will be pleased." The guys were still sitting with their eyes closed, and Parker thought, "Who is he?" The man had a completely emotionless voice. It seemed like someone from the command. The man's name was Isak, and he was the captain of the Red Phantoms. He ordered to take the boys to the estate of Pure Wind. And to help them adapt to the outside world, the boys were put into the cart one by one. Parker has already memorized the voice of the captain of the Red Phantoms, which means he will have to take revenge on him too. The boys were brought to their new home to get used to life on the surface, even though they had made it out. "Don't relax. If they slow down, he will personally finish them off," the captain added. Sean, Sun, and Snake stared at Parker. Then he told them that he was placed with them, not to pay attention. San asked jokingly if anyone cared about him, which made Parker happy. Parker said that since they were already out, it would be a good idea to wash up, right? They were underground, and there was a shortage of water there. The boys finally washed up, and after that Parker lay down on the grass and enjoyed the night. Moonlight, wind, cool water, they actually came to the surface. The kids were even happy about the dandelion. When they saw one flower, they couldn't hold back their tears. But the happiness didn't last long. A strange guy stepped on the dandelion and said that they would give out weapons now. And throwing down his weapons, he ordered them to watch them carefully, because they would soon need these weapons. Inside the manor, the captain and the first sword were sitting at the table, and the captain poured tea for the first sword. Thanked for the work done, the first sword responded, they were only doing what they had to. The captain said that thanks to them, and the sacrifices they and the children made, their group would prosper. "He doesn't even know how to thank him," the first sword said. "There is no need for this. If it weren't for the former leader, he would already be dead." The captain said Liam had done everything he was supposed to, and could take a well-deserved rest. Liam asked if his resignation was approved. The captain answered, "Of course," but with some kind of sly smile. It's hardly worth trusting him. And the captain added that not only his, the second and third swords could also retire. Liam thanked him. The captain cheerfully replied that it was okay. After all, Liam had dedicated his whole life to the Red Phantoms. Liam said that these kids were too talented, and this cast a shadow over the captain. And Liam added that it would be a shame to get rid of them. The captain replied that he himself knew that. Skilled killers are always needed, but there is nothing to be done. This is where their cooperation will end. Liam asked if they had identified the customer. The captain replied, "No, when you're doing business. There is a line that should not be crossed, and why anger the big shot? Until the Red Phantoms are comparable to the White Lotus, the largest group in the country. That's why the captain wanted to be especially careful. He was excited by the opportunity. After all, if they carry out the order, the balance of power will change dramatically. Then they will be able to resist the White Lotus." The guys were already on a mission. San asked what Parker was thinking about, his knees shaking before the mission. Parker answered something like that. But San didn't believe him. He said there was no point in pushing him, so that his knees would shake. "Don't make him laugh," Parker said. "It seems like San's knees are shaking. He's talking even more than usual." But Parker was wrong. These wild children couldn't wait to be sent on a mission. They couldn't live without blood anymore. They wanted to kill. It seemed Parker was still in himself. The boys were ordered to move forward and use concealment, and Parker was waiting for this moment. The fourth sword ran forward, and the guys ran after him. They did not retreat a single step from him. He also recognized the guy's abilities, which would surpass many members of the Red Phantoms. But he also knew that they would all be killed. He stopped at the edge of the cliff and ordered the boys to hide. Their goal is behind that mountain. They must follow his instructions, climb the mountain. From there they will see the estate, which looks exactly like where they lived. Their target is a man in the Palace of the Bright Moon. The Palace of the Bright Moon is a small building at the far end of the estate. The children remembered it so well that they were already sick of this place. The children were angry. They thought that because of him they were kidnapped and kept locked up for 7 years. The estate, in a beautiful garden, stood a stranger of beautiful appearance. The girl lightly touched the flower, and the flower crumbled at the same second. The head of Amy asked Sally, "Is she alone again?" Sally said it was so fresh outside that she decided to take a walk. The master said sometimes she was too sentimental. Then she asked if she was still angry with him. Sally replied, "Not at all, just a little worried. After all, her fate is at stake, and she would like to be freed from this fate." But this simple phrase angered the master. She said, "How dare she speak to him in such an arrogant tone?" It seems that Sally has forgotten who picked her up from the street and brought her here, who washed her, fed her, and taught her martial arts. Thanks to whom did she become who she is now? And after all this, what? She asks to be released. Then Sally said calmly, just thinking out loud, she walked up and hugged the master. Adding, of course, that the student must follow the teacher. She asks not to be upset. After all, it will have a bad effect on their health, the master said, if they don't get an answer today. They will carry out the plan that has been in the works for 7 years, Sally said. She will always follow the master. And she thought to herself, it seems like the whole situation is putting a lot of pressure on her. It's a pity. But at that moment, a woman came running. She called out loudly to the master. She said that the Qing had finally given their answer. The master asked, "Indeed, and what kind?" Chana answered. They agreed to their proposal. Then the master hit the ground with her staff, which caused all the petals to fly up. And Sally seemed sad. She thought, this is how everything turned out. And the master said, now it's up to her. Their fate depends entirely on her. Sally replied, no need to worry. She can handle it, the master thought. What a pity, she is so talented. The master wanted to make her the rightful heir, but they turned her into a political tool. Chana asked the master how they would deal with the problem. The master became tense, and she asked about their plan. Chana answered yes, and asked what they should do. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Parker was hiding, wondering how much time had passed. It's still morning now. They'll go on a mission at night. There's still some time. Darkness is more familiar to Parker than the outside world, thank God. He can even rest a little. Just as Parker wanted to rest, he felt something. He had a bad feeling. His instincts did not fail him. In 1 second, a spear flew at his comrade and killed him. It didn't end there. The man who killed Parker's comrade pulled him out from underground. He threw it on the ground and said, so it wasn't a lie? There really is a killer hiding here. Otto asked how they dared to get so close to Mount Qing. It seemed like their lives were not very important. Then he told his people. They decided to attack them, let them find them and kill them. Now the boys were at a disadvantage. Parker decided that it would be better for them to retreat. The boys agreed. And while Otto's men were poking the ground, all the boys suddenly jumped out and flew away from there. They decided to disperse and regroup when they were safe. Suddenly Otto grabbed a spear and threw it upward with all his might, hitting one of the boys. Then he killed another one, and another, and another. The children fell dead to the ground, and Otto prepared for another attack. The spear flew towards Parker at breakneck speed, but Parker deftly dodged it. Then he himself struck the spear towards Otto. The spear flew away with lightning speed. The boys couldn't even see what had just flown past them. And at that very second, Parker was up to them and wringing their necks. The spear hit Otto's earlobe and stuck into the ground. Otto was angry and shouted to kill everyone. Parker understood that he couldn't cope alone and needed to get out of there, so he ran away. Otto took out his spear and walked towards the guy. He was still alive, although he was bleeding. In a heavy voice, he asked that he didn't want to die. What had he done to deserve this? Otto answered him. He went against the Qing clan, not to mention that he is a pathetic murderer. That's what he deserved. And Parker kept running and wondering how they knew where to look for them. They didn't see a soul while they were climbing the mountain. Someone turned them in. No one knew the identity of the target except him, so who could it be? By the way, Parker didn't see the fourth sword, nor did his subordinates seem to have fled before they were attacked. This means they want to cover their tracks. The sky was covered with a bunch of arrows. Parker dodged them as best he could, and yet a couple of arrows hit him. There was no time. He got up and ran on, continuing to think about why they did this. Was there really some kind of split within the Red Phantoms? Or maybe the customer changed his mind. While Parker is sure of only one thing, the Red Phantoms betrayed them. The shooter followed Parker along the trail of blood, but the trail ended abruptly, and the guy clicked his tongue in irritation. While the boy was cursing, Parker jumped on him from the tree and quickly cut his throat. Now Parker will have to survive alone, someone shouted from the forest. He's over there. Then Parker decided to jump off the cliff into the water. Of course, he survived and swam to the shore. Having reached the shore, Parker saw a sign on a rock indicating the direction. Deep in the forest, he noticed another stone with a sign, 400 yangs to the northeast. There's a lot of blood. It looks like whoever left the instructions is wounded. and quite seriously. Maybe even fatally. Someone shouted, "They ran somewhere here. We need to search everything here. They have already reached here." Parker doubted that they had set their nets just for some new killers. Judging by their clothes, there are at least 7 clans gathered here. It seems that it is not just about the Red Phantoms. Suddenly, Parker felt something and lay down sharply. Despite the fact that he used concealment, he was found. It was Luna. It looks like she was the one writing the signs, and she's hurt. Pretty badly. Seeing that it was Parker, she smiled, dropped her weapon, and said how glad she was to see him. But then she lost consciousness. Parker caught her. He saw that the wound was serious. "At this rate, she won't survive." Parker asked where the others were. Luna replied that most were dead. Parker asked, "Even Will and Sam," Luna answered. "She doesn't know about them. They split up. Sam and Will fought with the Yellow Killers. Sam asked the guys to run away from here. Luna said they stayed and fought to buy them time." Parker looked at her. He laid her on the ground and said she didn't have long to live. Luna replied that she knew it. Then Parker asked irritably, "And she wasn't afraid? Didn't she want to live?" Luna answered, "She did," and asked, "And can he save her?" Parker answered darkly, "No." Luna said so. So she resigned herself. She understands perfectly well what state she is in. "But she's glad she won't have to die alone. He'll be with her until the end," Luna asked. Parker replied, "Yes," Luna said, "after everything they went through to survive. In the end, everything turned out like this. They will die here. But who did it, and why? Why did they do this to them? Someone she doesn't even know controlled her life. And then he threw her to be torn apart. She hopes that they will be rewarded for this. For the injustice, for their fear," Parker said. "All because of Humbert. That's the name of their target. He's from the Qing clan. Someone ordered Humbert's Red Phantoms, so they were all kidnapped. And for 7 years they taught them to kill. And now that they have become useless, they decided to get rid of them. As long as he lives, he will not stop looking for those who ruined their lives. And when he finds them, he will definitely take revenge, even if it is the last thing he does," Luna said clearly. She had no doubt she wanted Parker to survive. Luna touched his face, and she asked to call her by name. Parker said Luna, but she asked for her real name. Then Parker said, "Luna." Luna thanked him and said that she wanted to hear it from Parker. These were her last words. Parker was angry. He did not know whose handiwork this was, but Parker was going to wipe everyone involved off the face of the earth. "At the estate," the fourth said. "They were surrounded. There shouldn't be any survivors," the captain said. "What a pity. To spend so much time training and then throw away the weapon without ever using it." He knew he would have to get rid of them, but he didn't suspect it would be so soon, the fourth asked. "Are they safe here, right?" The captain asked if he was afraid of the customer. The fourth answered that he didn't know why, but it seemed they decided to cover their tracks. In that case, it would be worth killing them too, so that the secret would never be revealed. The captain replied, "It sounds reasonable, but they will never find them. They just need to wait until everything calms down." The fourth asked, "They really don't know who the customer is?" The captain objected. He could find out at any moment, but there was a line that should not be crossed. They even warned them not to pry into other people's business as soon as the captain showed the paper. The fourth one realized something. He shouted. They marked her with a special smell. At the same moment, someone knocked down the door. And in an instant, a bunch of men with weapons ran into the hall. The first sword shouted that they could not cope with them. It seems like people from different clans came here to kill the leaders of the Red Phantoms. The captain admitted that the fourth sword was right. The swords were asking him to leave, but there was nowhere to go. He himself knew perfectly well that these people needed him, and they left him no opportunity to escape. The captain took out his sword and told the men that they had crossed the line, and now he would show them. And in just a couple of seconds, the men's heads flew off their shoulders. The captain was determined to show what would happen to those who went against them. But the other men shouted that they had come here and had no intention of retreating. They would fight. However, some woman came out to them and said that she would not allow this. She used strange magic. The captain hesitated for a moment, but then pulled himself together and repelled the attack with his own. Even though he reflected the attack, it still reflected on her. The power was incredible. He asked who she was. It was Chana, she asked. The dirty killer even dares to ask who she is. The captain recognized her, he said. She is the destructive heart of Chana, which means she is their customer. Just as the captain was about to say who their customer was, Chana screamed, "Enough!" If he said another word, she would rip out his tongue. But the captain already understood that the customer was the clan of snakes. He should have known straight away that they were involved. Well, now he regrets his decision not to reveal the identity of the customer. In order not to cross the line, the wrong choice led them to collapse, the captain said. He is Isaac, and he will take her with him to the next world. Chana looked down on this statement, and an incredible battle between the two began. The captain attacked furiously, and Chana thought, the boss of vile killers. But he is an excellent martial artist. She was impressed. It was good that they fought during the day. If they had attacked at night, he would have had a big advantage. Neither he nor the Red Phantoms can be left alive. Chana decided to get rid of them all. She attacked him with her power, and the captain accepted that this was the end, not only for him, but for all the Red Phantoms. Bringing death and suffering under the cover of night, he helped their group rise from the bottom. I thought that someday they would cope with the White Lotus, which even the strongest fear. He fought with all his might, shouting that he was the captain of the Red Phantoms and had to survive. Someone threw a stone at him and the captain got distracted, which was not something he should have done in front of a strong opponent. Chana hit him and he crashed into the floor, leaving a huge hole, and yet he was still alive. Raising his head, he saw them. The master irritably asked why they were bothering with these worthless people. Chana bowed and apologized. She explained that she had not expected such resistance, which was why she had been late. Seeing them, the captain went crazy and screamed, spraying blood. How dare she? Why did the Snake Clan betray the Red Phantoms? They ordered this business themselves. While he was shouting that they were worse than animals, the master flew up to him and killed him, apparently not wanting word of the order to leak out. Sally attacked the first sword since the venerable master became their leader. They began to gain strength at an incredible speed. The sword asked her name. Sally said her name. Then the sword said, I heard that the disciple of the venerable master was as beautiful as she was talented. So that's who they were talking about, Sally said. Don't believe all the rumors. And the first sword seems to have resigned itself to its fate. Decades of training, and he was still no match for the Ame clan's disciple. And those were his last words. Sally returned to the master, but Chana scolded her for staying late while dealing with the dirty killer. The men brought the fourth sword and said that it was he who led the murderers to the mountain. The master ordered to tell how many there were. The fourth asked, why should they care? But the master said that it didn't concern him. Let him answer. The fourth answered. But how would he know? Even if he knows, he will never tell. They seriously think that he will help them, after what they did to them. But the master said with a terrible expression on her face, it seems he has guts. But that doesn't change the fact that he's just a pathetic killer. She grabbed his head, and the fourth one started screaming madly. It seemed the pain was unbearable. The master asked again how many there were. The fourth one screamed, 28, and begged to be killed. It seems they are not the only pathetic murderers. The master asked how many they had gotten rid of already. Chana replied, 24. Then the master ordered to kill the last surviving children. She is not much different from the captain. Seeing Sally's sad face, the master said that she shouldn't forget that she now has an important role. She will send someone to Qing and they will agree on a wedding date, and she will have to prepare in the meantime. As always, a talented girl with a promising future was turned into an ordinary gift. Meanwhile, Parker reached the place. All entrances and exits are well guarded. Then we need to act from within, since they were raised to die as enemies. Let it be so. Parker was so angry that he decided to become their enemy himself. In the morning, the guy went outside the gate and the guards asked if he was going to collect herbs again. He went yesterday, the guy answered. They told him that it would be better to stock up on them well, just in case something happened. The guard replied that it was unlikely that something would happen. But anyway, let him be careful, the guard wished. The good-natured guy said that no one would dare attack their clan and walked forward. He walked slowly through the forest, not suspecting anything, not realizing that death was already behind him. Parker made his decision and was not going to back down. He grabbed the guy and cut his legs. The guy thought, who is he? Who can arrange such an ambush right on Mount Qing? Parker asked the guy, he is a disciple of the Qing clan. Let him nod if that is so. The guy nodded. Then Parker said that he would let him go, but he needed to answer questions and not even think about doing something stupid. He swears he can kill him so fast the guy won't even have time to blink. Parker started asking questions and the guy started answering. The guy's name is Gene. He is a third-generation student. Then Parker asked who Humbert was. Gene shouted, he is talking about Humbert himself, the great star of Qing. He is a supreme talent born under the banner of the Qing clan. He has mastered most forms of martial arts and achieved tremendous strength. It was the worst-case scenario for Parker, although it was expected, since that was why they spent 7 years training them. 7 long years and such a quick death. Jin said that he told everything he knew and asked for mercy. But Parker poked him with his finger, and at that very second, Jin's body stopped obeying him. Jin felt a terrible energy and wanted to run away, but he couldn't. He turned around and turned to stone. And all because Parker now looked like him. Maybe there are some differences, but overall his face is indistinguishable from Jin's, so Parker decided to finish what he started. And it was no longer John who returned to the estate. The guard asked if he had already returned. Parker replied that he had forgotten something. The guard didn't notice anything and simply called Gene Parker frivolous. The streets were filled with people, laughing and talking, and a black shadow passed by them. Without anyone noticing him, Parker reached his enemy's estate and stopped at the gate. Meanwhile, at the estate, the old people were having a big meeting, with Dumbledore at the head. He asked. The situation outside had calmed down. He was the head of the Qing clan, the Holy Spirit. The man replied. Tracking the killers seemed to have reached a dead end, Dumbledore said. The pathetic mercenaries dared to attack their clan. Can they really allow this? The man shouted. Of course not. Someone must have planned these ambushes on purpose. Sucking up to Dumbledore. Pedro, he was the right hand of the Qing clan. The man asked who could have done such a thing. Pedro replied that it was too early to think about it until they saw the whole picture. He sent some students to scout. To find out more, the man said as expected of him, and then shouted, whoever did this, it is unforgivable. He was the greatest warrior. He said that now their clan is at the most dangerous stage of development. They continued to discuss their affairs. It seemed they did not want to repeat their failure. They spoke of the war of demons against the heavens, when the danger of being captured by hordes of demons was closer than ever. An incredible martial artist, Lin, created the Heaven's Will Alliance, those who agreed to unite, and to fight, for example, the Shaolin Temple, the Wu clan, and the Mountain clan, accomplished great feats and returned to their former glory. While those who refused to fight included their clan and the Ame clan, they received empty titles of 4 heavenly kings, which they cannot back up with anything. In general, the leaders are now pathetic cowards. Dumbledore said that if they wanted to catch up with the other clans, they shouldn't be stopped by details like that. But Pedro decided to cheer him up by saying that they would catch up with the other clans in 10 years. What made the warrior happy? He began to praise and fawn on Pedro. Then the warrior asked, "How is his son? He hasn't shown his face to anyone for a long time." It turns out that Pedro is Humbert's dad. As everyone knew, Humbert had locked himself away from the outside world to find redemption in his training. But Pedro seemed ashamed of his son, despite his talents, and apologized for not being able to raise him. The warrior replied that everything was fine. For young men of his age, this was not surprising. However, Pedro continued to scold his son, so the warrior replied that they should not talk about him. Humbert has true talent. If he is trained properly, he will not be inferior to the heirs of the 3 great clans. All the old men nodded at once, and Dumbledore asked how he had heard that Pedro had agreed to the Ame family's proposal of betrothal. Pedro replied, "That's right. The engagement to the Ame clan is not bad. The daughter-in-law is the head of a young and very incredible generation. There are many rumors about her wisdom and beauty. She will be a good match for Humbert. But there is still something that worries him," Dumbledore asked. "Their senior leader," Pedro answered. "Yes. The head of the Ame clan is desperate to get his hands on the Qing clan's power, and if Humbert marries their disciple, there is a chance that they will try to absorb them, which is why Pedro has been rejecting the engagement all this time." But the warrior admitted that they had no choice. They could not continue to be at enmity with them. Parker stood in front of the palace. This is the Palace of the Shining Moon. He is here and the first, but he sees common similarities. The buildings have an underground cave, so he won't get lost here, and it won't be difficult to get inside. Parker jumped deftly onto the gate when he suddenly heard someone talking. So he quickly hid. 2 men were talking about Humbert calling another girl to him. The guy complained that he was justifying the isolation in training so he could sleep with whoever he could. "I wonder who he called this time." One of their students. The second guy asked him to keep quiet, or they would kill him. Parker listened to their conversation and thought that it was hard for him to imagine that someone would allow such indecency in the training room. The boys left, and Parker thought that wherever they went, there would be people whose true nature was different from their image. Night fell. Parker returned to his appearance and made his way inside the palace. He wasn't there, but he didn't leave the palace, and he wasn't upstairs, so there was only one place left. Well, Parker was wrong. Humbert is disgusting enough to do something indecent in the training room. Parker could feel from there that the captain of the Phantom Squad was not even close to his strength. Basically, this guy is on another level, but he is still a human being. If you break his neck or cut his throat, he will still die. Parker carefully lowered the rope down right onto his throat. Parker was incredibly nervous. But then the womanizer opened his eyes, which frightened Parker, so he pulled the rope sharply. The ceiling couldn't support the weight of both guys and collapsed, but Parker continued to hold the rope. Unfortunately, the womanizer managed to cut the rope with his hand and landed on the floor. Humbert asked who he was, but Parker, instead of answering, took out his knives and ran at him. But Humbert was completely calm. He raised his fingers and Parker's knife stopped. Humbert then hit Parker, and he flew back far, but Humbert was not going to stop. He ran up to Parker again and raised his hand, ready to strike. He didn't even need a weapon. Parker was getting tired of even blocking his punches. How could he attack like that with his bare hands? Parker thought. He can't stand it for long. He needs to quickly change the course of the fight. He threw the knife straight at the guy. But the guy caught the knife with his fingers and said to Parker, "He's good. He knows all sorts of tricks." So who sent him? Or was it really that bitch's father who did it? The womanizer dared to ask. If you learn a little about Humbert, martial arts came too easily to him. It wasn't so much fun as it was easy. People were praising him and talking about how cool he was. So he started to take an interest in women. He became a real womanizer, sleeping with everyone. And he was also a drunkard. At night he was walking down the street and met a girl. A night with this woman. The vile bastard dared to rape a poor woman. And at the same time he thought it was a mistake. In the end, the poor woman committed suicide. And the bastard could only say, boring. Having ruined the life of a young girl, he continued to claim that it was not his fault. He couldn't control the 3 centimeters under his pants, killing the girl. And even now he insulted her. Of course, Parker didn't know anything about it and didn't understand who the bastard was talking about. Emotions overwhelmed him. He could not control them, just like his 3 centimeters. Every gram of energy that bursts out is incredibly dangerous, as if it were enveloped by hundreds of thousands of blades. The freak was coming. Parker should prepare himself for this blow. Parker dodged the monster's attack as best he could, but the bastard continued to advance. So I kicked the bastard in the chin, but it didn't make much of a difference. The bastard said his cheap tricks were seriously annoying, so Parker threw the knives. But the bastard managed to throw them back. Then he said, "Enough tricks, time to die." Then Parker jumped forward and ran for his knife, and the scoundrel ran after him. He was lucky that there were a lot of swords in the room. He took them out and threw them at the bastard. But the bastard blocked the swords time and time again, and Parker didn't think it would work. However, Parker has no other choice. He must fight or die. But unexpectedly, the scoundrel decided to use his powers, the secret technique of Ching. Parker saw this stream and ran to the girl, apparently hoping that the scoundrel had principles and would not kill her. But Parker was mistaken. The scoundrel redirected the wave and raised his sword. However, Parker also had his own trump cards. The first sword gave them books with secret techniques. The bastard couldn't believe that his attack was repelled. It seemed his emotions would soon get the better of him. He, like a child, could not restrain himself. The scoundrel continued to ask where he knew this technique from. But Parker remained silent, risking his life studying her in order to survive. Parker may not be as technically proficient as the bastard, but he's confident he can beat him. He used mind switching, but the bastard killed all of Parker's doubles, and the real Parker was behind. The bastard noticed him and prepared to attack. But then happiness happened. Parker pierced the vile monster in the chest with his sword. His lifeless body fell to the floor with a crash. I don't want to repeat his words, but still, his death is so boring. Dawn came, the bells rang throughout the mountain, and Pedro screamed in front of the body of his vile son. He continued to grieve. But now he understands what that poor girl's parents felt. Dumbledore and the warrior stood nearby. Dumbledore asked why the gods had brought such trials upon their clan. And then the man told Dumbledore that they needed to get rid of that girl. The old man asked what he meant. He wanted to get rid of the disciple of their sect. The man said that their reputation was at stake. For him, his reputation was more important than the life of an innocent girl. The old man showed his dissatisfaction with his body, so the man gave in under strong pressure, and he said that since Humbert was dead, he would learn it. The reputation of their sect would fall. If they did nothing, that would be it. He is sure that someone hired the killer. Someone wants to benefit from Humbert's death and the fall of the clan. They must not let this happen, no matter what it costs them, the old man thought. At this moment, other men came running and shouted, despite the importance of the sect's reputation, "There is nothing more precious than human life. Besides, isn't she a disciple of their sect?" Then the warrior said that if that were the case, they could forget about catching up with Shaolin or Dan. The gap between them will only widen, it seems, instead of increasing the training that will help them achieve success. The men wanted to somehow achieve success by killing one innocent girl. Pedro approached the girl with a knife and said that, being a student of their sect, he was sure that she would understand everything. Why? Why did only she survive? She had to protect him with her life. He was talking some nonsense about his vile offspring. Now it's clear where such a rotten son came from. The scoundrel killed the girl for no reason. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that because of the vile Humbert, another innocent girl died. The old man ran up to him after the scoundrel killed the girl and he asked what he should have done. He felt sorry only for his vile son, or rather, he felt sorry for himself. The bird brought a letter to the chief and she screamed loudly, "This can't be. Humbert was killed by a hired killer. How could this happen? It is not clear why she was so angry." She screamed, and a net was thrown at them that was impossible to escape from, and they hid in the Qing sect and killed Humbert. As soon as they agreed to the wedding, everything went down the drain, if everything had gone well. Then she could come up with a plan to take over the Qing sect within 10 years. Chana said they can't let Humbert's killer live. He might know the secret, so they have to take him out. The leader said that the Qing clan had already asked them for support in this matter. Let them take the students and join the hunt right now. Chana took it upon herself. The chief said that now that her wedding had fallen through, she must be on cloud 9. But Sally Theatrical said, "Of course no. How could she be glad about losing her husband?" Under the scorching sun, a man walked and loudly sang a song about a wheat field. But suddenly he was stopped by 2 guards. The man asked what was going on. The guards said they were looking for a criminal who had committed a mortal sin, and it would have been better if they had punished the bastard who had raped and killed an innocent girl. The man said his name was Chip, and he lived in a nearby village. He was returning home after work. The guard asked if work in the fields ended early. Chip answered yes. They cut all the weeds, which meant that the work for the day was finished. The guard asked what they should do. The man said he could pass, then Chip thanked them and left. But then the man noticed something and stopped Chip. He stopped and the man asked, how could his sickle remain so clean after working with weeds if he cut weeds? There should have been marks left on the sickle. Chip didn't know what to answer. And then the man screamed, "He is very suspicious. He must be the killer the elder was talking about." Then he opened the smoke bomb. Of course, it was Parker hiding behind the body of another. The man ordered the guards to attack him. There was no longer any point in hiding his face. However, they quickly realized that going against this guy was not worth it. Parker grabbed the man, and he asked who his honorary master was. The man was out of breath, but still answered, "Venerable brilliant master, head of the Snake Clan." This old woman could not calm down. Parker got angry and asked if she was the one who gave him the order to find the killer. The man said, Not only him, but all the disciples of the Amy clan. They were ordered to help the Qing sect in catching the murderer. Parker asked if Amy always helped the Qing clan like this. The man replied no. Before that, they were like cat and dog. He also thought it was strange. The man wanted to hold Parker back a little longer so that the warriors would come running. He who knows Humbert and feels envy towards him, he who has waited patiently for 7 years, and has enough money to fulfill the plan, who is from this city. Now Parker knows who ordered Humbert's murder, and then called it off by killing his friends. Suddenly the guards came running. The man laughed and said that since they were here, it meant it was all over for him. He wanted to say something else, but Parker didn't have time for that, so he killed him. After all, now he knows his true enemy. If he is destined to die, he will take everyone with him to hell. The man told Chana that the killer had broken through the ring of their students and escaped. Chana now realized that she had underestimated him. She would have to look for suspicious people wherever she went. And all this for a common killer. It seems that Chana's pride was hurt by this. Then she said that they would throw all their forces into pursuing him. But then a voice was heard. It was Sally, and she was against Chana's plan. She said that they wouldn't be able to catch him that way. The fact that he was not caught even after being surrounded means that he has much more outstanding abilities. What they expected was that if they continued to pursue him like this, they would only find traces of him. Chana snorted and asked what she was suggesting. Sally replied that they should predict where he would go next. Then Chana asked. She hinted that she knew where he was going and offered to wait for him there. Sally said she had a suggestion. This killer must be at the limit of his powers. In this state, he will most likely return to where it is safest, to where he was raised as a killer for a long time. They came to the conclusion that the place where the Red Phantoms breed killers is somewhere near Batang. Chana admitted that they had found that there was a lot of food being supplied to that area. In fact, Chana was very irritated that Sally was so smart and that she was good at everything. She agreed to listen to Sally. They would go to Batang and wait for the killer there. A bunch of hunters were running after Parker. Unfortunately, Parker was wounded, and the hunters knew it. They were going to avenge their brother. They were on his tail, but for now, Parker was losing them. But the bad thing is that the Ime clan determines Parker's trajectory. Sally was with the hunters. Parker saw her. At this rate, they will catch up with Parker. The people chasing Parker suddenly stopped. But at that moment, a huge explosion occurred next to him. The impact was so incredible that it cut through half the forest when the smoke cleared. We saw who struck. It looks like he did it by accident. Now they need Parker alive. Then the man who was killing innocent girls shouted, "Let them find him. He might still be alive." Chana was upstairs. She saw Parker and then she attacked him. The blow was so incredible that the man realized that she was definitely attacking with the aim of killing him. And he was right, because her clan ordered the murder of that scoundrel Humbert. She shouted, "We must find him. They will never forgive him for what he did." They quickly found the entrance to the basement. The man said, "Just think, such a place really exists," the guy said. "It looks like he went down." The man then ordered his men to go down and catch the killer. Chana ordered the students to come down as well. They must find him first and kill him. They all went down together, and the man, seeing the formations, quickly darkened. The man looked at the Qing clan palace. He froze in place, and Chana became worried. Suddenly the guy screamed, "How is this possible? How can such a place exist? Someone has recreated their sect here. They can't ignore it. They have to find who did it. And to punish him, it is obvious that they have been preparing for this for a long time." More and more people supported this idea. Chana became even more nervous, and the man began to laugh like a madman and even called upon his powers. Then he said, "Of course, but first they will catch the killer. First him, everyone understands." The students accepted the order, and Chana said that she would take her students and search another area. Then the man said, "Let him make sure that it was him who was caught." Chana was surprised, and the man said he didn't care if his hands were cut off or if he was seriously injured. "Let them bring him to him alive." Chana seemed worried. She answered, "Of course." The man added that if this killer dies, he will be very angry, because someone is making fun of his sect. He will make sure that this person is caught and punished according to his merits, even if it is someone from the 5 great martial arts sects. Chana said that he had nothing to worry about. The man left, and Chana broke out in a cold sweat. She thought, he already suspects their sect. They have to find this guy before the Qing clan does. And Sally stood aside and thought. She felt that they were going to face big problems. Everyone is trying to catch him, but this place belongs to the killer, down here. It is not they who are hunting him, but he who is hunting them. The man thought, this place is huge. It's hard to believe that all this was built in the underground cave for the sake of killing one person. It looks like this mansion was built like the Qing sect's palace. But overall, the architecture is not that impressive. They did it all for the murderers. Or did this place exist before they decided to raise them here? Who is behind all this? Who could be so powerful as to build all this in a cave? The warrior entered the former room of the first sword and found a scroll with a task in the wall. He read the scroll, and upon learning that the order was actually for Humbert, he went berserk. And he shouted, they dared to destroy the future of the Qing clan for just 5,000. He would not let them go. He got so angry that he destroyed the wall. There was a passage, and he went in there. At the end, there was a table, and below it was full of snakes, the same snake that bit Parker. He walked up to the table and saw the book. the 9 demonic currents. Then he thought about it. Isn't this a clan that disappeared a long time ago during the war between gods and demons? Since it was a long time ago, he is familiar with them only through history books from the secret library. The students, meanwhile, found grains of rice and decided that Parker had left them behind while he was eating. This means he is somewhere nearby since he is a professional killer. You never know where he will set up an ambush. So they have to be on guard. One of the students was worried because it was too dark. Even the torch was not enough to light the way, of course. He was Parker's first victim. Parker jumped off the cliff and tied the boy up, then dragged him into the darkness. The rest of the guys didn't notice anything and continued to discuss how the killers could live in such a place. While one of them was talking about what a cowardly loser Parker was already standing behind him. Before he could finish speaking, Parker dealt him a fatal blow, and the others didn't even notice. It was only when the student's body fell to the ground that they finally turned around and saw him. Then one of the students ran forward, splitting up with his comrades, and while the other student was shouting for him to come back because they couldn't be separated, Parker captured him too, and another Qing clan disciple died at Parker's hands. The guy was left alone and was shaking with fear, so he screamed in panic. "Where is he? Let him come out! Let the cowardly murderer show himself! Why does he hide in the dark like a coward?" Here the torch went out and he was plunged into darkness. The panic increased, because now the guy could not see anything. The boy quickly disappeared. A little later, other students came to this place and saw traces. Now the students understand that the situation is dangerous and that they need to pull themselves together. The guy thought that if escape was his goal, he would simply do everything possible. In order to escape his pursuers and hide in a safe place, he lured his enemies into his lair, which he knows better than anyone else. He's really trying to do this, to fight to the end in the place he knows best. The guy decided that he had to be the one to catch him. Then his reputation in the sect would skyrocket. The guy had big ambitions, he shouted. From that moment they follow him. They will move in groups of 2. The killer will attack even the smallest gap. Therefore one cannot relax. Then they split up and went into groups for reconnaissance. The guy accidentally stepped on the trap as soon as he entered the cave. Then he screamed. Everyone dodge. Arrows were flying from everywhere. Then the guys had to block them. The guy was already exhausted. He clearly did not expect a trap in such a place. He asked if everything was okay. Then the student shouted that there were several wounded, but all were alive. Now the guy realized that Parker was not so easy to kill. Suddenly there was a sound from above. The guy shouted, "It seems the trap is still active." Everyone calm down and get ready, he thought. The cave has such traps. Who can even live in such a place? These guys can't even imagine what kind of hell the children lived in. And the man was still in the cave. Snakes, poison, witchcraft. He realized that these snakes were collected by a sect for research. If this place was their base, then the killers used this cave after them. 9 demonic currents. He decided to find out about them when he returned to the mountain. The golden group was destroyed, and the flowering pear group is also nowhere to be seen. The student was in a panic and kept screaming. Then Chana hugged him and said everything was okay. No need to worry. But the other students were screaming too. They don't see him. They don't even know which way he is. That's why Chana shouted, "Everyone calm down. Don't panic. He won't make any sudden movements while he's wounded. Time is not on his side, so they cannot separate. They must stick together. Yes, if Parker stops, the advantage will not be on his side. In that case, he'll deal with them quickly." Parker suddenly ran to Chana, preparing to kill her. But she immediately noticed him. She shouted, "Let him try. He has no chance." However, it was too late to retreat. Parker would have to fight her. His position was not the best, but he still attacked Chonu, dodging her attack. Parker managed to hit her in the eye. Then he said, "Well done." She was able to stop his attack. Suddenly, Sally appeared behind Parker and said, "Lucky for her, she hit where her instincts told her to." Parker already looked more like some kind of demon than a human. He said she had a good sense. Sally replied that she had heard it many times and asked why he didn't give up. Parker was angered by this proposal and decided to attack again. He tied her up with threads and ran away. Then he asked if he should surrender and that she would pardon him. Sally remained silent, and Parker continued. She wasn't going to keep him alive. She wouldn't kill all the witnesses to cover up her actions. Sally asked how much he knew. Parker furiously replied that the abbess of the 9 plagues was connected to all of this. "She is a real devil," Chana screamed. "Why is she talking to him? Let her kill him right now." Sally, like an obedient puppet, called upon her abilities and said, in spite of that she is not delighted with her master either. She still has to avenge her fiancé. To face such energy face-to-face was suicide. Parker knew that. He decided he had to retreat, but then a huge force came from the other side and hit Parker. It was that warrior. He was approaching Parker. So to hide the fact that they ordered the murder of Humbert, Chana decided to kill him and ran towards him. But the man stopped her and told her to move away. Then she screamed, "They must kill him. Who knows what kind of magic he will do?" The man replied that he would deal with him himself. Coming closer, he said to Parker, "It was him. He killed Humbert. Why did he kill that boy?" Parker answered, "Because he is a murderer." The man said that even a murderer should be able to determine what is right and what is wrong, and that killing Humbert was the right decision. Parker said he was kidnapped and thrown here when he was 14, and didn't have the luxury of knowing right or wrong. The one who was raised as a killer does not have this, the man said. He sees he is not going to repent. Eyes filled with cruelty, he is sure that if the boy had grown up in a normal place, he would have become a genius. The man pulled out a scroll and Parker said, "The letter with the order." He was able to find it. And the man said, "It looks like the guy knew about it from the beginning. Then he's sure the guy knows who the customer is." "Who is it?" the man asked. Parker replied that he had some idea who it could be. Didn't he stop them because they were thinking about one person? The man frowned. Then he turned around and looked at Chana with a creepy look, and Chana froze in fear. The guys came running and greeted the warrior, who said that he didn't see some of his followers. The guy apologized and said that they had fallen into his traps. Then the warrior got angry. He grabbed Parker by the leg and dragged him along. He thought that executing Parker was not enough. Let him die feeling hellish pain. At least this way he can atone for the guilt of those he killed. But this hypocrisy only made Parker laugh. What about his 7 years? Who will answer for his life? Which was desecrated by one of their guys. The man dragged Parker to the cave. The snakes looked at him from below with their red eyes. The man asked Parker. Still does not want to tell. Parker grinned, the man said. Apparently hope had finally left him. He doesn't deserve to live in the same world with them, said the hypocrite, and he threw Parker down. Parker lay on the mountain of snakes and listened as the man ordered the place to be destroyed. Of course, the snakes started biting Parker, and he had no choice but to lie there. The poison was entering Parker's body, and the snakes continued to bite him. They thought that if they threw Parker into the snake pit, the snakes would kill him. But Parker wasn't going to give up even now. One snake climbed onto him and crawled towards him. Parker grabbed it and ate it. After some time, the skeletons in the cave lay untouched, and the pit with snakes remained without snakes. The last snake slithered towards Parker, and he promptly bit off its head. Now he looked little like his past self. His hair was dyed white and his nails had turned into claws. He became like the snakes he ate. He went into town and stayed at a motel. Parker was thrown out of the room by a man, and the owner decided that it was witchcraft. The man shouted, thinking that nothing will happen to him for messing with the Batang martial arts masters. Parker responded, hearing about them for the first time, and had both men tied up in the blink of an eye. The mistress was horrified that he had defeated the Batang masters with a snap of his fingers. Was there really such a master in the city? This is not normal. It is time to change tactics. She apologized and shouted, she didn't recognize him. This girl will take care of him while he rests. Why don't they forget about this misunderstanding? Parker looked at her, then said, 3 days. He hoped that no one would bother him again. Then he let the men go. The hostess agreed and asked if she could find out the name of the guest. Parker told her his name. 3 days later, Parker came out, and the hostess said that she had prepared food for him for the journey. Parker took his lunchbox and left, and the hostess asked the girl, Stella, who the hell he was. Stella replied, just a guest, the hostess asked. She didn't even know who he was. I'm sure Stella wouldn't even recognize the god of death if she stood in front of him. Parker sat outside the building and thought, it was certainly nice outside. 7 whole years had passed. Now Parker is 28 years old, but Parker has not forgotten those events. If he finishes off the past, he will most likely not be able to move on. The Qing and Ame sects, Parker will now be able to learn more about them if he goes to Chengdu. 3 boys ran into the temple to shelter from the rain. The girl complained that she was all wet. The man asked why she was blaming him for this, why it was his fault that she got wet. The girl replied that they found themselves in this situation because he led them God knows where. The monk asked why the Buddha had subjected him to such trials, why he was forced to travel with these 2. The girl screamed, thinking that he is somehow different from them. He is no better than them. It's annoying, the girl added, and then she noticed that there was someone there. The monk said that someone got here before them. The girl said that she saw such a handsome man for the first time. The man said it was all because he had led them astray, so she should be grateful. The girl sent him and said that it must have been fate itself that brought them together. Her name was Rin. Parker said his name, the girl blushed, and the man complained that she always behaved like that when she met a handsome man. Then he introduced himself. His name is Dean, and he also gave the monk his name. His name is Hall. Rin asked where Parker was heading. Parker replied Chengdu. Rin said that they were heading there too, and she suggested to Parker that they all go there together and promised that they would take care of him. Parker thought at first glance, the 3 of them made a very strange company, but they are all professionals, working well as a team, and their leader seems to be Rin. Although no, someone probably ordered them to work together, Parker agreed to travel with them. He was curious to see this team, so they all set off on the journey together. They reached the ship, Dean said. Lucky. They were leaving in an hour, so they could already board. Rin complained that she didn't like the rice boats on board. They were uncomfortable. Dean yelled at her for being picky. Rin ignored him and asked Parker, why would a handsome guy go to Chengdu? Parker lied that he wanted to meet an acquaintance. More precisely, his debtors, Rin asked. Did the handsome man owe someone? Parker answered, on the contrary. And then he asked why they were there. Rin answered, trade. Parker asked, where is her goods? Rin replied that in this world you can trade what you can't see. Dean asked what clan Parker belongs to. Parker answered, none. Dean was surprised. Parker asked, what? Some kind of problem? Dean remained silent. A little later, Parker was watching the people when Rin sat down next to him and asked what he was staring at. Parker responded, "No matter what." Rin said that Parker looked sentimental. Then Parker said that if he continued to talk nonsense, then let him go. The monk asked if it was dangerous to leave them alone. Dean asked if he thought this kid could fool the great blood spider. All her actions are calculated. She pretends to be good for a woman who is as cruel as a spider, but he is quite suspicious. He is taciturn, so she will have to try. Suddenly, someone shouted that a boat was approaching them. The captain ordered to get ready. Dean walked up to him and said, "It looks like they're in a tough spot and need help." The captain asked who he was. Dean replied that it didn't matter. What mattered was what he could do. Before they could finish speaking, the monk jumped out of the ship and attacked the pirates. But the pirates were not going to give up so easily. They took out their knives and attacked him too. Dean told the captain, "That's it. They'll stop at 500 silver yans." And the monk masterfully dealt with all the pirates in just a few minutes. But he didn't kill anyone. The monk returned to the ship, and Dean with a bag of money said, "Great job." The monk told Dean that next time he should ask Rin instead of him. Dean replied that he thought she would listen to him, and he would be lucky if she didn't curse him. It was only then that they remembered about her. Rin was still talking to Parker. She offered him to stay with them in Chengdu, but Parker refused, which only provoked her. Dean said, "She's having fun there, and what if that guy really takes the bait?" And then I thought, a normal person would be horrified in such a situation. But this guy is not ordinary. With those eyes, it is clear that he has been through a lot. And Rin began the manipulation, theatrically cried and said that he was refusing such a beauty as her. "Although she is so kind to him, it is too much," Parker replied. "He does not like poisonous roses." No matter how beautiful they were, Rin hid her cold gaze. She smiled brightly at Parker and said that he thought she was beautiful. But Parker had something else on his mind. They were fighting for money. The fact that they decided to intervene only now. It shows that they wanted to show their strength and gain recognition. There are some conflicts in Chengdu. Since they need such forces, will Qing and Ame allow these conflicts? What if things get really bad? Parker told Chana in the past that she better get ready if she doesn't want to be punished by him for this. They sailed to the city. Dean said that the next morning they would be in Chengdu. And what would he do? Parker thought he would spend the day here. Rin asked if they could go together. Parker said no. He needs to sort out some things on his own. He will meet them when he arrives in Chengdu. They left, and Parker went into the building. There were already a lot of people there, and Parker went up to the table. The man asked if he was looking for a place to stay or something to eat. Parker replied, "Both. But it would be better to start with food." The other men stared at him and said, "He's definitely a guy. Maybe he's a girl dressed as a guy." Parker was brought food, but before he could start eating, the man shouted, "He is a man." Then he said his name was Rob, head of security at Gujin. Parker wasn't interested. And Rob said they made a bet with his mates that if he was a girl dressed as a boy, he would get 2 yans. But Parker said, "Well, he just lost 2 yanks," Rob asked, "so that makes him a man." The other men shouted for them to take off their clothes so they could see for themselves. Rob wanted to jump on Parker to undress him, but Parker quickly dealt with him. People were scared by the fact that Parker had no hesitation in hitting the man in the eye, Rob screamed. And Parker said that if his eyes can't understand who is in front of him, then he doesn't need them. And so he'll take the second one, Rob screamed. No need. But Parker was without regrets. He stuck the stick into the second eye, and the other men ran at him. But Parker was already prepared. Parker dealt with all the men who attacked him in a couple of seconds, and then he pompously said that they should take responsibility for their actions. Let's go back to Chengdu City. The guys were already there, and Dean said the atmosphere was not bad. Half the people on the streets were walking around with guns. Rin was glad for the opportunity. The monk said that failure for others is an opportunity for them. What could be more tragic? But Rin was fed up with this hypocrisy from the monk because he was the same as them. They entered the building and Rin hugged their captain tightly. It was the captain of their squad. He greeted Rin. Then the monk and Dean greeted the captain. Dean said that the captain had become even more handsome. The captain said that he hadn't seen them for a long time. The guys all sat down at the table and Dean said he just needed money after a long break. The captain asked if that was why they had gathered. Dean asked if they were really going to interfere. The captain asked if something was bothering him. Maybe it's going to happen. If so, Dean laughed nervously and said, "Don't say that." "Did he say something wrong?" Rin asked. "Is it all because of the Qing and Ame sect?" "Yes." Dean asked if everyone knew that they had been feuding for 7 years. The captain replied that it was true. Nobody knows why, but they have had a lot of conflicts in recent years, ranging from skirmishes between martial artists and ending with whole battles, the conflict between 2 great sects in the city. Naturally, this eventually led to a split in the entire Sichuan city. The captain is confident that they will soon face each other in battle. Rin asked, wondering why they were feuding. The captain answered the vice captain, "It's not the reason that matters. What matters is that he finally got the chance to fulfill his dream." In the morning, Parker came down and the owner immediately froze, because yesterday Parker had cruelly dealt with everyone. He hoped that Parker would just quickly leave, but Parker walked up to him, and he asked who here was best informed about the internal affairs in Sichuan. The owner asked what was going on. Parker replied, The situation between the sects, the owner replied. In that case, he should visit the street with the workshops. If you turn left from the hotel and go straight ahead, you will see this street. At the very end, there is a place called the Dragon Room. This sect was created long ago through a gathering of Sichuan artisans. Since they have been trading with the Sichuan sects for a long time, they will gladly answer all questions if you buy weapons from them. Parker reached the blacksmith shop and saw a man, watched the work for a while and thought, how strange, the sound of metal is so clear. Suddenly the man began to beat and scold the blacksmith. He shouted, who said he can use a hammer? He can't use it. He is not allowed to enter. Let him go to the end and do what he was ordered. What was the leader thinking when he accepted such a man? The man finally noticed Parker, and he immediately changed his tone. He asked, it seems that the dear client saw something unpleasant that he wants. But Parker asked what the man did. The man asked, he's talking about Ten. And he replied, he heard that he was a descendant of the Ten clan, but Ten continued to use the hammer without permission. Parker asked if the descendants of the Ten clan were forbidden to use hammers. The man asked if it was his first time in Sichuan, and he said that the Ten clan had fallen into decline because they had sided with the demonic cult a long time ago. So they were ordered to isolate themselves with one man, who was called the strongest in history. After that, the clan quickly fell into decline. In the eyes of the Sichuan sects, the Ten clan was scum that had betrayed Sichuan City. That's why no workshop shares its secret techniques with the descendants of this clan. They are afraid that history will repeat itself. Parker asked, so the descendants pay for the sins of their ancestors, the man shouted, and who forced them to side with the cult. This is the price they paid for their mistakes. The man asked what the guest had come to buy so early. Parker replied, flying blade. The man said, all weapons are at the end. Then Parker asked if there had been a lot of orders lately. The man replied that after Qing and Ime started an open war, the order had doubled. The atmosphere in the city is tense, but business is booming. Even now, all the artisans are busy. Parker noticed that the other artisans were beating and cursing the guy, all because of the past. Ten noticed the knife. Then Parker came up to them and said that people really are worse than animals. When they allow themselves to be devalued, they rage and rage until death overtakes them. If he continues to endure all this, he will live the rest of his days as a mongrel. Parker asked the guy what he would do. The guy looked Parker in the eyes. The other men shouted, who is he? Stop talking nonsense. He is interfering in the affairs of the fire dragon. But Parker ignored him and asked Ten what kind of life he chooses. Then the man got angry and shouted, how dare the freak ignore him? Suddenly, Ten jumped up and bit the man's throat like a dog. It seemed like he had made a choice. Parker walked away and the men screamed at him about what he was doing, but Ten picked up the knife and pointed it at the man. The men started screaming. He bit him like some kind of animal. He went crazy. Then Ten asked if they hadn't treated him like an animal. Now he had become one. The man shouted, thinking he could get away with it. Ten stood up and said, let them do whatever they wanted. He was tired of their mockery, but let them remember that next time he would rip out the throat of anyone who touched him. The man picked up his friend and ran away. As soon as they left, Ten lost consciousness, but Parker grabbed him. Then Parker helped me get to the house. He put Ten down and said, nice house. Ten decided that Parker was making fun of him. Ten asked if he was laughing at him, but Parker wasn't joking. Parker replied that for him, the harvest place seemed like a palace, before he lived in a snake pit. Ten said that he is also a good liar and thinks that he will become better from such words. But Parker said he had business and had to go, so Ten asked what business. Parker asked if he was interested in his business. Ten asked if the guy hadn't been interested in him just now, and Parker admitted it. Ten asked again about Parker's plans. Then Parker answered, there are those who owe him for using him, abandoning him and hunting him down. Ten asked, so the guy is going to take revenge? Who is his target? Parker paused for a moment and then replied, the Qing and Ime sects, and any sect on their side. Ten shouted, is he crazy? Is he going to confront the Sichuan forces alone? Parker replied, yes, perhaps he is crazy, and now let him give up his dagger. He bought it because he would need it. Ten looked at the blade and asked, this piece of junk. Parker asked if it was junk and it was worth 1 silver yang. Ten replied if the guy would use it. To take revenge, he will die on the spot. Let him take this. He threw something to Parker. The blade, the balance, the strength, everything is perfect, Parker asked. Ten made it himself. It must have been hard. Ten replied, no, he had plenty of time to make them in secret. Parker asked if Ten really wanted to give them to him. Ten asked if the guy wasn't going to take revenge on Qing and Ame. His sect fell apart because of them. He doesn't say that his sect was holy, but he can't forgive them for destroying the sect. And also, the guy was the first one who advised him to change his life. Then Parker took the blade and twirled it in front of him, the blades flying all over the house. The blades seemed to move on their own, and then Ten realized that he was not mistaken. They must belong to Parker. The blades stopped and Parker said, he will call them ghost blades. His name is Parker. If he hears that name, let him remember the ghost blades. Ten shouted he would pray that Parker's name would become famous throughout Sichuan. A girl of unearthly beauty sat down at the table and thanked everyone for answering her call. The men shouted out loud that they would come running if she called them. They were ready to serve her forever. The girl said, although the situation in the White Flower Room cannot be called good because of the Qing sect. But thanks to them for their help, she can breathe a sigh of relief. The men screamed hysterically that they would protect the White Flower Room. The girl theatrically shed a tear and thanked them, but she thought that all men were the same. Then she said that because of Qing's suspicious actions, the department was gathering them. Therefore, at the next meeting she may not be there, the man shouted. Maybe they should join Imei. The girl again pretended to be touched by their support, and she shed another tear. The men who have gathered here because of her appearance, she gains control over them, easily distracts men and gains power. The girl had big plans. She wanted to become the head of the Imei sect and the commander of the Sichuan fortress. The girl said she was glad to see them. The man replied. They were glad too. Just then, the girl noticed Parker. They exchanged glances and his bright red eyes intrigued her. She approached Parker and said she thought he was new here because he didn't look like a local. Why not tell her name? She's Cindy from the White Flower Room. If he doesn't mind, she'd like to know her name. Parker gave his name and Cindy asked if young Master Parker was skilled in martial arts. Then Parker coldly replied that she could think as she pleased, and asked what she wanted from him. Cindy asked if he could tell her. Parker asked if she hadn't approached him first. Parker's cold answers surprised Cindy and angered the men. One of them began shouting. How dare he speak to Madame like that? Let him apologize immediately, but Parker didn't like it. But the man did not shut up and continued to shout for Parker to immediately apologize. Then Parker asked what would happen if he refused, no matter how stupid they were. Wasn't it time to realize how much stronger he was than them? The man became angry and ordered the servant to give him the sword, then shouted at Parker how dare he insult him. He shouted that he would never forgive Parker for the insults and attacked him. But Parker simply dodged his attack, which greatly surprised the man. Parker backed up just enough to avoid being hit, which only made the man angrier. He began to summon his powers, the Qing sect's thunderstorm sword technique. This evil technique consists of 7 powerful strikes. The man was going to kill Parker. However, Parker didn't even bat an eyelid. He straightened his hair and calmly walked away. The man tried to strike from behind, but it was all in vain. He couldn't hit Parker. Parker walked up to Cindy, but the man continued to attack, so Parker grabbed him and threw him into the ground. After this, Cindy asked Parker to pardon him. The men wanted to object, but Cindy raised her hands and they fell silent, and Cindy said that he was a good person. He was just worried about her. That's why he acted so thoughtlessly, Parker replied. That a person should always be responsible for their actions, Cindy agreed. But she added that she would like to take responsibility for him, and Parker asked if she could do that. The men screamed hysterically. No need. They would rather fight to the death than let her do this. Parker thought, she's good. She knows how to take advantage of what she has. They spent the night together, and Cindy asked if Parker could do something for her. It's unlikely to be difficult for him, Parker said. He needs to know what it is before he agrees. Cindy replied, Mount Namho. He must go there and kill the leader of the Thunderclap sect. Not long ago, the leader of the Thunderclap sect, Hell, came to her and asked for her hand. He threatened to help Qing if she refused, resulting in the White Flower Room and Imei having a hard time. Parker replied that he didn't care if the room disappeared. He had no connection with it. Cindy said she would praise him to her aunt, which would lead to him receiving an award. Parker asked who her aunt was. Cindy replied, the leader of the Snake Sect, the Blooming Elder, Honorary Master Chana. Parker immediately remembered her. Now he was interested. The man walked next to Rin and said that he heard that Mount Imei had a stunning view. It seems like they were right, but it would all be in vain if they lost to the Qing sect. They came to the head of Imei, and she said that it was impossible for a group of wanderers to shed blood for nothing. So they need something in return, Rin replied. That's right. After all, they can't work at a loss. The head asked how much they wanted. Rin replied that 500,000 zlotys would be enough. Rin is a confident and resilient girl. People in the hall started shouting, how dare she ask for such an amount? Then the head ordered them to be silent, then asked them not to make a circus. She asked if they expected her to agree, did they? With that kind of money they could hire several such groups. Rin answered confidently. However, none of them could compare in strength to the Black Cloud Squad. The leader asked what if she still refused. Rin replied that a member of their squad should have already arrived at Mount Qing. Rin didn't even hesitate, the head asked. They decided to play a double game. What impudence. The boys fell to the floor, and the head said that it couldn't be that they thought that she would really give them that much money. So they will say how much they really want. Despite the power of the leader, Rin continued to speak. They, the Wanderers, sell their power, so they follow those who will pay the most. The Qing sect is already superior to them, but they can hire Wanderers to achieve a crushing victory. The leader knew they would need all the help they could get, and Rin knew that, which is why she spoke so confidently. Then the chief let them go and ordered Chana to go. Let's return to Parker. 2 men came out of the establishment shouting, they insist on a better deal for them. How much more do they have to squeeze out to calm down? There are 2 large warehouses full of grain. It's hard to believe that they are trying to buy even more for pennies. Did they have problems with grain in a past life or something? Apparently all rich people are the same. Parker watched the conversation between these men. The captain yawned and wondered how his guys were doing. It must be difficult. Walking on a tightrope between the Ma sect and the Qing sect, the captain sighed. and he said he should think about retirement when this was all over. And suddenly Dean walked into the room. The captain asked if Dean had just returned. Dean said he was planning to return yesterday, but I met a familiar face. He was talking about the man they met. His name is Parker. The captain asked if that strange guy had happened to see him again. Dean asked if it was bothering him. There is nothing wrong with that, the captain replied. No, but it worries him for some reason. It seems like he's become more sensitive since they started playing double games. Dean said if that's what his feelings said, then he shouldn't ignore them. They have free members. He would send someone quick to follow him. The captain agreed. Suddenly Rin's voice was heard. She entered the room and said, "She brought them." The captain stood up and greeted them, saying that it was an honor for him to greet the guests from the Ame sect. The girls also introduced themselves, and the captain asked if the arrival of the Ame sect's supreme disciples could be considered. When asked if the deal had been completed, Chana said it would depend on negotiations. If they try to deceive her sect with conventional force, she will make their troop pay dearly. Even if they had to postpone the war with Qing, the captain replied. They were already prepared for that. Then he suggested discussing the terms. He suggested going into another room. A little later, Chana shouted, "He wants the right to trade beyond the Great Wall. A wanderer should know his place and accept gold as a reward." The captain replied that he didn't think so. Wouldn't it be possible if the Ame sect ruled Sichuan? Then Chana got angry and smashed the table with her strength. But the captain was still calm. The captain replied that in that case the trading rights are cancelled, as are the 500,000 gold coins. They won't even ask for compensation for this table and cup. In return, they should help them settle down next to the Western Plateau. Chana said that's what they wanted from the beginning, to get a place to live. The captain said that as Chana knows they are wanderers, no sect wants them to settle near them. That's why he suggests settling on the Western Plateau, away from the Ime sect. She could arrange that, the captain asked, Chana thought. At first they could be useful. If they accept them, they may become a burden in the future. However, if they are used as a human shield, their forces will quickly be exhausted, and there won't be many of them left. Giving them land is not that difficult. When they become a problem, they can get rid of them, so Chana accepted his offer. The captain replied. Then the negotiations are over. The negotiations with the Tsen sect would not have gone so smoothly, the captain thought. He asked if they should make a contract. Chana replied no, they would stick to their agreement for the sake of the Ame sect. The captain offered them a room, but Chana said they would stay with her niece. Unexpectedly, Rin ran to the captain in a hurry and shouted urgent news. The captain shouted back, no matter how urgent it was, how dare she barge in here like this? But Rin told that the young leader of the Lightning Clan was killed. The captain asked if the killer was caught. Rin replied that it seemed like no. She thought the Lightning Clan was sure that this was the work of the Qing sect. In the evening, the Lightning Clan arrived at the Qing sect. They were also armed. Their leader came to the old man, and he asked him to speak on the matter, what he wanted to do with him. The man replied that he wanted to ask them this. The old man asked to tell him the whole story. The old man asked why he brought the coffin here. The man replied that inside this coffin was his disciple. Then the old man offered his condolences on the death of his student. But why all this? Why does he think his sect is connected to this? The man screamed. He really doesn't know. The old man replied that he really didn't understand whether he could find out the details. The man got angry and shouted, "In that case, he will show them." He opened the lid of the coffin. Then he shouted, "Let him look at the wounds. These are undoubtedly traces of the Qing sect's sword wave." The old man became nervous, because he himself understood that the man was right. The man continued to shout. He will continue to make excuses. Even seeing this, his disciple is dying because of the Qing sect's technique. The man thought they must have realized that he wanted to side with Ime by making a marriage contract with the Room of 100 Flowers. He is sure that the Sens were the first to make their move after they found out about this. The old man asked the man to calm down, but the man shouted, "How can he be calm? Let him explain it immediately." Then a warrior came and shouted outrageously, "How dare they behave like this, coming here without an invitation?" Unforgivably, the old man tried to calm the warrior down, but he had already attacked the man. Having hit him, the warrior asked, "Does he think he can mock them? Try to blame them for this?" The old man shouted why the younger brother attacked them, but the warrior said nothing. He turned around and said, "They will be a laughing stock if they pay attention to this." The old man thought that his younger brother had changed. He had become cruel and reckless. The man asked, "Is this the true intention of the Qing sect? Force destruction in order to suppress any protest?" The old man asked to speak with the leader of the Lightning Clan when he woke up, and let them prepare rooms for the warriors of the Lightning Clan. Then the old man called Charlie. He told him that it was time for Charlie to go to Chengdu. Something was wrong there. In the hallway, two men were whispering to each other. They were talking about the death of that guy. They also believed that he was killed by someone from the Qing sect, since it is impossible to fake traces of martial arts. The stronger the martial art, the clearer its traces. They decided that the Qing killed the guy. Parker was listening to their conversation in his room. Then Cindy came in and asked how he did it. Parker asked what? Cindy replied. She is talking about the Lightning Clan master, what he did to kill him. And to make it look like the Qing sect was to blame, Parker remained silent, which made Cindy doubt the fact that Parker killed him. but Parker asked if it mattered how he killed him. What mattered was that the guy was dead. That's right, Cindy replied. Yes, he's right. Parker moved closer for a kiss. But Cindy turned away and said it would be difficult for her to date him for now. An important guest had come to visit them. She would not be able to leave him all the time. Parker asked who the guest was. Cindy replied, "Didn't she say who her aunt is? Today the aunt will arrive in the White Flower Room with one of the students." Parker asked why her aunt came here. Cindy replied, according to rumors. She signed a contract with the mercenaries from the Black Cloud Squad. Their squad is considered the strongest. Their leader is very smart. Parker remembered Chonu and asked when she would leave. Cindy replied that her aunt would be here for a while. She was glad to see her, but not the woman who would come with her. Parker realized that by the Blooming Elder's apprentice, Cindy meant that woman. He remembers the cold and the threat that came from her. While he is here, they may meet one day. The Qing sect must be in a turmoil over the death of that guy from the Lightning Clan. So Parker decided to wait a little too, of course. He was the one who killed that guy. Charlie and the guy were looking through the room where Parker killed that guy. They were looking at the marks. The disciples said the marks are a bit rough, but it is definitely the 70 waves sword technique. Charlie asked if an outsider who had learned this technique could do something like this, and the student replied that he had thought about it too. But is an outsider capable of learning a technique that only a few members of their sect possess? Charlie reminded him of the leak of this technique. The student replied that the copy only included sword movements. If they hadn't learned the sect's internal breathing technique, they wouldn't be able to release even half of their strength. Charlie asked what if someone from the sect itself helped them. The student replied that it changed things. They could study them to copy the internal breathing technique, but it would be wiser to simply create a completely new technique. The student suggested finding the killer. Charlie replied, "Good idea. We need to track him down." And then I thought, the killer is very cruel. Could that duck really have returned after 7 years? The students went out and Charlie said that the Golden Sky Clan were their friends and that they would spend the night there. But Charlie and the rest of the students stopped abruptly when they saw someone on the street. It was Chana and Sally from the Emmy sect. The disciples were scared and took out their weapons. But Charlie stepped forward and told the elder. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. Chana asked, "Why did they come here? He should live in the mountains, the sword of the White Crane, as befits his calling." But Charlie said it would be difficult to protect the sect during her absence. She should worry about that. He wouldn't shut up, and the stream of words soon angered Chonu, and she started screaming. They found out about the agreement between the Lightning Clan's deputy and the White Flower Room, and then killed him. Charlie shouted back, "How could she even think that? They had been trying to kill their most outstanding student for 7 years. Sally tried to calm Chonu down, but it didn't work. So she thought the conflict was brewing again. Where she went wrong, they are the cause of this problem. But she never thought that that killer would kill Humbert. The killer is long dead, but they still have not recovered from his influence, even those who never knew his name." Sally suddenly felt a cold gaze on her and turned around. She noticed Parker, but decided that she was simply mistaken, so she let him go. Parker thought he was happy about it. But to get a fire going, you need the right materials. And some are still missing, but it's certainly a good start. Parker went further. He met with the mercenaries. Rin asked where he had been. She was waiting for him. They sat down at the table and the captain introduced himself to Parker, then said that he had heard a lot about him. Fate itself brought them together. So it's worth having dinner together. Their Rin is very interested in him. That's why he wanted to meet him at least once, now that they were face to face. He realized how strong Parker was. Parker hid his strong aura well, distracting attention with his bright outfit and appearance. But Parker can't hide it completely. The energy alone that comes from him is already unusual. Rin said, Right, he's incredible," the captain said. "Time to get down to business." He wants Parker to join the Black Cloud Squad. People see them as a group of mercenaries. But he has a dream. He dreams of turning their squad into a respected sect. To do this, they need capable people. He will give Parker everything he wants. If he wants, he will even give them to him. Rin, and the captain began to laugh. But not Dean. He thought, she says, that she is not interested, but it looks like it is the opposite. So Dean was curious what Parker would say. Parker said, "Not a very tempting offer." Dean was so surprised that he almost choked. The guys looked at him. Rin and the captain were unhappy. Then Dean apologized and said, choking, let them continue their conversation. The captain asked that since Parker was not interested, he wanted to know what was wrong with Parker. Joining their squad or Rin, Parker replied, "Everything. He prefers not to touch food, which will sooner or later deteriorate." Rin's gaze changed dramatically. It became more creepy. Rin thought how dare he reject her. The captain laughed and said it was just a joke. Why did he make such a face like an idiot? Despite his strong desire to get Parker, he would never give up Rin. Parker doesn't realize how valuable she is. He'll give him some advice not to cross them. He likes to talk, but others prefer to act. Parker said he had some advice too, if the captain ever lost his head while walking the streets. It may be considered that he had a hand in this. The atmosphere became very tense. Then Parker asked if it was just a joke. Why was the captain so serious, like an idiot? The disciple came to Charlie, and Charlie asked what the Ime sect had done. The disciple replied that they had not taken a single step outside the room. He ordered several students to keep an eye on them, and Charlie praised them for their work. And he said that they must find the villain who killed the young leader as soon as possible. The disciple said, "That's why he's thinking of contacting the fallen clan. They know best what's going on in the dark. He is sure that they know everyone who approached the Lightning Clan that day, because their eyes cover all of Sichuan like a spider web." Charlie said he didn't want to get involved, but okay, he'll leave it to him. The student promised not to disappoint Charlie and left. Charlie thought there were more sects involved than he expected. Lightning Clan, Golden Heaven Clan, and even the 100 Flower Room. Who knows what kind of problems might arise? If the killer is not caught soon, the man tried to eavesdrop on Parker, but heard nothing. He couldn't even sense his presence, although he himself saw Parker enter the room. The man thought, this man is, of course, incredible, but so incredible that he, Min, cannot even hear his breathing. The ninja said that the first-class surveillance target had not made any movements all night. After sunrise, they will move from distant observation to near observation. Vice Captain Ian said the captain is concerned about him, so we need to continue monitoring. And don't lose your vigilance for a second, the ninja replied. He will tell them. Yang returned to work as he thought. The problem was in those 3 gates at the foot of Mount Qing. The power of the Black Cloud Squad cannot be used in this gate. They must lure them out, to the foot of the mountain, to effectively use their cavalry of 200 men. Jan was thinking about how to do this. Suddenly he felt something and threw the blades at the ceiling. But there was no one there, although Jan is sure that he felt someone's gaze. He then decided that the overwork had affected his feelings, but Ian was right. In another building, Chana told Sally to return to Mount Emi at first light. She has nothing to do here. It's better to go back and stay with the craftswoman, Sally replied. The craftswoman ordered her to help Chana. Chana said that the negotiations with the Black Cloud Squad were successful. So she can go back. Sally objected that she couldn't do that. No one knows when they might encounter the Qing sect here. She is needed here, Chana said. At worst, use the Black Cloud. As a human shield, Sally sighed and said if that's what Chana wanted. Chana ordered to return tomorrow at dawn. Sally agreed. Cindy went to her aunt and asked if she could come in. Chana said yes. Then she asked what brought her here at such a late hour. Cindy replied that she was just thinking. That the aunt would become lonely and want company, Chana replied. She is too kind. Then I asked if he looked healthier and who he was dating. Cindy replied that he was quite healthy. She knows that the young leader is dead. The one she is dating could be the one who killed him. Chana asked if she was sure he killed the young leader. Cindy became nervous. No, she is not completely sure. She suspects him, but she has no proof. We'll bring him to her if it turns out to be true, Chana answered as she says. And she added that she could just call his name, when suddenly a terrible scream was heard. They came running and asked what was going on. The girls replied that the Qing sect had sent an assassin. In the morning, the captain said, the second-generation disciple, Gan is dead. Tana's direct disciple. Should be a key member even in the Ime sect, but she was killed right within the walls of the White Flower Room. It seems they chose the wrong side, Jan said. This result is only to their advantage. The more they fear, the more they will rely on them. But the very fact that a killer of this level has appeared is already strange. It was impossible for a famous sect like Qing to hire an assassin, so Yang asked if a third party could intervene. The captain recalled Parker saying that if he lost his head, he had a hand in it. Then he asked if Min had reported anything unusual. Yang replied if he had reported surveillance. He said that she had not been outside for 4 days. Min is experienced. He can be trusted. The captain asked if Jan was sure it wasn't him. Jan replied, politely given the current circumstances. Yes. The captain then ordered that surveillance be suspended, and that he investigate the movements of the Qing sect. The captain came to Chana, and she told the captain that a disciple of her sect had been killed. Then the captain offered his condolences. Chana said she called him here, to make them look at her wounds. At first she thought they were sword marks. But he will understand why she called him as soon as he sees everything for himself, the captain approached. The cut is too thin and clean, which means it is not a sword or dao. Perhaps it is a trace of silver threads. But a silver thread can prevent the skin from twisting, no matter how sharp it is. Chana asked if he had seen similar marks before. The captain replied, no, he had not. Then she asked, even a person with his experience had never encountered such a thing. He suspects someone. The captain thought of Parker, but said he could not give an answer. Chana asked when all his forces would return to the city. The captain replied, within 2 days. However, if the cavalry entered the city, the Qing sect would be wary. Chana replied, it doesn't matter. They could crush them in an instant, the captain asked. Was she thinking of starting an open war right now? Chana said, she already said that they will get what they want, which is what he is afraid of. From now on, she would rather die than live under the same sky as the Qing sect. Chana was very angry. Parker was in the room with them, hiding his presence. More bad news. Pete was also in bed. The captain shouted what happened to him. Rin said he went to see that bastard Parker and completely screwed up. The captain was furious and shouted, stop mumbling. Let him explain everything from the beginning. Parker was eating ramen when Rin approached him and handed him a glass of water. Delicious, Parker thought. They don't even let him eat in peace. He asked what it was. Rin replied that she just wanted to check on him, and she also wanted to apologize. She thinks they were a bit rough that day. Parker was surprised, wasn't he? Parker replied that he didn't care. Rin thought that he didn't care after the way he treated her. She hid her anger behind a smile and said, regarding the boss's proposal, "Why doesn't he think about it again?" Then Pete came up to them and asked, and he kept wondering where she ran off to without saying a word. And she ends up here. Rin told him to remove his hand and asked how long he had been following her. Pete said he came to pick her up like the boss told him to, then asked if that was Parker. And he thought, as he had been told, he was very handsome. He blushed and said that Parker was cute. Rin thought, this bastard hitting on a man again. Rin said, Pete won't get it. But Pete ignored Rin and walked closer to Parker, then asked who he wouldn't get. Parker said he would forgive him this first time, but let him leave the place before he counted to 3. Otherwise, he will make sure that Pete will not see anything until the day he dies. But Pete ignored the warning again. Parker counted to 3 and attacked. Pete managed to avoid the first attack. He got angry and hit the table. But Parker was no longer at the table. He was upstairs and attacking Pete again. Pete was unable to repel this attack. Parker tied him up with threads and cut him with blades. Then he lifted Pete's head and plunged his fingers into Pete's eyes. Rin screamed. And she attacked Parker with her sword. The captain was right. She really is strong. She stood next to Pete and called him an idiot, then asked him why he even got involved. Then she asked Parker to finish it today, but it seemed Parker didn't want that. Then Rin said that she didn't come to him for this. He had already paid in full for his actions. So why spill more blood? Parker was still full of anger, but still turned away. Rin said he really is unpredictable despite everything he's done. She can't believe Parker did that to her friend. Be careful. If he behaves so recklessly, he will not be able to avoid trouble. Parker ignored her warning and walked out, then said his clothes were ruined. Stella wouldn't like it. The captain said, so Rin says he was attacked right after he made a pass at Parker. He's in shock. Rin said that her pride was already hurt. She couldn't bear it. Make him pay for this insult, the captain replied. A good decision. They will get rid of him immediately after the problem with the Qing sect is resolved. They will make a move. Once you join forces with the cavalry, you need to prepare well. The old man asked Charlie if he wanted to find the killer of the Lightning Clan leader. Charlie replied yes. But the old man said it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The only clue was his ability to use martial arts. Charlie asked if there was any rumor of someone suspicious in Chengdu. The Shame Clan's son replied, there is one. His name is Parker. It is said that he charms others with his beauty. And he is also a merciless master whose skills cannot be described in words. Charlie asked if he wanted to say that he had something to do with the death of the young leader. San replied that he didn't know. However, he best fit the description of the person Charlie was looking for. Charlie answered, understood, and left the money. San said that Charlie could come again if he needed anything. Then San said, but who else could be the killer? Could it really be this Parker? He read the information about Parker and asked if this man could really kill the young leader. I'm sure the main branch will sort this out themselves once he sends them this information. It looks like this man will also have to live under the supervision of his clan. But at that very second, San froze. He couldn't move, and Parker took the book. And he said he had not been in Chengdu for long, impressed by his knowledge of it. San said that if he harmed him, the clan of Shame would not stand aside. Parker replied, he knows. But he doesn't like how information about him is being spread without his permission. San got nervous and said, then he wants... Parker interrupted him and said, right. Then Sun thought why Parker was revealing his identity like this. He wanted to kill him so that he wouldn't blab. Thinking about this, San begged for mercy and explained that no one had ever seen this book. But Parker just laughed and said, it's funny. San just freely called his name. Sun asked him to believe him, when suddenly he felt that his hand was free. Then he immediately attacked Parker. And in vain, because Parker had already wrapped ropes around his neck, and with one swing of his hand, Parker cut off San's head. Meanwhile, a real hell was happening in the city. The Qing and Ma sects began an open confrontation. The captain went outside and asked what was going on, as if he was having a nightmare. People were killing each other and shouting, they will avenge their comrades, this is unforgivable. Their words were filled with anger, Yang said. The relationship between the sects became heated to the limit, and they entered into an open fight. Then a man, the master of the Fire Dragon team, came out and shouted, stop fighting. But before he could finish speaking, a bullet hit him right in the shoulder and he fell. And now, this master's people were angry at the sects and decided to take revenge for their master. The captain called it all a cheap circus and said that the Ime sect was in a losing position due to a lack of strength. He ordered Dean to call the entire Black Cloud Squad because they would also join the battle. An angry Chana asked how they dared send an assassin to her student. And after this, the Qing sect still calls itself a respected sect in the country. But Charlie had something to answer them with. He said that the Ma sect was the first to cross the line. They hired an assassin for Humbert. Weren't they the ones behind the murder of the young leader of the Lightning Clan? Chana got angry and shouted. She heard that his killer used a technique from the Qing sect. How dare Charlie put this on them? No conscience. One of them is going to die here today. She attacked Charlie, but Charlie was confident and pulled out his sword and blocked her attack. Sally also fought along with everyone. One of her students was attacked and she fell. Then Sally shouted, faster! Let him circulate his aura. It will help her. But the girl was already too weak. The girl died. Sally couldn't hold back her tears. She thought it was them, the Emi sect, who started it all. That's why she didn't want to immediately go to war against the Qing. But now her students are dying because of her indecision. She couldn't ignore it any longer. Sally brushed away her tears and began to fight in earnest. The captain kept thinking. A lot of time had passed. Where was their reinforcement? Could it have been a sect? No, they were not capable of such a thing. Then he called Paul and said that something strange was happening. Those he sent for their powers still had not returned. And it all seemed suspicious, as if someone is adding fuel to the fire. Let him leave the battlefield and search the surrounding area. We need to check if such a person really exists. Paul took the order and flew. He watched the battle from above and thought, this is just the embodiment of madness. Both sides have forgotten about the killer and are simply tearing each other apart. The captain is right. Someone must have provoked all this. Where could such a person be, since there is a battle going on everywhere? He won't hide in a building that could collapse at any moment, and he won't be among the fighting either. A tree considered sacred in Chengdu. It is large enough to overlook the entire surrounding area. As soon as Paul stepped onto the tree, he felt that he was being attacked, and he jumped off the branch in time. Then he shouted, "This is the bastard who caused all this mess." But instead of answering, Parker attacked him. The trajectory of his daggers was impossible to determine. Paul realized that it was a telekinetic sword technique. He didn't pay attention to the threads, and in vain, because Parker caught him by the neck. Paul wanted to ask something, but Parker simply tore his head off and hung it on a tree. Now Paul was hanging with the other guys who had managed to find Parker, while Parker continued to watch the show. And the battle between Charlie and Chana seemed to have come to an end. Charlie was standing on his own feet, unlike Chana. Sally came running in time and helped Chana up. She asked her if she was okay. But Chana found it difficult to speak, so Sally suggested that she return to the White Flower Room. However, would Charlie allow them to do this? Sally looked at Charlie, and he nodded his agreement. Then Sally and Chana left. Charlie's student came running, and Charlie immediately ordered everyone to retreat. News that Chanu had been badly wounded quickly spread throughout the city, and Parker learned of it. This outcome of events made Parker very happy, and he seemed to begin to come up with a new plan. The captain and his men examined the corpses. The captain asked who killed these people. Dean examined them and said, "They were all killed by one man," the captain asked. "Dean is sure," Dean answered. "Yes. If you look at the wounds on Paul and Rex's necks, they are identical in size and markings. The killer most likely used a short sword or dagger," the captain asked. Didn't Dean say so? That all the wounds on Pete were inflicted with daggers. Then he ordered Pete to be brought to him. Pete was brought in, and he showed his wounds. The wounds were absolutely identical. The captain was convinced that the killer of his men was none other than Parker. He became angry and shouted to call their fighters, and let them bring Parker to him. He will personally interrogate him. It seems the captain was confident in himself. In the White Flower Room, a girl asked what they should do. Chonu was badly injured. Another girl said that the others were also injured and in a bad state. Suddenly, Sally came and told the girls to get ready. She ordered to check the defense of the White Flower Room. The Qing sect might attack again. And let them send a dove to the main sect right now. We need to live through everything that happened here and request reinforcements. The death of the student and the young leader of the Lightning Clan, these incidents caused the enmity between the sects to increase. Someone is deliberately trying to set them against each other. She needs to find out who is behind all this. Chonu was being treated, and she cursed the Qing sect. The man asked her to calm down, otherwise her meridians would be damaged. If this happens, her life will be in danger, but Chana started screaming loudly. She then ordered the man to disappear immediately before he lost his head. The men rushed out of the room. Chana was breathing heavily and thinking about what a miserable situation she was in. If she continues like this, the initiative will pass into Sally's hands, and she should recover quickly. The door opened. Chana said, "I'm sure she ordered him to get out." Apparently she thought it was that doctor. But then Parker came up to her. She asked who he was. Parker looked at her and asked if she remembered him. Chana asked if he knew her. Parker replied, "Of course, he never forgot about her in the last 7 years. I wonder if she'll remember if he blinds her in one more eye." Then Chana remembered Parker. She asked if he had survived. Parker showed his face and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Chana asked how he ended up here. He definitely died then. The warrior said that he threw Parker into a pit with snakes. Parker replied, "Oh yes, but now it's time to finish her off and throw her in there. He's the one who killed her student." And the young leader of the Lightning Clan, Chana, began to scream. How dare he try to make an enemy of the Ame sect? Chana continued to scream, but suddenly blood began to flow from her eyes, and Parker said calmly, "They made him this way, didn't they? He and his comrades, and truly their creations. Because without them, they would never have become killers. It was time to pay for his mistakes." But Chana acted as if she had done nothing wrong. Chana asked what he was up to. Parker replied, "Nothing. He just wants her to know what exactly will happen to the Ime sect starting today. It will be useful for her because today he is going to kill Charlie from the Qing sect. He will be killed by one of Ime's main techniques, the piercing blow of the snow cloud. Using the same technique that Sally was using, Chana stood up, gritting her teeth, and asked how he knew this. He's a demon. She won't let him do this, Parker spoke calmly. Ching and Emi will spill each other's blood. Both sides will suffer huge losses, and the blood of the monsters hiding in the mountains will also be shed, such as the abbess and the saint of martial arts of justice. Chana rose up with her emaciated body. She clung to Parker. She wanted to get rid of him, but it was unlikely that she would be able to do so. Chana said she wouldn't let that happen. Parker said he would get to them wherever they were hiding, and then he would absorb them all. Parker was very serious. Chana was clinging to him with all her might. She continued to scream and tried to summon her powers, but her pupils suddenly froze. Chana died, and Parker calmly said that he shouldn't have been created. Such a terrible person. Meanwhile, the Black Cloud squad burst into Parker's room, but of course, he was not there. The monk said that the reconnaissance team reported that he had not returned since the previous night. It seemed like he just paid for the room but never came here, Rin said in an irritated tone. How could she fall for his looks? If she met him again, she would skin him alive. Dean asked where he went. What is he doing? He can't be causing trouble again. Dean guessed that Parker was up to something. Golden Heaven Clan? The guy asked how long they should train. The second one answered, he doesn't know. Everyone is busy after the battle and tense because of the rumor that there is a murderer among them, the student shouted. We can't talk about it. This was not a good sign. The guy felt it. In 1 second, the building next to them exploded. Screams are heard from the site of the explosion, and flashes are visible. This is a piercing blow from a snow cloud. It can't be, which means that the Ime sect has infiltrated the palace. Parker did what he promised. Charlie was dead. A little while later, Charlie was training. Then Parker came to him. After that, Charlie asked who he was. His steps were quiet, which meant he was not invited here. Parker said his name. Charlie immediately recognized this name, because he learned this name from San. Then Charlie asked, so why did Parker secretly come to him in the middle of the night? Parker answered, you shouldn't expect anything good from those who come secretly at night, and the same applies to him, Charlie replied, apologizing for the stupid question. He always wanted to ask Parker one question if he met him. The young leader of the Lightning Clan, he killed. Parker replied. Yes, Charlie asked why. Parker replied. Because his plan needed the Qing sect. Charlie asked if he was upset with his sect for some reason. Parker replied that he was upset with both the Qing sect and the Ime sect. Then Charlie realized that Parker killed Imi's student. Charlie said Parker held a grudge against everyone, but they had never heard of Parker, who he really was. Parker replied, a hired killer. The Ma sect made him a murderer, and the Qing sect declared him an enemy in Sichuan. Charlie shouted. Was it the incident that happened 7 years ago? The one who killed Humbert? Parker answered, right, it was him. Charlie said Parker made a huge mistake. Parker could have saved his life if he had kept his head down. He would end Parker's horrible life right now. What a confident guy. Charlie attacked Parker. Charlie was furious. Like a bird, Charlie flew towards Parker, but Parker only smiled. Parker's aura was a huge snake. His flying daggers flew at Charlie at once, but Charlie deftly dodged all the daggers. However, the daggers continued to fly at him. Parker attacked like a snake. Charlie flew around him like a stork, but Charlie made a mistake. Charlie didn't notice the threads that Parker wrapped around him, then used a hidden technique. Before hitting Charlie, Parker said to say hello to Chana. Parker used Sally's technique. And now dying, Charlie said in a heavy voice. They created a monster. Then he died. All the disciples of the sect ran to Charlie's building and everyone shouted, it was the Ime sect, and Parker hid and listened. And when all the students started shouting at once that they had to take revenge on the Ime sect for Charlie, Parker smiled. As soon as a spark appeared, a fire immediately flared up, and people killed each other every day and every night. Again and again, the suspicion that someone might be behind all this quickly evaporated. Nobody cared about it. They just wanted to kill their enemies. And soon the city was filled with corpses. Sally's dress turned red as she walked over corpses and said, this is truly hell on earth. How could this happen? Suddenly the captain appeared and greeted Sally. Then the captain said that he had something to report about the murders that had occurred recently. And about a man named Parker. Hearing this name, Sally froze. She remembered our hero. The head of the Ame sect heard the news and became very angry. Chana meant a lot to her. She couldn't believe he killed her, the chief asked again. He said his name was Parker. He says that the assassin who killed Humbert 7 years ago survived and forced the Qing and Ame sects to kill each other. The girl said. At least that's what Mrs. Sally thinks, the head asked. But how could this happen? The Qing sect had passed on their martial arts to them. But how did he learn the Ame sect's snow cloud piercing strike? The girl replied, it's just a guess. But one of those who died in the underground cave always carried a copy of this technique with him. The leader got angry again and shouted, what the hell? Why was he carrying a copy of the secret technique with him? The girl answered fearfully. At the moment, this is the only assumption. The leader said that the Qing sect would never believe this, in which case, they would have to catch this Parker. The girl wanted to take it upon herself. But the leader said that she would catch him herself and punish him with her own hands for his mortal sin. Meanwhile, Parker returned to Blacksmith Street. He said the place hadn't changed at all, and Ten still makes weapons that kill people. Those bastards made the rest of us suffer. Thinking of his nobility, the choice was up to 10. Parker asked what he should do with them. 10 replied that he would do whatever Parker wanted if Parker destroyed them all. Parker responded, "Great." He summoned his daggers and told 10 to look at his choice. 10 stood up and walked with Parker, who was killing every blacksmith on the street as he walked. Screams filled the street. 10 watched as daggers flew. Parker said, "These are weapons that 10 made." 10 said, "It was incredible. It was just amazing." He couldn't believe his weapon could generate such power. Thanks to Parker, he was able to take revenge. He needed help, right? Then 10 fell to his knees. With a wild look in his eyes and shaking hands, 10 asked how he could help Parker. Parker was obviously pleased with his new partner, so they began working together. In another part of the city, a martial artist has gone completely mad and started killing left and right. The old man ran to him and shouted why he did this. The warrior coldly replied, "Isn't it clear? All because of Charlie's death." Then the old man shouted, "The leader of the lightning sect did not kill Charlie." But the warrior replied that his interest was the reason for this. The old man was worried about his partner's madness. He shouted. But the warrior interrupted him and said that he would explain everything to him in a similar way so that they could all understand. He would not allow anyone involved in this to survive. The old man became even more agitated. The old man could not believe that the warrior was so furious, what had happened 7 years ago, that he could be so easily provoked into such anger. The warrior cried out, 7 years ago they lost Humbert. Because of the MA sect, and today he lost his Charlie, the future of the Qing sect is destroyed. He can't stand it. All he's done all this time is endure it. And what did they get out of it? There is no need to try to stop him anymore. He is no longer going to ignore all this. The man said that if the older brother and Pedro unite, the situation will become even more dangerous. The old man asked if Pedro had not gone into seclusion 7 years ago and had not taken part in all this chaos. The man replied that isolation was not enough to calm his anger towards the MA sect. If they unite, there will be a bloodbath in Sichuan. He will go there. These are very strange events. He wants to find out the truth himself, the old man said. If this is what his brother wants to do, let him take the warriors. May use force to get rid of his younger brother if he sees fit. They need to find out why he's doing this. The man promised he wouldn't let him down. The men argued. One of them asked, 5 coins for a night in such a hotel. The second answered, there is no other choice. Then the first one shouted, all the other hotels are closed. Chengdu is in chaos because of Qing and Ame. And Parker was in his room. He was reading Sun's book, and he said that his next target would be the Black Cloud. He must recognize the Housek's intelligence. They're warriors not only in Sichuan, but also throughout Chengdu. If he remembers everyone, he can use this information for his own purposes. Many of them died, but more will die. Parker looked at the destroyed city. Parker did not regret anything. He was still angry at them for what happened in the cave, ever since he was imprisoned there. His only goal was to survive. Now it's too late to retreat. He doesn't even know what it's like to have another life. He knows he can only have this damn life, but he can't lose it. And Parker won't stop until they fall. No, even if they fall, he'll still get to the end. Parker is not sure, but he feels like his death awaits him somewhere in the midst of this flame. The girl screamed, they don't have enough medicine. What should they do? She doesn't know if they can hold out like this. Sally asked her not to worry because she had already sent a request. They should receive more drugs by midnight. Let her focus on the treatment and do everything to make them get better, the captain said. It's incredible how she manages to get resources. Even though they are in the minority, it is strange that such talent has not yet been noticed. She is the most talented person in the Ime sect in the last 100 years. Now she will show her full potential. Sally is the best at distributing human resources. If she becomes the head of the sect, we can once again hope for a bright future. At that moment, Sally felt something. Then the guys felt it too. Dean shouted, there's someone here. The captain said he felt the presence of the chief. It was indeed the chief. She opened the gates. There was a terrible aura around her, as if lightning was raging next to her. She was furious. All the students immediately saluted her. They knelt down and greeted the leader. The captain and Dean also greeted her. The captain said that the incident must be quite serious since she came here in person. Dean whispered. After all, it was more of a matter. Sally also greeted the head. She looked exhausted. The head was burning her with his gaze. Suddenly Cindy came running and introduced herself with a smile. But the head continued to incinerate everyone with her gaze, and this frightened Cindy, and the head ordered everyone to come in. All the students and Cindy followed the head. She turned around and looked at the guys and said that they should come in too. Dean said he'd be glad to get out of there right now. But he didn't think they had a choice. The boys reluctantly entered the hall together, and each sat down at the table. Sally told everything she knew about the situation. Then the head turned around and looked at Cindy and asked if Cindy had anything to tell her. Cindy flinched in fear. The leader asked how Cindy was related to Parker. Cindy asked what she meant. The head grabbed Cindy and asked, she will ask again, how Cindy is connected to him. She blinded Cindy with her gaze and ordered him to look into her eyes. She doesn't like being lied to. Why did Cindy get nervous when his name was mentioned? Cindy started shaking and crying. Then she fell to the floor and screamed. She asks for forgiveness. She didn't know what this would lead to. She just wanted to use him. She didn't know what it would lead to in the end if the boss gave her people. She will catch him and bring him here. She will sort this all out. He trusts her, so he will easily fall into the trap. The head put her hand on Cindy's head and called Cindy a pathetic girl. Cindy calmed down a little. Who asked her to kill the young leader of the Lightning Clan? All Cindy had to do was live like a flower among men. Cindy said that she made a mistake. From this day on, she will live like a flower, like a head, and said. Suddenly Sally screamed, and all because the head killed Cindy. She didn't even have time to understand what happened. Cindy's lifeless body lay on the floor, and the chief coldly asked why someone like Cindy would need it. It took some brain power, and Sally got really angry and called out loudly for the boss. And she shouted, there was no need to go that far, she didn't do it on purpose. The leader shouldn't have killed her like that, no matter the mistakes she made. The boys sat there between two fires and trembled with fear, and the chief was pleased that Sally had finally shown her true strength. And then he said, now Sally must remember, she will make 1 or 2 exceptions once, and she will always make them. Having made a mistake that is punishable by death, must die, Sally will understand when she one day reaches her position. Stop acting like a child. Let her leave the room. Then the head ordered to remove it from her sight. She was talking about Cindy, the leader said. The room of 100 flowers comes from the same roots as the Ime sect, so she'll take them again. Sally bit her lip and turned around. An angry Sally walked away, and the captain thought, it looks like she planned to kill Cindy from the very beginning in order to subjugate the room of 100 flowers. Not only is she the most powerful martial artist in Sichuan, but she is also extremely meticulous. It will be harder to control her than expected, the chief said. She needs to involve the captain. The captain and Dean flinched, and the leader said she wanted Black Cloud Squad to track Parker down for them. A little later, 2 men tied up the body and laid it on the field. One of them said, you can throw it here. Stray dogs or animals in the mountains will eat it. They left. A little later, a man approached the body. It was Parker. He looked at Cindy's face. He seemed to feel a little sorry for Cindy. Unlike those guys, he buried Cindy, then said he wouldn't apologize. They were just using each other. Still, Parker vowed to avenge Cindy and make those who did this pay. Bereavement. There is a term called bereavement. It is used to describe the worst feeling of loss in the world. The sadness of a parent who has lost his children. The man reached the estate and greeted the old man. The old man greeted the sage moon, then asked what brought him here so early. The sage asked the old man to tell the owner that he had come and said that the Qing sect was in an unstable situation. The old man said that he understood and asked to wait a little. The sage looked at the gate and thought, after killing Humbert, Pedro abandoned everything and decided to isolate himself in his house. This dilapidated house seems to reflect the state of Pedro's heart. A little later, Pedro came out to the guests and greeted them. The sage asked how Pedro was doing, and he apologized for not visiting him for so long. Pedro replied that he could see that he was doing well. He invited the sage into the house, and the sage told him about the murder of the young leader of the Lightning Clan. The sage began to say that it was a bit difficult to ask when Pedro interrupted him. He knows why the sage is here. The killer of the Lightning Leader and Humbert are the same person. The sage said that if the one who killed the young leader had killed Humbert 7 years ago, what would Pedro have done? Pedro said that parents who lost their children lead a dead life. Humbert deserved to die. His son was a vile bastard, and Pedro declared that he would avenge his vile son. And that day Pedro's sense of loss turned into rage. Meanwhile, Parker stood at the well and his daggers flew around him. Suddenly Rin appeared. She said hello, and said he had become even more handsome since their last meeting, so that's where he had been. And she wondered where he had disappeared to. She didn't expect that he would appear right under the nose of the room of 100 flowers. Parker asked her why, since she brought people with her. He doubted that she simply decided to meet him. Dean said he was really special and they hid their presence well. Rin said he was asking Parker for the last time to join the Black Cloud Squad. Parker asked if he refused. Rin replied that then they would have to do as the client wished. Killing him. Rin wasn't going to beat around the bush. She said straight out what she was going to do. Then the monk shouted that if he wanted to live, he should accept Rin's offer. But Dean shouted that they didn't come to kill. Parker asked why they were here then. Were they going to abandon the mission? Dean replied that he knew who Parker was and what he was capable of. He just needs to hide better than Parker is doing now. They've already reported to the Ime cult that Parker was killed. Parker asked if it was okay for Dean to betray a client so easily. Dean laughed and said, who cares now? Besides, he doesn't hate Parker and doesn't want to kill him. Dean again offered Parker to join the Black Cloud. Parker thought for a moment and said he refused, since reputation was everything to a killer. Rin thought that meant that someone hired him to do all this in Chengdu, who was his client. However, Rin didn't understand everything correctly. Parker was driven by revenge, despair, and he thought about it. He remembered Luna's words. How she said that she hoped these people would feel the same way she did. That terrifying feeling of helplessness when you're destroyed by a force you can do nothing against. Parker never forgot his comrades. Suddenly Rin shouted, her client is a woman, right? There is only one reason a man would go straight to his death. If it was about a woman, Dean asked, then it was true. And Parker was more sensitive than he thought. For some reason, Rin got very angry. She asked what kind of woman she was. Let her tell. After asking this, Rin attacked Parker. But Parker didn't even move. Rin destroyed the building behind Parker. The fragments flew straight at Rin. In the end, only Rin was hurt. The guys ran to her. Rin said she was fine and asked where he went. The captain came and asked if he didn't say anything. It was useless to talk to him. He was on the roof, standing openly, the captain added. The captain ordered to kill him. Then a bunch of killers immediately jumped out of the forest and attacked Parker. But none of these killers noticed the threads that Parker had previously prepared. And with one click, Parker killed them all at once. Then Parker said that the captain had actually gathered an entire army to kill one man. The captain replied that he was going to take even more with him. Then a whole army came out of the forest. Then Parker told the captain he would regret this. They should not have gotten him involved in the war. The men were talking quietly on the street when suddenly they heard a noise, and then saw Parker in the army. They had never seen Parker before, so they asked why he had so many subordinates following him. Suddenly Parker ran towards the men, which startled them. Then he hit one of the men. Then the second man asked who he was, why he had suddenly appeared and killed his friend. But at that moment Parker killed that man too. The crowd of people looked at Parker as if he were a terrible monster. Rin and her men came running and she asked what he was doing. Dean shouted that they needed to stop him. People nearby shouted who they were, why they were killing people left and right. Parker's plan worked. Dean said they were duped. Now they're prime suspects. Looks like they think Parker is one of them. Rin said she was wondering why he started attacking everyone indiscriminately. He's trying to make them fight with them. Parker suddenly disappeared and people started screaming. They will deal with them first since they are just that guy's subordinates. Rin and Dean were trying to explain to the people that everything was wrong, when suddenly the bloody monk stepped forward. Then he said they can't let everyone get stuck here. Let them leave them to him, and let them go after Parker. Rin reluctantly agreed. Dean and Rin flew away, and Rin shouted to be careful. That was an order. The monk said he was forced to obey her orders, so the misunderstanding needed to be cleared up. The Qing and Ame sects continued to fight. The city was ablaze, and the streets were filled with corpses. The captain watched this and said that the small skirmish had turned into a full-scale conflict throughout Chengdu. Just think, one assassin could fool the whole of Chengdu. The captain shouted if he understood what he was doing. Parker also watched the flaming city and asked if everyone had come out, including those who were hiding. Although the results are a little different from what he thought, it seems to be even better than he expected. And all thanks to them, he is even grateful. This battle will become even more beautiful. Rin got angry and attacked Parker again. Of course, Parker simply dodged. This time Dean did not stand aside. He also attacked Parker. However, Parker dodged all the guys' attacks quite easily. Then his daggers flew at Dean. Dean thought Parker fought off their attacks to escape, but that's not true. Parker did it to attack. At worst, Dean managed to block Parker's attack. He still had a hard time understanding how the daggers could move like that. Dean noticed the dagger from behind too late, and thus lost his hand. Rin wanted to help Dean, but the daggers reached her too. They were too fast. She couldn't really see the daggers. It wasn't like that time with Pete. Parker is able to make the daggers move freely. Then Rin saw that Parker approached Dean. Even the captain got angry and took out his spear. He gathered all his strength and threw it at Parker. It was a pretty stupid move, of course, that Parker used Dean as a human shield. After that, Parker instantly disappeared. Rin ran to Dean and screamed for him not to die. Dean asked in a heavy voice who said he would die. Why was she saying such sad things? Rin shouted at the captain to catch up with this bastard right now. And once he caught him, to tear him to shreds. The captain was beside himself with rage. He disappeared in a flash, and Rin remained there with Dean. Meanwhile, the chief and Sally looked at the half-destroyed city, and the chief asked what was going on there. Sally said that they urgently need to save their ally and stabilize the current situation as quickly as possible. The head answered, of course, everything was worse than she thought, then shouted for everyone to move to the fire dragon's room. The guy shouted to his people. The head of the sect Ime came. All the guys got excited and started shouting. She personally came. Why is she here? And the master of this sect thought, in that case they are at a disadvantage. The head herself opened the gate and the master called her a witch. Then the head asked how he dared to call her that. The master said to her hesitantly, let him tell his people to retreat. There is a problem between the fire dragon room and the Qingming sect. The Ime sect has no need to interfere here. The leader replied, everyone knows that the Ame and Qingming sects are connected. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? The master wanted to say something, but the leader ordered him to be silent and attack the master, who blocked the blow. But not for long, because the head was too strong and he did not expect it. He tried to jump back. However, the leader attacked him again and hit him, saying before that this would put an end to the chaos. But at that very second, the warrior ran up to them and blocked the leader's blow with one sword. She greeted him, and the warrior said, who would have thought that they would meet like this again? He is very glad to see the abbess, the head replied. That's how, but she is not very glad to see him. The warrior said that he had waited 7 long years to meet her. How could he not be happy? And if his elder brothers hadn't rejected the offer to destroy the snake sect 7 years ago, they would have met much earlier. The head said that it seemed like he had recently received some kind of epiphany. She felt mystical energy from him. The warrior, whom she had never seen before, declared that he had learned new martial arts, and the leader decided to make fun of her. Having said that, she can't even imagine how vast and deep the Qing sect's martial arts are. But even so, she is confident that she knows enough about them. I never thought that the Qing sect possessed a secret technique that exuded such impure energy. The warrior ordered not to measure the Qing sect by his standards. What the Qing is capable of is much greater and grander than the Ime sect, the head asked. And the warrior was apparently so great that even a simple killer could fool him. The warrior remembered Parker and became even more angry. He asked what she was talking about. What kind of killer? The chief replied that the bastard the warrior had left in the cave was still alive. But the warrior said that she was lying. He was dead. Then the head asked, "Well, how is it?" And then he checked his corpse, the warrior thought. And the head continued. The warrior didn't check him. That's why this whole situation arose. He asked if he was really alive. The leader said, the culprit of the death of the young leader of the Lightning Clan, and the emergence of the current situation. The one who killed Chonu from their sect and Charlie from his. It was him, the warrior asked. He wanted to say that they were fooled by a simple killer. The head answered, that's right, so it's worth solving their problems after taking care of him. No one knows what he is planning at the moment. The leader wanted to postpone their battle. However, the warrior was too angry. He refused the chief's offer and prepared for battle. He said the one who ordered him to complete the murder was right in front of him. How could he miss such an opportunity? The 7 Qing swords will help the Fire Dragon Room drive out the evil bitches from the Ime sect. The head said, and he is really stubborn. He acts as the Tao would have acted. He chose the hard way when she offered the easy one. The warrior looked like a demon, he shouted. It's time to pay for his crimes with his life. The magic between the two great warriors began. Parker continued to run away into the forest. Morning came, and the pursuit of Parker did not stop. The captain could not catch up with Parker, being on horseback. It's hard to believe, even though the captain sees it happening. Parker creates threads using energy, and then steps on them in mid-air, no matter what method Parker uses to escape. Now it was important for the captain to catch and kill Parker, in the past, when the captain was still very young. He met Dean. It turns out Dean was the captain's teacher. He ordered to attack Parker, but Parker turned and headed towards the spears. The men shouted, shouldn't he have run away? Parker disappeared from view again, then appeared behind the men and chopped off several heads. The captain turned around and shouted that he would definitely kill Parker with his own hands. Parker calmly replied that he could not understand. Isn't that how everyone lives? Isn't that how the Qing sect and the Ame sect live? They all kill people all the time. So how are they different from him? How many people do they think the Qing and Ame sects sacrificed to get that reputation? Which they have now, and what about them? They killed at least 10 times more people than the number they have here. He just created an opportunity here, isn't it, because of their greed and ambition that the situation is in this state? The captain shouted. The bastard had gone completely crazy when Parker chopped off the heads of the remaining guys. Parker's dagger began to shine brighter than before. It seemed that Parker was channeling energy into his weapon. What could a killer gain by opening his weapon? While the captain was thinking about this, there was an explosion behind him. People are approaching, judging by their energies. One of them is undoubtedly Abbess Emmy. But who is the second with the same energy? Why are they here? It can't be that they are Parker's allies. It was the head of Ime and the warrior from the Qing sect, fighting with each other. They quickly destroyed the city, but they instantly stopped fighting when they saw Parker's threads. They looked down and saw him. Sally, who was also fighting alongside the leader, said that this was the same assassin. Seeing Parker, the warrior shouted. So he survived. The warrior began to scream so loudly that the horses got scared and screamed too. But for some reason, Parker smiled. It seemed that he was amused by this game, he said. Finally, everyone was here. Parker started running into the depths of the forest, and everyone ran after him, the man screaming like crazy. And just when Sally suspected something, she shouted, they need to stop. At this rate, they will play into Parker's hands. But it seemed that only Sally's brain worked, the leader shouted. Not a word more, let him shut his mouth. And all because she had no idea what martial arts the warrior had learned. The warrior could defeat her in an instant. And how this assassin acts right in front of her. Besides being an eyesore if she lets him live. And if he creates trouble wherever he goes, not only will death follow him, but it will also destroy the reputation of the Ime sect, which is already on the verge of collapse. Even though it was only for a second, she can't believe that she was thrown back. She needs to quickly kill the assassin and have a real fight with the warrior. Everyone ran into the abandoned building and the traps were immediately activated. The captain asked what kind of place this was. Coming closer, the captain realized what kind of place this was. He shouted, this is the 10-clan estate. The leader asked. The killer led them to the 10-clan village. The warrior shouted, how dare he lure them into this hole? Finally, Parker appeared. He stood on the roof of the building and looked at all the people. The head shouted what he was up to. Parker replied, let them look for it in their eyes. This is his inevitable heavenly net. Suddenly, some guy shouted, he is Chan, and he will take the neck of this demon. Daggers flew towards him. He was acting too arrogantly. Having blocked only a couple of daggers, he decided that there would be no more attacks. But he quickly realized that he was wrong. The daggers continued to fly and fly at the guy. They flew from all sides. And he couldn't stop them all. In a couple of minutes, Chan died. The other guys were shocked by the amount of weapons. Parker was pleased. It seemed like 10 had done a good job, as expected from the 10-clan village. They definitely don't know about this. The type of hidden weapons and extreme poison that is hidden in this place. The girl said, just think. He lured them to the 10-clan village. Should they fight him in this place? Anywhere but here, the girl took one step back and Sally shouted, stop! Arrows came out of nowhere and killed the girl and a couple of other girls. The rest panicked. They started running chaotically from side to side. Sally shouted at them to calm down. They must not act recklessly. But the girls didn't listen to Sally. They continued to panic. One of them stepped on the tile, and then the poison seeped out of the ground. The girls began to scream even louder, but quickly died. And then a bunch of snakes crawled out of the ground. The same ones that Parker knew so well. A swarm of snakes headed towards the people. Screams and pleas for help filled the village. The chief got angry and said to come down right now. She charmingly rips his damn head off. Parker just grinned and said, let him wait. After all, the best is saved for last, Parker laughed, and people continued to die. The warrior was fed up with this, so he destroyed everything around him. The snakes simply exploded from this energy. Then he shouted, it was he who clipped the wings of the Qing sect. It was time to pay for it with his life. Parker was offended by this. He asked if he would pay with his life. Hadn't the stink made him do this 7 years ago? He no longer has anything to pay off in this rotten world. All he has left to do is collect them. Having finished speaking, Parker decided to attack the warrior. He instantly found himself behind the warrior. He also quickly noticed this. He turned around and swung his sword, cutting through Parker's coat. The warrior saw Parker and said that everything about him had changed since that meeting, except for his eyes. Parker replied, and nothing had changed in him except his eyes, the warrior said. This time he would not let him get away. He attacked Parker with a slash of azure cloud, but Parker, like a snake, deftly avoided the attack. Then he attacked the warrior with his daggers, but the warrior also managed to block the attack. Then he said to Parker, not bad, he is no longer a simple hired killer. Parker did not answer, and he continued to attack. The warrior thought about what these 7 years had been like for him. His techniques were better honed than any martial artist in Sichuan province. For a warrior, it was fun. After all, it had been a long time since he had desired victory so strongly. What 7 years had been like for him. What he spent in the darkness, looking at Parker. The warrior saw another guy. Then he decided to collect his thoughts. The sky turned red and the warrior's sword sparkled even more than before. Then the warrior said, he'll see if Parker can fight it off. Then he instantly flies up to Parker. The blow was so big that there was a huge explosion. The warrior felt something. He thought Parker wouldn't be able to avoid the 13 cuts of the azure cloud. He was sure he had cut it in half. But the smoke cleared, and the warrior froze in shock. And all because Parker calmly grabbed the sword with his fingers. Parker then used the secret technique of the hungry demon saber, and destroyed the warrior's sword. The sword fragments fell to the ground, and the warrior was still in shock. A sword that had been passed down from the master for generations. There was no mark left on it even after the fierce battle. The warrior could not understand how Parker destroyed his sword. As soon as he started screaming, as he did it, a spear was thrust into him. It was the head. She took advantage of the fact that he was distracted, attacked him. Parker didn't seem to expect it either, and the leader said the warrior did a good job. And now she would take him on and finish him off. But the warrior was not going to give up. Despite his condition, the warrior stood up and, calling the leader a cowardly bitch, asked if she'd really hit him from behind. The head just chuckled and asked, what if yes? Doesn't he know that in a battle only the winner matters? He should blame himself for his weakness, she laughed. Then the warrior shouted, she is the head of the Ame sect. Isn't she ashamed to do this in front of so many people? He shouted so loudly that everyone turned around. But the leader said they were only convinced that they were the victors, having gained power over the entire Sichuan province. Even if they saw something else, they will only be able to talk about it in the afterlife. Then the warrior screamed, she is a devil. She thinks the Ime sect will continue to exist. The Ime sect is weakening. And all because of her. The leader didn't listen to him. She attacked him and said that he should worry about the Qing sect. Because the Ime sect she would create would live forever. She had gathered her strength. And again she attacked the warrior, shouting, the Qing sect, having lost one of its pillars, known as the Sage, will face a miserable end. Then she turned around and told Parker she was somewhat grateful to him. This incredible opportunity came about because of his active actions while they were fighting. As a token of gratitude, she will give him pain that he will not forget even after death. Parker replied to the old woman that if it weren't for her greedy ambitions, he would live like a normal person, wandering the world. He would have truly preferred the life of an ordinary person, but her ambition turned him into a murderer. Parker summoned his threads and daggers again, preparing to attack the leader, and told her to watch. She looks at him, at the terrible monster she created, and how great he has become. Parker attacked the leader, but she was able to block all of his blows with her staff. It looks like Parker will have to try harder in the battle with the head of the Ime sect. He decided to deprive her of her staff. There was a huge explosion, but the leader dispelled it, and her staff was intact, and she said that something like that wouldn't work on her. Then she gathered her power and hit Parker at once. A huge fireball flew towards Parker. But Parker called his threads to himself in time, and was able to withstand this blow. The fire burned next to him, and Parker stood in it as if nothing had happened. Then he attacked her himself. The sky sparkled. These were Parker's daggers. The head got angry. She twirled her staff and struck the ground, the daggers flying off in the shockwave. Then she asked proudly, and that was all he could do. Parker invited her to find out. Parker's hand was on the ground. Then the leader noticed that there were strings coming from it, and too late she saw that Parker had grabbed her leg. Parker pulled her leg and she lost her balance, then immediately ran towards her. He used the mind acceleration technique, Black Lightning, if he uses mind acceleration, to increase his ability to think quickly to the maximum, and Black Lightning to increase his physical abilities to the maximum. Parker can move at the speed of sound. The leader didn't even have time to blink, and Parker was already attacking her. Then he stood next to her and looked at her, and the head still could not comprehend what had just happened. She didn't see any attack, just think. She could be knocked down with one attack. Couldn't it be an accident? That he fought on par with a warrior. What kind of monster she created? She realized that at this rate, she would end up as a warrior. And so she called the captain and Sally. Then she ordered to kill this bastard. Parker didn't even bat an eyelid, and said how disgusting it was that she wanted to sacrifice the lives of 2 people to save her own. Does she really think he'll allow such a possibility? Parker asked, flying up to the chief. He flew past the captain and was already approaching the head, but the angry captain attacked him. But Parker didn't have time to play with it, so he quickly sent several daggers to the captain. It was Sally's turn. As soon as Parker approached the leader, Sally attacked him with her power. But Parker simply dodged her attack. Sally got angry and shouted, "Enough!" and attacked him again. Parker had no intention of stopping. He flew past Sally straight to the head of the cult. He didn't even counterattack. He just flew past Sally. Sally didn't understand it. While Sally was wondering why Parker didn't even try to attack her, Parker had already reached the chapter. Approaching the head, Parker created a huge ball around them. Now the head is trapped in Parker's trap. There were snakes everywhere. And then a huge snake appeared in front of her. The head screamed, "He is a demon." If it weren't for him, Sichuan would have belonged to her. At that moment, Parker attacked her, then asked, "That's all she can say for the last time, and now let her disappear from his life forever." The leader was dead. The battle froze. People looked at Parker and said, "He's a man at all. He is a reaper. Where did this monster come from?" Parker looked at the people and they were scared. They understood that they couldn't defeat Parker, so they decided to just run away. Everyone was scared of him. The assassin they hated so much, he instantly destroyed the leaders of the Ime and Qing sects and took all of Sichuan under his control. Sally was angry. She thought they were finished. What should they do now? What was the future of the Ime sect? Suddenly Parker turned around. His bright eyes frightened even Sally. She tried to call his name. Suddenly, the warrior screamed again at the top of his voice. It seemed that Parker was looking not at Sally, but at him. The warrior stood up. His body changed, as did his aura. He began to look more and more like a demon. Then the warrior snatched the sword from one of the students. Ignoring the question, the people began to talk. They are sure that this energy is definitely demonic energy. People are worried. When they realized that the Qing sect elders were studying demonic techniques, the warrior attacked Parker again. The warrior's movements have completely changed. The warrior's movements are a bit similar to Parker's. The warrior screamed like a madman that he would finish Parker off, fiery tears flowing from his eyes. But even so, Parker was not nervous. The warrior became much faster than before, and now there were no gaps in his movements. It seems that all this is due to demonic technique. However, the warrior is currently not himself. Demonic energy has enslaved his mind. Parker created threads and daggers surrounded the warrior. Then Parker tied the warrior with his threads. The warrior screamed like a wild animal and tried to get out of Parker's trap, while Parker himself calmly looked at him. Suddenly the warrior began to go out like a match. His voice also disappeared, and then he simply fell. Parker wanted to approach the warrior, apparently wanting to finish him off, but a sage appeared in front of him. Then the sage ran to the warrior and asked why he began studying the demonic art. The warrior said in a hoarse voice, "This is all for their sect." He took the sage by the hand, and his eyes soon became empty. The sage said, "What did he do? He was so desperate to protect the honor of the Qing sect, but she lost it because of his demonic art." The morning came. A warrior from the Qing sect used demonic art. Sect leader Ime had no shame in stabbing the Qing sect in the back, and yet they still couldn't kill a single person. Everyone understood that the whole of Sichuan would change because of this killer. No one dared to attack Parker. Sally then walked up to him and called him master, and asked if he could allow their Ime sect to take the leader's body and leave this place. The girl screamed no. How could she bow her head to the man who killed their master? But Sally gave the girl a single look to keep quiet. Sally understood everything. That at the moment there is no person who can defeat him and avenge them. The main goal now is to survive. Then the sage also bowed his head and said, "The Qing sect also wants to take the warrior's body and leave. Can they do this?" People were shocked. The leaders of the two great sects humbly submitted. If Qing and Amy continue the battle, it's unlikely that they'll be able to survive it. But Parker is trying. Parker said that if he let them go, they would take revenge, just like him. Logically, Parker is not a fool. Sally swore on the name of the Ime sect that they would never seek Parker out for revenge. The Qing sect sage also promised that they would give up revenge and forget all their grievances. Parker asked if they thought he could believe them. Sally replied yes, they would definitely follow through. The sage promised again. Parker glared at them, then looked at the sky and allowed them to leave. After this incident, Sichuan was almost destroyed, and the Qing and Ime sects ceased their activities. And the rest closed themselves in their territories and began to repair the damage. These events affected many people, yet no one could even think of taking revenge on Parker, who is now a legend known as the Reaper. Parker lay quietly on the boat and enjoyed life. But as time went on, changes began to happen in Sichuan again. The assassin who single-handedly turned the whole of Sichuan upside down became famous. This stranger decided to go to Chengdu, and his nephew also went with him. Life in the city returned again. People sold goods, communicated and rejoiced as before. Among these people there was a stranger. He burst into the building and the girl asked how she could help. The man said he would like to meet the owner of the place, the girl replied. Unless he had an appointment. It will be difficult. Then the guy showed some badge and the girl asked, head of the inspection squad. The guy's name was Hell. He asked the girl to bring the owner here, and also, let him take with him all the documents about what was happening in Chengdu. The girl ran away, and Hell wondered if the death of branch manager O could be connected to the killer who wreaked havoc in Sichuan. The stranger on the street was all in chains and shouting that they were only treating him like this because of his hunchback. Then the man bowed and shouted, no, he didn't dare think about such a thing. But this did not convince the stranger. He shouted, and still sells him such goods for 3 silver yang, the man replied. But taking into account the cost of materials and labor, this price was still small. But the stranger told him to sell the necklace for 1 yang, which was extremely unprofitable. Then the stranger became even more angry. The man begged for mercy, because he had only just started his business. But then 2 more strangers appeared, and the man asked what had made the great steel hunchback return to this place. Stop picking on the poor shop owner. Things are bad enough here. If there's not enough money, he'll pay for it. The hunchback asked the shadowless practitioner what he was doing there. The practitioner's name was Harvey, and he was also accompanied by a girl named Sony. Harvey laughed and replied that he was just walking with his niece and dropped by the place. He looked at his niece and said, let her show respect. He is famous throughout the southern part of Henan. The steel hunchback of the Hall of 7 Stars, Mr. Kip. The girl introduced herself and showed respect. Then Harvey said that if Kip wanted this accessory so much, he would buy it. Kip clicked his tongue in displeasure. Kip threw the accessory to the seller and said there was no need. He was not a beggar, and left yelling at people. Then Harvey said that since he was here, it was only a matter of time before the other 6 stars arrived. And in the place where they find themselves, something always happens. A strange turn of events. Parker, meanwhile, was on the banks of the river. It seems that Parker's life became calm again. He was eating when Hell came up to him and asked if he was Mr. Parker, right? Parker replied. Exactly. Hell came closer and said, Parker is much more handsome than rumored. Such a beautiful face. Parker replied that if he came to talk nonsense, then he should get lost. Then Hell apologized and said that he was just so surprised. He even forgot to introduce himself. He spent too much time and effort trying to find Parker. Hell finally introduced himself and Parker said he had never heard his name before. And Hell answered, not surprisingly, because this was the first time he had introduced himself to someone outside the Hao clan by his real name. Parker asked what questions the Hao clan had for him. Hell asked. Parker was really asking because he didn't know. To put it simply, it was Parker who killed Sun, the leader of the Chengdu branch of the Hao clan, right? Parker answered too simply. Well, yes, he killed, if, of course, that man from the Hao clan was really called San. Parker's answer seemed to anger Hell, but he still asked why Parker killed him. He looked at Parker with his soulless eyes. Parker responded because Sun was collecting. And he sold information about him. This answer struck Hell even more, he asked. Only because of this. Parker is generally aware of what the Hao clan is, and thinks that by crossing their path, Parker will be able to continue his peaceful life. And if he orders it, every member of the Hao clan in Chengdu will attack Parker, Hell threatened. Of course, Parker didn't care. He calmly replied. Hell's head would be on the ground before that happened. And then the head of the clan leader, Parker, added. Hell, unexpectedly, began to laugh. He continued to look at Parker with his creepy gaze and thought, maybe he should just get rid of this bastard here and now. Parker didn't even lift a finger, but his threads already surrounded Hell, which greatly surprised him. The thread slightly cut Hell's cheek, and then Parker said that he shouldn't show his murderous intent in front of him. He was quite sensitive to it. Now Hell was not so arrogant. His blood had already been spilled, and Parker was unharmed. Parker stood up and said that he didn't care who the Hao clan was. It didn't interest him at all. Let him remember one thing. If they continue to interfere and cause him inconvenience, he will blow their heads off. Ten was doing well too. He was working when Parker came to him and asked if he had a lot of orders. Ten said he should have said he was coming. Parker replied that he didn't want to distract him from his work. Parker looked at the daggers made by Ten and admired them. Ten really gets a lot of orders. 10 seemed happy. He thanked Parker. If it weren't for Parker, he would never be able to open the forge now. Then 10 asked what brought Parker here, if the phantom daggers were worn out. Parker shook his head and said no. He wanted to place the order himself. He needed something to protect his hand. 10's face said it all. He clearly didn't understand why Parker wanted to protect his hands. After all, he thought that Parker was currently resting, but still agreed to make something light and durable. Who would have thought that Parker would need bracers, even in fights with incredible masters he had never used armor before? Should we expect some kind of grand battle? 10 went down to find the materials he needed. While he was collecting materials, he noticed that the bag next to him was moving. There was someone in it. Then 10 grabbed the bag and shouted who was there. An unfamiliar child was hiding under the bag. In the morning, 10 carefully prepared breakfast and said he would just leave the food here and leave. Let him eat if he wants. The child didn't move. Several days had already passed, so 10 said. He doesn't ask who he is or why he came here. He just asks for food so as not to die of hunger. He needs to go somewhere today, so he won't be back until evening. He'll bring him something tastier for dinner, 10 added before leaving. 10 went to Parker and said he brought what Parker asked him to do. Excellent work. 10 is truly a master of his craft. He forged from soft iron, so movement should not be too restricted. If you put your energy into them, you can block almost any weapon. Parker was pleased. He praised 10 for his work, and he laughed happily and said, of course, he put in so much effort. Then he suddenly stopped laughing and took silver threads out of his pocket and handed them to Parker. 10 tried to make them from the remains of the bracers. They are quite elastic and durable, so Parker will find them useful. Parker thanked 10. Then 10 said he would go. Parker was surprised that he was going to leave so soon. So 10 explained that he had a certain named guest waiting for him at home, so he wanted to check if that person was still there. Parker, of course, was tense. In the city, the girl asked. Still no news. The man replied that he was sure they had arrived in Chengdu, but he found no further traces. Asking for help from the Hao clan would be even worse. The girl said that we must catch him carefully. It is difficult to trust the people of the Hao clan now. 10 passed by these guys, who decided to go into the market. Those guys were with the Steel Hunchback. Things are not going well for the Steel Hunchback now. He met Parker, and of course, he was losing. The Hunchback asked if the bastard knew who he was. Parker asked what he should do. This angered the Hunchback. He seemed to be out of his mind, gathering his chains and attacking Parker with his huge ball. Parker got his silver threads ready, and just as he was getting ready, the girl screamed, "Enough!" Members of the Hall of Seven Stars, the Fireblood Witch Ava, and the Firestorm Dragon Seth. Seth ordered a stop. But the Hunchback was not happy. He shouted to the leaders of the hall that the guy should be taught a lesson. However, Seth told the Hunchback to look carefully at what was in front of him. Only then did he notice the threads. If the Hunchback had taken another step forward, he would have been cut into pieces. Parker removed the threads and said what a pity. Seth said he didn't know what happened between them, but the young man didn't overdo it with the violence of his attack. Attacking his adopted brother was the same as attacking the seven-star hall itself. If the youth did so without a good reason, then they won't leave it that easy. Parker looked at Seth and decided to get ready for battle. But the girl asked him to calm down, because the Hunchback was probably the instigator of what happened. He probably just did whatever he wanted and got angry at the young man, and the Hunchback got angry again. But the girl was right, so he bit his tongue, and the girl introduced herself, then asked if she could find out the boy's name. Parker gave his name. Eva said what a wonderful name. They would pay for all this destruction. So why don't they all calm down? Parker didn't answer, just turned around. Then Eva said she didn't know what happened here, but the atmosphere in Chengdu was tense. Until they figure out what happened, no one should get involved in the conflicts. They are, after all, on a mission. 10 returned home and fed the child, who finally came out of the closet and ate in front of 10. And Parker came to Hell and said to get him information about the Hall of the Seven Stars. Hell's face said a lot. Hell asked if Parker hadn't said he would kill him if he bothered him. How Parker knew he was there. And why is he asking about the Hall of the Seven Stars? Parker replied. He doesn't need to know, Hell replied. Then he won't tell anything. Parker said he understood that Hell wanted to die. Hell was amused by this. He said he didn't care if Parker killed him. The Hao clan is not a place where Parker can act as he pleases, even if Parker threatens to do something to one of its members. There are rules here, but with him it's different. If Parker answers his question, he will find information for him. Parker thought for a moment and allowed him to ask a question. Hell did not expect Parker to answer so quickly. He is curious to know what Parker's ultimate goal is with such powerful martial arts. Parker replied that he had nothing like that. This is something that Hell certainly did not expect, he asked. How about becoming the ruler of Sichuan? Parker replied calmly. He was just learning martial arts to survive. He held on tightly to his life for the sake of revenge, and now that he had taken his revenge, he had no other desires left. The only thing he liked a little was reading books, Hell thought, though it was hard to believe. But perhaps it's fortunate that he doesn't have lofty goals, Hell said. Revenge sounds interesting. However, since they are both busy people, he will listen to this story next time. What does Parker want to know about the Hall of the Seven Stars? Parker replied. He wants to know why they came here. Hell replied that he would look into the matter. They were also curious as to why they had come here for no apparent reason. Parker apparently stole a couple of books from Hell and said she'd be staying in Chengdu for a while, so she should contact him as soon as she had any information. At night, Parker was reading a book, and a nice girl was feeding him fruits. The girl asked how he was. She asked the merchant to get this fruit. It is fresh and very tasty. Suddenly, the girl fell without finishing her sentence. Parker quickly caught her. It seems he himself did not expect this. Then the man said that the room was filled with the scent of women. How could you stay in it all day? Parker replied that it was better than living on grass alone, living in the mountains and having nothing. The stranger said that life, which is paradise for one, may seem endlessly boring to another. Then the stranger asked Parker if he knew who he was. Parker replied, "No," the man said. And yet Parker doesn't look stunned. Parker replied that if he had sensed any hostility on his part, the man would already be lying dead. The man replied, "Parker is very eccentric. Now he understands why the warrior was so obsessed with him." Parker answered as expected, "A man from the Qing sect." The man answered, "His name is Homer." Homer was the strongest swordsman in Qing, Parker asked. Didn't it seem like Homer was here for revenge? So why did you come? Homer asked. Parker knows that the Qing sect was destroyed to the ground because of Parker. Parker asked what he did wrong. Homer asked. Parker denies that it was his doing. And Parker replied that he did not deny his actions, but the Qing sect's tarnished reputation was created by people within the sect itself. After all, no one forced the warrior to learn the demonic arts, Homer replied. He originally wanted to kill Parker. In order to restore the honor of the Qing sect, he thought that Parker was just a villain who could not be forgiven. But he doesn't feel any evil energy from him. In fact, Parker is as strong as a block, gloomy as pitch darkness, and strong as lightning. Just as not everyone acts righteously just because they seem to be bright people, so not everyone who seems dark is evil. Since there is nothing useless in the universe, the heavens must have placed him in this world for a good reason. Homer stated that it was the will of heaven that the Qing sect was in such a state, a punishment for the Tao sect's failure to maintain its purity. They will continue to think so now. The Qing sect will never interfere with Parker in the future. So, could Parker promise him one thing? Now that the two pillars of Sichuan, the Qing and Aimei sects, had ceased their activities, everyone will try to take their place. But if unrighteous people take it, then not only Sichuan but the whole world will suffer a huge catastrophe. He hopes that Parker won't let this happen. Surprisingly, Homer is so calm. Parker replied that he can't promise. After all, he already told him that he does not deny what he did. He has no right to do so. Homer hoped that Parker could become a man who would avoid wrongdoing, hate evil, and sympathize with the unfortunate. He hopes that they will meet again, if fate wills it, Parker answered honestly. He will never be able to do such things as pity for others. And the boy finally said his name to Tennu. His name is Shinu. Tennu asked where he was from. The kid answered, Hefei, and Ten asked how Shinu got here. It's thousands of kilometers. Shin surprised Ten and replied that he didn't know himself. Then Ten asked if maybe someone was following him. The kid was just about to answer Ten when some freak attacked the little child. Tears and shock froze on the poor child's face. He fell to the ground, and the man said, he must bring him back alive. It was Berserker Johnny, from the Hall of 7 Stars, he added. Although he could get half the reward if he brought his corpse. Suddenly the incredible happened. The boy started screaming and then got to his feet. The man was surprised at first, but then happily said that he didn't know what had just happened. But he is glad that the boy survived. He will be given a full reward since the child is okay. However, something incredible happened again. The baby grabbed the man by the hand and slammed him into the floor. There wasn't even a scratch left on the baby. Now even the man wondered what was going on here. He must be a child who knows nothing about martial arts. Where does he get such strength from? Only then did the man notice that the wounds had already healed. Now he understood that this was not an ordinary mission after all. The man said, and he was wondering why they paid so much for the child. But here's the thing. It's even better this way. It's not like the kid would let himself be killed that easily, so he doesn't need to worry. Let him continue to fight. He wonders if the child can survive after all his limbs are cut off. While the man was shouting this, Ten ran up behind him and grabbed him, shouting at Shin to run away faster. How thoughtless, because it is clear that this man is very strong. The same cannot be said about Ten. The kid didn't expect this either. He froze in place. Ten shouted at him to run away. Stop standing there. The man was very angry with Ten and then he hit Ten, who flew back unable to resist him. The kid had already managed to run away, which irritated Johnny even more. He clicked his tongue and left without touching Ten. And Hell told Parker that the 7 Stars Hall is currently looking for some boy. It seems he is talking about Sheena. They questioned everyone who saw a boy of about 15 years old and rather thin. Parker asked what the reason was. Hell replied that they hadn't figured it out yet. He had already mobilized the Hao clan members, but they were quite secretive about it. Suddenly someone shouted, "Let go!" Parker immediately recognized this voice. Hell asked what happened. The girl came in and said that someone named Ten was trying to find a person here. Parker decided to go out himself. Parker asked what was wrong. Ten fell to his knees and asked if Parker could help him. Ten said that a boy was hiding in his workshop, and some martial artist with a sword came in and kidnapped him. But there was something strange. The boy's shoulder was cut badly. So badly that it should have gone through the bone and killed him. However, he twitched and suddenly stood up. Hell said, "This swordsman must be the youngest member of the Hall of 7 Stars, John, the Berserker. And this boy, he remained alive, although the sword went through his shoulder. It's not that simple. It might be related to the Demon King, the Phantom King, decades ago. A creature within human regeneration made the strongest of this world tremble. It was inexplicable. A monster that could survive no matter what opponent he fought or how badly he was injured. Since then, rumors began to circulate that whoever learns the secret of the Ghostly King will gain eternal life. Eventually, people became obsessed with this secret of the Ghost King. The building was burning. People were grabbing their children and running away in panic. And among this crowd of people, Ava was calmly walking. She said that she was sure that the baby ran in this direction. Where was he? The panic increased. Sichuan is not their territory, so they can't stay here for long, Ava thought when she was called. It was another member of the 7 Stars Hall, June, who asked Ava what she was doing there. Eva said that they were looking for a rat here. June said that if she was talking about that kid, then he was no longer here. Then Ava asked if it was all in vain, and June asked why they had set the fire. What if they come running here from Chengdu? Eva replied. That won't happen. Because of Parker, they can't act, June said. And she believes it. It's an exaggeration. She doesn't believe that all the warriors of Chengdu are afraid of who knows who. And if Parker gets caught by him, then he will rip his throat out with one swing of his sword. Parker won't even have time to realize it. What happened when she gave him her life, Eva said. Then she would eagerly await his severed head. People continued to scream in grief, and Ava said that these sounds were always pleasant to hear. The pain and sadness of people was like music to these guys. They laughed at their suffering, and they didn't even notice that the threads surrounded them. June didn't even have time to blink before he was lifted up. Ava turned around and saw that June had been grabbed by the neck, writhing in pain on top. Another second and June's head flew off his shoulders. Now Eva was no longer laughing. People were still standing near their burning houses and grieving. The city was just beginning to rebuild. As it began to burn again, the residents were in despair. Among them was Sony. She could not believe what she saw. Harvey was there too, and Sony asked him how this could have happened. Harvey replied if he had known. There seems to be something strange going on here. Harvey recently heard that something serious happened in Chengdu. He also heard about a huge fire, a bad sign, and then he noticed some man. It was the bamboo leaf swordsman, Al, another member of the 7-Star Hall. Sony asked what he was doing there. Harvey replied that he didn't know. He was also interested. Whatever it was, it must be something important. Otherwise, it wouldn't be emitting such deadly energy. Harvey asked if she could feel it. Sony said yes, but she didn't know how to explain it. She offered to follow him and see, but as soon as they turned around, the fencer was no longer on the street. Then they became worried. Harvey asked where he had gone. He felt that they were following him. Sony asked how it was possible to disappear in an instant. Suddenly they noticed a pool of blood, and later saw the body of the fencer. The great swordsman that Harvey and Sony feared so much was killed in an instant. Harvey asked how this could happen. He only missed him by a couple of seconds. And in that time, Sony asked if such a thing was possible. She couldn't believe that a master like Al was defeated so helplessly. Harvey replied, "There are killers of that level in the world. It must be him," Harvey hinted. Sony asked if he meant the man who had recently turned Chengdu upside down, the murderer who was said to be single-handedly dealt with all the sects of Sichuan province. Harvey replied, he thought it was just an exaggerated rumor. However, it is difficult to continue to disbelieve after witnessing this situation. A major disaster is brewing in Sichuan province. Morning came. There was a bloody trail on the grass. Baby Shinu was still alive and continuing to fight for his life. But the killers weren't far behind either, the guy asked. Is it really incredible how people are capable of such things? Then the guy stabbed the child with a couple more daggers. The poor boy writhed in pain, but did not die. And the guy spoke calmly. Now he understood why they asked him to bring the child. Suddenly the boy, in tears, cried out, he was wrong. He was asking for salvation. The boy didn't understand anything and smirked. The kid didn't do anything wrong. But Jianghu is such a place where even if you did nothing wrong, you get killed. He doesn't know how the boy got such a body. But his client will take the boy apart to find out the cause. He will tear out and study everything in him, down to every vein and bone marrow. After this, no matter how immortal the child is, he will still die. Immortality is a dream for many people. The baby will die for this dream. Something about the boy's life doesn't look like a dream, although he has immortality. Suddenly another guy came running and shouted, they have big problems. Sixth's brother Al died. The guy was shocked. He clearly didn't expect this. And another guy said that a practitioner without a shadow had recently found his body. Meanwhile, the hunchback walked past the burnt houses and said that he was in serious trouble. He remembered Parker and getting angry said, how dare this guy humiliate him in front of Eva? The next time they met, he would definitely kill him brutally. Suddenly he noticed Ava flying over his head. Then he asked where she was going in such a hurry, especially over the rooftops, avoiding people's eyes. Just when the hunchback decided that something had happened and he should hurry to her, He was attacked, and immediately Parker's threads wrapped around his neck. It seemed that Parker was about to cut off the head of another member of the Hall of Seven Stars. But the hunchback did not give up so easily. He grabbed his chains and threw the iron ball towards Parker. Of course, the hunchback didn't hit Parker, but he was close, and Parker put on his gloves that Ten made for him. Parker looked calmly at the hunchback and he quickly recognized Parker. The hunchback screamed that he would kill Parker. However, a little later, Sony and her uncle found the hunchback's body. Harvey immediately recognized him. Harvey said it was the same person who killed Al. How strange. Someone targeting the members of the Seven-Star Hall. Sony asked if anyone had a grudge against the Seven Stars Hall such as Pac, Harvey replied. They have never operated in Sichuan province, but there is still a high probability that they did. I don't know if they have any scores to settle with the Hall of Seven Stars, but it was done well. Not every killer could do that. Sony asked sweetly what kind of killing technique is this, and where did he learn it? He is definitely an inhuman monster. But Harvey noted that people who have seen him say he is young and very handsome. Sonia, who turned out to be naive, asked why such a person would do such terrible things. Harvey sighed and said it was time to go. He didn't think this was the end. Sony asked if they should intervene. Then Harvey asked. He had lived his whole life with the spirit of camaraderie. How could he pass by now? Besides, although the members of the Seven-Star Hall are quite eccentric, they cannot ignore this incident. Then Sony reluctantly agreed to go with him. And Harvey asked, wondering how far this fire would spread. The boys ran from the city into the forest. Seth shouted, "Everyone stay vigilant. They don't know from which side he might attack." He understood that it was his mistake. He could not believe that the one who fought the Iron Hunchback was Parker. I should have finished him off back then. He didn't want to attract attention, so he kept quiet. And as a result, he lost 2 of his brothers. Seth did not know that the Hunchback was also dead. John asked why he targeted them. "It's all because of that fight," the guy replied. "If that were the case, he wouldn't have dragged it out. He thinks it has something to do with this kid." Well, the guy was half right. They say a noble man will wait 10 years to take revenge if this child is given away. And if you get support, then you can easily kill this Parker. Until then, you need to hold on. Seth replied, "Of course, he would endure everything and would definitely pay for his shame today." "They'll follow her," Seth added. Eve said men are such fools, although it's even cute. The boys were running after Ava when Seth noticed something. He said something was wrong. The forest suddenly darkened. Suddenly, the guy fell. It looks like he was already caught. He looked at the guys and told them to run. The guy was dragged into the forest. Eva and Seth ran to help him, and didn't even notice that John had already been killed. Seth and Eva had already reached the guy, but he continued to yell at them not to come closer. The guy disappeared without having time to say that it was a trap. Seth asked what happened. He had never heard of such a thing. Only then did they notice that there were 2 of them. Eva got nervous and said, "They were so distracted by the second barrack." Seth got angry and said, "This is impossible. First the elders, and now the younger ones." Suddenly the second one called his brother. The guys raised their eyes and saw that the guy was tied up. 1 second later, the guy was cut into pieces. The guys froze from such a terrible scene. And then Parker himself came out of the forest. Eva was trembling with fear. But Seth was furious. He screamed and released all his strength. He instantly approached Parker, hoping to kill Parker in one blow, but Parker easily dodged the attack. Then Seth attacked again and again. But nothing happened. He couldn't understand how it happened. He thought he would definitely hit him, but he didn't even touch him. He aims accurately at vital organs, but Parker dodges all of his attacks. Just enough that he barely touched him, as if he was attacking his shadow. Seth's anger grew even more. Then he hit even harder. The forest seemed to be on fire, but when the smoke cleared, Seth saw that Parker was safe. Seth couldn't understand how this was even possible. Parker was dodging as if he could see right through him. Eva called out to Seth. Parker turned around and his daggers rose up and flew straight towards Eva. Then she got scared and called on her abilities. The best defense's attack. She ran to him. Eva called for Seth. She was simply furious and ran to them. But it seemed it was already too late. Parker had already grabbed Seth and asked, and now they had to answer his question. Why do they need this child? Eva thought, this child, as expected. Parker came for them because of this child. Parker pressed Seth and ordered him to tell everything. Seth replied in a panic that he didn't know either. They just received an order. Then Parker was about to rip Seth's head off, but Eva shouted, "No need. They can resolve everything peacefully. No need to be so scary. They don't know much either." She tried to talk Parker into it. Then Parker let go of the strings. Seth's neck was free. But Seth immediately decided that he needed to attack Parker. But what happened was something Seth didn't expect. Parker's blade flew straight into Eva's forehead, and she fell to the ground. Then Seth went berserk and cried, "Parker killed his younger brothers." He repeated this several times. He attacked Parker again, and Parker took a breath and turned on his other killer mode. Then he killed Seth in a second using his black lightning technique, Seth calling Parker a demon before he died. After that, Parker went to the child. He picked up the baby and carried him on himself, and thought they were talking about the Ghost King. Just a moment ago he was at death's door, but now his breathing is stabilizing. Is there really such a person in Jiangsu? The secret of eternal life? What nonsense. It is quite natural for living beings to die, when their time comes. But he never even thought that it was possible to go against fate. Even if it was possible, there would be a price to pay. Parker suddenly froze, feeling fear. He turned around and saw someone standing in the woods. Parker was sure there was someone ahead, but he couldn't sense them. This was the first time this happened to him, so Parker was nervous. He put baby Sheena on the ground to prepare for another attack, but the wind suddenly increased. But this wind was unusual. Like a gentle but steadfast dragon, if a human enters the fight first, Parker will not be able to stay away. Parker released his powers, and huge snakes wrapped around the man's dragons. And then they flew up to the stranger. But this man only grinned, and the snakes simply exploded in front of him. Parker got really angry. Now he's in a panic. And the man said he copies other people's valuable skills. What a bad boy! Parker panicked when he realized that the man was not just strong. If he couldn't kill him, he would die. So Parker gathered his strength again and attacked the man. However, this did not help at all. The man easily repelled Parker's strong attacks and grinned. The man began to call upon his powers, which seriously frightened Parker. It seemed that it was time to fight seriously. He gathered his strength and daggers, even as the man continued to attack him. The man said he was able to withstand it, destroyed the vegetation in a short time and moved on to the living. Or maybe he accidentally unlocked Parker's potential. The sun was already rising, and the battle had just begun. Parker seemed to be seriously wound up. Even the man was nervous. He created a barrier between them. The man said, "The further, the more interesting." Raising his hand, the man created a huge dragon. He didn't want to waste any more time. He was going to destroy Parker in one blow. The explosion was so huge that it reached the clouds. Smoke surrounded the man, and he thought that this was the end. Of course, the main character was alive. Parker took advantage of this moment and grabbed the man. Then the man jumped up, freeing himself from Parker's thread, and then said, "There is still something in him." In fact, Parker was badly hurt. He was no longer standing on his feet, and his head was covered in blood. The man came down and said that not only had he survived the attack, but he had also tried to fight back. This is the first time this has happened to this man, and he doesn't even know what Parker will do next. Now is the perfect opportunity to kill Parker, but there is no fear in Parker's eyes. Such people can even bite their opponent to death if necessary. He won't be able to simply kill Parker. And the man knew this. He himself had already spent a lot of effort. Then he said, "They say that the plan of heaven is impossible to comprehend for a mere mortal. I wonder if he will regret today's decision." The man picked up baby Sheena. Parker shouted, "Enough! Why? Why does he need this child?" But the man put pressure on Parker with his strength and answered, "For protection." Parker asked, "Protection from what?" The man replied that he could not say that, and was not obliged to. Then Parker said that if that were the case, he would not take the child. The man just laughed and asked, "Does he need anyone's permission? Maybe this little one's?" He doesn't know how the boy got here. But the boy cannot stay here. If he continues to stay here, a terrible disaster will befall the lands of Sichuan. The guy has a decent level of martial arts, so he might be able to survive this, but others won't be so lucky. He has to protect this child, Parker asked, and how can anyone believe such words? The man said he didn't care whether he believed it or not. He wouldn't back down. The guy's style was quite unusual, but it wouldn't work on everyone. He asked Parker's name, but Parker asked if he shouldn't introduce himself before asking someone's name. The man laughed and said, "Well, that's right." He said his name, Percy. "This world is about to be in trouble, and the blood-red sky will open. Let him beware of those who are behind this," the man added. Then he just disappeared. Then Parker sat down and asked Percy what was laughing at him. In the city, Hell stood in front of the corpses of the 7-Star Hall members and said that he didn't expect all 7 of them to die in one night. 7-Star Hall is a famous warrior in the province. There is a reason why the sect only has 7 members. She was able to gain her place among other prominent sects. How could she deal with them in the blink of an eye? As strong as Parker is, there should be a measure of strength. 2 strong people always bring the wind of change. Then Hell ordered his men to study the corpses and learn about Parker's skills. Then asked him if the man replied, "In the workshop," a workshop run by a descendant of the Ten clan. Hell wanted to know everything that connected Ten and Parker and why they were so close. He ordered a study of their friendship. And Parker was with Ten. He told what happened, and that this Persian took Sheena with him for protection. Ten treated Parker's wounds, and Parker said that Percy didn't seem to be lying. Ten said that there has been chaos around since last night. The fire started by Eve from the Hall of 7 Stars destroyed a third of the slums and caused chaos in the city. Now people are in a panic. He can't believe that the 7-Star Hall did all this because of Shinu. What kind of secret is this kid hiding? Since he became a target for such serious people, and also this strange man named Percy. Parker asked if Ten knew anything about Percy. Ten replied, "How could you not know about him? 2 factions, 3 sects, 3 estates, 3 clans, the strongest, even children know this." Parker asked Ten to tell him everything he knew. Ten was a little confused and said that he knew so much too. The 2 factions are the strongest sects in Jianghu in both words and deeds, both sects having appeared relatively recently, only 100 years old, but the achievements of their founders are so great that they are considered the most powerful sects. The two factions are Kwangmun and Chang. Kwangmun is a sect created by Lin, who ended the war of demons against heaven. With his help, the sect entered the ranks of the strongest. Now the leader of the sect is Lin's son, Lei, and Chang is a sect whose founder is Chang. He was the one who destroyed the alliance of heavenly demons. Thanks to his enormous financial power, he gathered many people around him. The three sects following the two factions are the Shaolin Temple, the Wudong sect, and the Mountain sect. And the three estates are the New Moon Estate, the Spirit Sword Estate, and the Rain and Sword Estate. Despite their rather short history, they are strong. The last three clans are the Heavenly Dragon Valley, the Battle Sword Clan, and the Heavenly Protector Clan. Before the confrontation between the demons and the heavens, they were called the 10 clans, but only 3 remained alive. It can be said that these 11 sects are the rulers of today's Jiangsu. But there are also those who have less power, but in strength they are not inferior to the 11th sects. These are the 8 constellations and 3 saints. Percy is from there. Parker said that it turns out that there are at least 20 masters like Percy. They say that there are that many warriors in Jiangsu. How many grains of sand? So together with other unknown masters there are many more. Jiangsu is really huge. And Parker was like a frog in a well. Parker got up and said that he would definitely return Sheena. Ten replied that there was no need, which surprised Parker and he asked why. Then Ten explained that this child was the spitting image of him as a child, which was why he was interested in him. But he couldn't keep the child for long. It might be better for the child, he's sorry, because of him Parker had a hard time. Ten laughed awkwardly, and Parker replied that he was fine. Thanks to Ten he had gained valuable experience. The world is huge. There are many masters in it. This time Parker lost, but he will not allow himself to do this again. Later, Parker changed his clothes. He decided that he had to become stronger so that nothing more would be taken from him. But first he needs to hide from the Hao clan's close attention. He can hide well, but it can't last forever. Need to find a way to hide his identity and get information. I wonder why he doesn't use someone else's face like he did before. Parker came to his past. He is in the estate of the Red Phantoms in the hope that they hid something valuable. He returned to the place where for the first time in a long time, he and the other boys saw the sky. Parker recalled how the boys were having fun at the well, like ordinary children, and he was relaxing on the grass. Ghosts of the past walked this place. Parker's friends and perhaps his first love remained in the past. Parker walked into the building. It seemed like no one had cleaned up the place since the Ime grid destroyed the Red Phantoms. There are traces of looting, but nothing important was taken. Parker is sure that what he came all this way for is somewhere here. The leader of the Red Phantoms was a cruel bastard who treated children terribly and considered them mere tools. Such people will do anything for money. The leader could very well accumulate wealth by hiding his name. Among all the valuable items, the most important ones will be where thieves cannot easily get to them. And Parker found what he was looking for. He jumped into a hidden place and saw a chest. There was clearly something valuable there. And so it was. Parker opened the chest, and there was a book. He was delighted with his find. The satisfied man happily ran to his home, singing along that he would have fun tomorrow too. But he quickly froze when he saw that there was some guy sitting in his room. Then the man wanted to run away. He ran to the exit and screamed, "What the hell? Somebody help!" But Parker said no one would come. Of course, Parker had already killed every guard long ago, then told the man that he seemed to have made a lot of money. The man then fell to his knees and asked if he was the Dark Moon. Parker replied yes. The man bowed and shouted. The Dark Moon had not contacted him for a long time, so he did not immediately recognize him. He thought that the gentleman had already lost interest in him, and he himself wondered where the Dark Moon was coming from, since he had been gone for 7 years. The man cried out. He never forgot the greatest favor the master had shown him when he was hungry. He saved all these riches to give to the master of the Dark Moon. The master can take everything. Raising his head, the man saw that Parker was no longer in the room. Then the man fell on his butt, and he shouted, he can't believe it. The Dark Moon has appeared again. Now he needs to resume the annual payments. Parker said, they say, a cunning hare has 3 holes. As expected, the sect's funds are distributed in different places. Looks like Parker will be busy visiting the sect's stash for a while. Let's get back to Chengdu. Sony said that it wasn't her uncle's fault. The Hall of 7 Stars was not an opponent that could be easily confronted without knowing everything. No matter what anyone says, she knows how great her uncle's generosity and righteousness are. Harvey thanked Sony and said he would stay in Chengdu and find out more about the killer. He might be the one to wreak havoc on the city. But Sonia should go home. Sonia didn't want to come back, but Harvey insisted that she do as he asked. After all, the killer is a serious threat. If she is put in danger, he will be ashamed to look his sister in the face. Then Sony gave in and agreed to go home. Harvey thanked Sony and said he regretted that he couldn't keep his promise and show her the city. But Sony replied that everything was fine. Next time she will definitely see everything. Even though she is going home now, she will definitely come back. She bowed and asked her uncle to take care of himself in her absence. Harvey smiled and said, of course. The disciples were climbing the mountain, all of them darkened, and they were also carrying 2 coffins. When they reached the estate, they fell to the ground and one guy shouted, the one who is responsible for life and death in this world, the Bloody Buddha. His disciples were too weak and had experienced tragic events. They pray to be saved from this injustice. The leader of the Thunder Temple, Howard, asked if they weren't the disciples sent to Sichuan. The guy shouted, "That's right. They are the disciples who went to Chengdu under the guidance of the previous leader." Howard asked why they came back again then. He was sure the order was given to establish a base in Sichuan. The boy shouted, "They lost the master and young master because of the Ting sect, and then they were chased away like dogs." Asking to be spared this injustice, the temple leader became angry and asked how they dared. "This can't be left so easily, Dark Moon. This is definitely all under his control. He'll make the Dark Moon regret this. It seems Parker needs to change his style." Several seasons had already passed. Autumn, winter, and spring. Summer finally arrived. Life went on. People in the city lived as usual, worked, made plans, discussed the weather. They hoped for a quiet life. Only Harvey was unhappy, he said. Is he really nowhere to be found? Maybe he left Chengdu after that day. Otherwise, how could it be so quiet? Unexpectedly, Sonia appeared and ran to her uncle. Harvey asked how she was. Sonia replied that her uncle had not returned for a long time. That was why she came. She was glad that her uncle was safe. Harvey asked how long she had been there. Was she really the only one walking along this dangerous road? There had been a lot of snow. Sonia answered that she was with a friend. Then a girl came out of the carriage and introduced herself as the younger Wendy, glad to meet the master. Harvey asked if she was somehow related to his niece. Harvey was surprised since she was a disciple from the Chang sect. Wendy said that she and Sonia had known each other for a long time, but this was the first time they had traveled this distance together. Harvey said that she must be here because of his niece. He was sorry they had caused her trouble. Wendy replied, "Not at all. She needed to come here anyway. The meeting of the Golden Heaven clan would be held here." Harvey was surprised. He asked, "The meeting will be here. There will be many young practitioners in Chengdu." Sonia said that not everyone would be there, just a few people, so she wouldn't be able to have dinner with her uncle today. Harvey asked if she knew where he was staying and that he should come over as soon as it was all over. The girls came to the estate. The guy, seeing them, raised his hand high and called the girls, "His name is Simon." Sonia greeted him happily. But Wendy was not very friendly, saying that he was always wandering around. The first thing he did was go to the brothel, Wendy asked. Simon started saying that the courtesans in Chengdu were really good, but Wendy quickly shut him up, complaining that his conversations were making her ears rot, and Sonia asked where the others were. Simon replied, "They came first. The rest will be here soon." The door opened and Simon said, "They came. Noah, White Moon Sword, and Cody, leader of the Golden Sky clan, Bloodweave warrior." They greeted each other and apologized for being late, and suddenly Cody sensed something. Then Wendy asked if something was wrong. Cody said no, he just felt someone's gaze. Simon said, "Everyone is looking at him." Cody laughed and said, "But he hasn't changed." But Cody wasn't wrong. The guys were really being watched, and not by an ordinary person. It was Parker. "Looks like Parker went back to Chengdu for these guys' meeting this morning," the man said. "And he's never late." Parker said he had no reason to be late. The man asked if they had a lot of work today. It would still be fine. Then Parker replied, "Of course. Today is his last day at work," the man said. "What a pity." "Something happened?" the old man asked. Parker replied, "No, nothing." Then the old man said, "That's good. Everyone has their own circumstances. Don't be too curious." At first he didn't understand. Why did such a strong man come here? But he could not even imagine that the guy would soon become so skilled. What can comfort the cows and then let her go without suffering? His hands are made for killing. Can come back if he needs work. Parker replied, "Okay, it took a long time, but Parker learned a few things while working in the slaughterhouse. There are acupuncture points that, if pierced, cause any living creature to die instantly. But for everyone they are located in different places. The dots move according to a certain pattern. Today is the last day to test his theory." Parker apologized and hit the cow. She died immediately and fell down, and Parker said, finally he was finished. The lull was over. Parker was ready to attack, and Hell was sitting in his office, sighing with displeasure. He was irritated. He thought that he had wasted his time in Chengdu all winter. The girl knocked and said that the guest was looking for the branch manager. But the new manager could not cope with it. Hell was happy at first and asked who it was. "Someone important," the girl answered. It was Cody, the warrior of the Bloodweave. This surprised Hell. Then he invited Cody. He apologized for the wait and introduced himself. Cody introduced himself and then asked Hell if he was really the manager. Hell asked Cody in surprise what he was talking about, and Cody responded, he had a completely different aura than the other branch managers of the Hao clan. Hell replied that it seemed true. Maybe it was because he hadn't been running the branch for very long. A little scary, Cody was glaring at Hell, staring at Hell so hard that even he was getting worried. Cody sighed and said, "Well, okay. He's looking for a lot of people, but he doesn't know the name. He knows that there was a major incident in Chengdu last year, and many people died, and the damage suffered by the Ting and Ime sects was so great that they closed their doors. He heard that there was someone in Chengdu at that time who caused the incident. He asks to find him." Hell wondered why the Golden Heavens needed Parker. At first they also tried to find him, but still did not succeed. He cut everything down to the Hall of 7 Stars and then disappeared somewhere. Then he said sullenly, "He is no longer in Chengdu, but still he thinks differently. Parker is like a ghost. Even if he is in the same city, in the same space, or even right in front of them, his tracks would be hard to find." Cody put the money on the table and asked if it was an advance, and if Hell would accept his request. Hell wanted to find Parker anyway, since he might refuse when offered money. He accepted the request and promised to do everything possible, but Parker would only be found when he wanted it himself. Cody, the leader of the Golden Sky, is ranked in the top 5 in the world and stood out from an early age. Since he was the grandson of one of the 8 constellations, he was followed by many people. Due to his outstanding character and martial arts skills, it is believed that, like his grandfather, he will be the strongest in his generation. But if you look at him from adolescence, it seems that he is chasing something. Parker asked the man, found out what they were doing in Chengdu. The man showed a sign that said, "There wasn't enough time for him to gather the information he needed," Parker said. "They weren't exactly here for fun. He is sure there is a reason. Let him find out," the man answered with a card. "He will do everything possible." Then Parker turned around and walked out to the people. Among the rest, Parker looked like an ordinary person. The man asked him if he was taking part in the performance today. Parker replied yes, but he was worried that he still lacked abilities. The man encouraged Parker, and Wendy was in that crowd. Cody walked up to her and asked where the others were. Wendy said Sony went to visit her uncle, and Noah was wandering the streets. Then Cody asked what about Simon. Wendy's face quickly twisted and she asked, "Probably in a brothel." Cody laughed and Wendy asked how it went. Cody replied it wasn't easy. Wendy asked if he thought he was connected to them somehow. Cody replied that he didn't know, but needed to make sure. If not, then there will be one less option. That's also good, Wendy reassured him, saying, "Gradually they will find out about everything. Now it's better to get some fresh air and breathe some fresh air." She heard that they regularly performed in the Heavenly Music Hall, and today was the day of their performance. There were no other things to do today anyway, so Cody agreed, and they came to watch the performance. At the head sat our skilled man, Parker, who skillfully played along with everyone else. Wendy said the playing technique is not particularly outstanding, but the power of the notes is amazing. Each one is taken precisely, and there is a strong will in them. It seems he started playing not so long ago. What a pity. If he had started earlier, he would have become an outstanding musician. It seems that Parker caught the attention of Wendy and Cody. Cody himself knew nothing about music, but this musician is definitely unusual. The energy emanating from his body is more like that of a sword master than a musician. Just as Cody was imagining that Parker had swords in his hands, he burst into flames, which scared Wendy. Wendy asked what happened. Cody asked if she knew who this guy was. Wendy didn't understand why he wanted to do this. Is something wrong? Cody lied that he was just curious. Then Wendy said she would find out about him. Cody couldn't take his eyes off Parker. He thought how familiar it was. It seemed like he had felt this energy somewhere before. It was similar to what he felt at the hotel where he met everyone. Parker seemed to be smirking at Cody. Then Parker decided to laugh at him even more by playing the instrument like a true master. It seemed like it was a warning. People were rejoicing, but Cody was very scared. Wendy came up and said that the guy's name was Kevin. He was born in Chengdu, and he has great talent. He inherited a large fortune from his parents, but it became even larger due to his outstanding abilities in trade. Having saved up the desired amount, he decided to study music, which he was interested in since childhood. Parker could live like this, live an ordinary, happy life. Cody was still unsure. He asked, "Was Wendy sure?" Wendy replied. She had asked several people, that was for sure. Then Cody decided that he would personally find out everything when he met him. He went straight to Parker. He approached Parker and introduced himself, saying he was impressed by his performance. Parker smiled sweetly and said, "He is Kevin. Thanks for the kind words. He was a good actor." Cody said he was deeply impressed by the performance and apologized for being rude, but he couldn't help but greet him. If Kevin doesn't mind, could he treat him to some tea later tonight? Parker, of course, knew who Cody was, although there was nothing special in the conversation. He looked at him very closely. The fact that he liked the performance was just an excuse. Why did he need it? He still has time to figure out what Cody is up to. Better to keep him close and watch. Parker came to the gate and opened it. There stood the man. Parker asked what happened. The old man gave Parker the sign. Suspicious movements were detected in the Thunder Clan. After the loss of the clan leader and young master, the clan completely collapsed. Then why now? We need to keep a close eye on them. Now we will have to keep an eye on them too. Meanwhile, the Thunder Clan was preparing for something big. Kenny was very angry. He thought, everyone thought, that the Thunder Clan would not be able to return. The Qing sect. Even death would not stop him until he brought them to their knees. How could one forget those days when he was imprisoned in Qing without even the opportunity to hold a proper funeral for the leader? He will definitely take revenge. That's why he called him to Chengdu, the Dark Moon. This is the real Dark Moon. And he looks scarier than Parker. The Dark Moon ordered to climb Mount Qing in 3 days. Kenny asked if they weren't supposed to know what exactly the Dark Moon had prepared. But the Moon replied that they didn't need to know. But then the guy started yelling that they had come all this way to bring him and hear some nonsense. And of course, the Dark Moon went crazy. These people have no patience at all. Just one phrase can take life. The dark moon technique was disgusting. The guy seemed to go crazy. He started tearing off his skin and screaming. And the true madman said that by insulting him, the guy was insulting the leader of the sect. He would never forgive the one who dared to do such a thing. Simon drank and socialized with men. And he said that when he was having fun, all the hardships of the journey became less. The man asked why he came here. Simon replied that because of the meeting, he would have to have less fun. So today is the last day of the party. At this moment, a girl passed by Simon. She was as beautiful as the most beautiful flower. Simon even froze from such beauty. The old man said, "This is Hannah, beautiful as always. She is the mistress of the pavilion of divine aromas." Simon, without listening to the old man to the end, jumped up from his seat and dared to grab the girl by the hand. He approached the girl like a madman and started talking nonsense that she was different from others. The girl was noticeably uncomfortable, but the pervert ignored it and continued asking questions. Simon stated that he is kind to those who obey him and merciless to those who resist. Hannah continued to say directly that she would not go anywhere with him. But one word, no, as always, was not enough for a man. His ego could not be defeated, and Simon began to threaten to destroy her house. Hannah was scared and wondering what to do when suddenly another man came up to them and called Hannah. It was Parker. Hannah finally freed herself from the pervert's grip and greeted Parker. Hannah hid behind Parker, and Simon, as if nothing had happened, asked if he was the owner of this courtesan. "What is his name?" Parker replied. "He didn't need it." Simon's smile immediately disappeared. He was like a spoiled child, demanding that everything be done his way. So Parker responded. What was the point in answering him? Simon dug up. That some owner of courtesans dared to laugh at him. It seems like he doesn't know him, so today is the last day for the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. Too much pathos for some average guy. He decided that he was allowed to do anything, and he wanted to destroy this place just for one refusal. He decided that Parker would tremble with fear after seeing his auras. One can only hope that Parker will brutally kill this pervert. Parker did not even bat an eyelid. And so, Simon puffed himself up and attacked Parker. But he was in for a surprise. He only attacked the shadow. The real Parker stood behind the pervert and told him that he had coveted someone else's property and made a mess. It was worth giving your life for this now that Simon was worried. But it was too late. To stop acting like a child, Simon must go through a trial. And Parker is ready to teach Simon a lesson. The pervert needs to feel the pain that his victims experienced. Simon was angry because he didn't have time to do anything before he was already attacked, he began to think. Was there such a master in Chengdu where Amy and Qing disappeared? He asked Parker again who he was. Parker replied. He had already said that he didn't need it. Parker just twisted Simon's legs. Then he ordered the staff to clean up the place. What a disappointment. Simon got off easy. In the morning, Hannah looked at Parker's face and then said that last night, Parker saved her. She thanked Parker, but then revealed that Simon had not arrived in Chengdu alone. So she's worried that Simon's comrades might disturb the master, Parker replied. She's right. He stood up, which surprised Hannah, and Parker said that they had a guest, and it was time to let him in. Parker was right. Wendy came and said that she was a colleague of that idiot who caused the pogrom here. Could they please take her to the owner of this place? The employee did so. Wendy went to the door. As soon as she approached, Parker immediately replied that she could come in, which surprised Wendy. And when she opened the door, Wendy was scared. Parker's aura scared her, she thought. This man is like a huge snake, she carefully asked. Is he the owner of this pavilion? Parker asked her to sit down and replied, The owner is Hannah. He is just helping her a little with the management. Wendy introduced herself and said that perhaps he had heard of her before, and added that she was pleased to meet him. But Parker said he hadn't heard of her, so Wendy said she must need to work harder. She thought she was already quite famous in the country. But it seems she is still not well known here, and I thought to myself, it turns out he wasn't outside the city. He really is a master. Even after what he did to Simon, it didn't feel like he was fighting. I didn't think he was after that incident. There was a master of that level left in Chengdu. Wendy asked his name, Parker thought, and he remembered how Hannah had called him affectionately, and he answered, Jan. Then Wendy said, Master Jan already knows that she came here because of one troublemaker. She wants to ask him something. The killer who carried out that incident in Sichuan last year was not him, by any chance. Parker asked why she was looking for him. Wendy replied, Just curious? Parker asked what exactly. Wendy replied that she would only tell the participant of the events directly when they met. If he's not the killer, then she has no reason to discuss it with him, Parker said. Then they have nothing more to discuss. Wendy thought for a moment and said, They will see each other again. Well, she was right about that. The man ran into the room where the old men from the fallen Qing clan, already familiar to us, were sitting. The old man asked what happened. The man shouted. People from the Thunder clan gathered outside. Then the old man and everyone else came out. Kenny and his people greeted the old man. Kenny introduced himself as the new leader of the Thunder clan. The old man greeted him and introduced himself as well. For some reason, Kenny continued to stand there and get nervous. After all, he was doing what the Dark Moon told him to do. Perhaps Kenny was under hypnosis. The old man noticed it and asked him if everything was okay. Kenny was out of his mind and said he had come to hold the clan's former leader accountable for his death. The man lost his temper and shouted, and there was no one left to be held responsible for it. Then the old man calmly asked how the Thunder Clan wanted them to be held accountable. Kenny replied that since their clan had lost a leader, the Qing sect must pay for it with the life of a person of the same status. Having finished off their leader, the clan disciples became angry and started shouting, and the old man became nervous. The people continued to scream and Kenny stood there doing nothing, a cold sweat breaking out on him. He repeated to himself, Dark Moon said that if they approached the Qing sect and made a noise, the Dark Moon will do the rest itself. But what to do now? Suddenly someone raised their hand, and he said, he is Peyton, and he is the head of the High Sky sect. The man began to approach them. The old man asked why he was here. Now he became even more nervous. The situation became even stranger. The Qing and High Heaven sects have maintained close relations over the past 100 years. Whatever mistake they had made, Heaven could not simply accept this absurd demand. But then the man declared that the Loud clan's demand was appropriate, which made the old man freeze in fear. Then another head of another clan came out of the crowd and also supported this idea. Apparently all the boys were under the hypnosis of the Dark Moon, so it seems that was his plan. Later, Hell and his people came to the destroyed village. They saw the corpses of people. Hell asked if there were any survivors. The man said no. Then Hell asked when it happened. The man replied that it happened this morning. The killer could not be found, and most likely they will not be able to find the killer. Hell asked why. The man replied, all the dead had kitchen knives, chains, clubs, or hoes in their hands. And if you look at the wounds left on the corpses, you can see that they fought with each other. Hell asked, but why would people in the village kill each other, and in such a way that there were no survivors left? It is worth understanding what happened in the village. The clan leaders under hypnosis told the old man to kill himself. The man said they looked strange. It felt like they were out of their minds. The old man supported this thought. Suddenly, one of the top students stepped forward and said that he needed to pass something on to them. This guy was also under the hypnosis of the Dark Moon. He instantly took out a knife and attacked the old man. The sage shouted what he was doing, and he stood there with a crazy look and drooling. Then he said that if you make a mistake, you have to pay for it. And he wasn't the only one who said this. All the disciples of the sect seemed to have gone mad. They screamed for revenge and attacked their own masters. The heads of other clans simultaneously ordered their disciples to destroy the Qing sect. The battle between all the sects began. Kenny couldn't understand anything apparently. This is the Dark Moon's plan. Suddenly he noticed the Dark Moon on the roof of the building, and the Dark Moon said, what is it worth? Like an idiot. Let him attack. When a split occurs, even a great sect can fall, and this applies to the Qing sect as well. The madness only increased, and the Dark Moon laughed contentedly, watching everyone kill each other. In the forest, Cody noticed birds and said, the birds are making noise. He has a bad feeling. He needs to hurry. But the battle never ended. The students tried to reach out to their comrades. But everything is fair. The sage realized that he was wrong when he thought that only other sects were behaving strangely. If they were like this because of some kind of witchcraft, then perhaps they were also influenced. But he was unable to consider this possibility. Their children were not used to fighting with their peers, risking life and death, and suddenly Cody landed right in the center of the battle. Then he, Noah, and Wendy bowed. Cody said the situation seemed unusual to them, so they intervened. They apologized for being rude. The sage barely said anything. This is a difficult time for them. He is grateful for the help. Cody asked what happened. The sage replied, they would like to know too. It seems the people have become victims of witchcraft. But they don't know who did it, and for what reason. Noah called Cody and said he should take a look here. It's the damn poison. They're all under the influence of the poison. Noah was right. The situation is heating up. Kenny himself didn't expect this. He thought she said damn poison. Cody noticed it. Noah continued, if it really is him, then there will be someone nearby controlling him. They need to find him and eliminate him. They will take care of this place, and let Cody find the sorcerer and eliminate him. Cody immediately closed his eyes and used his technique. In an instant, his gaze surrounded the entire village. He said he found it, and immediately went to the sorcerer. Cody cut through half the forest with his swing of the blade. But the Dark Moon survived. He came out to Cody and asked how the boy found him. Cody asked for what purpose the sorcerer did this. Dark Moon just laughed. Then Cody said if he didn't answer, he would have no other choice. In addition to ending the curse by force, Cody gathered energy into his blade. Then Cody swung his blade. Cody was incredibly strong. His attack cut through an entire mountain. But it was worth being accurate, because Dark Moon was behind Cody and praised Cody. Cody tried to attack him immediately, but turning around, he saw that Dark Moon had already fled. He admitted that he had missed it and was unable to fix it, but he also remembered that he had work to do. When the battle finally died down, Kenny was tied up and interrogated, the sage yelling at him. Cody ordered Kenny to tell them who used this damn poison. Kenny screamed in panic. That he himself didn't know anything. Cody came closer and said, this is the last time. He won't ask anymore. Then Kenny told what he heard. They went to the Temple of Thunder. The sage got nervous. Cody said, you could say that the Thunder Temple is the progenitor of the Thunder Clan in that case. There is a high probability that the one who used the cursed poison is a warrior of the Thunder Temple. Wendy asked what he looked like. Cody replied it was hard to tell since his entire body was covered in black cloth. Just as Cody asked if he was really a warrior for the Thunder Temple, the poison seeped into Kenny's body, and he screamed in terrible pain. He begged for help and then fell. Wendy ran to him, but it was too late. Kenny was dead. Noah admitted that he doesn't trust the killer, even those on his side, and it won't be easy to find him. First of all, they need to confirm that he is indeed one of the warriors of the Thunder Temple. Then they can ask other sects for help. Noah asked what the Ching sect would do. The sage replied that they had no strength left to fight. Those who survived were badly damaged. He doesn't know how long it will take to recover. He asks them for forgiveness, but the Ching sect will not interfere in this. They say it is to take revenge. It's never too late, even if it takes 10 years in that case, for the Ching sect. Even if it takes 100 years, it will not be too late. They will patiently recover, and one day they will definitely take revenge for their humiliation. Cody replied that if this was his choice, then nothing could be done. He wished for the successful restoration of the sect. The sage thanked him. As the sun began to set and the boys descended the mountain, Cody became serious. He was determined to find the Dark Moon. He believed that their enemy was a monster who manipulated people's minds as he wanted. It would be a disaster if they didn't catch him, Noah asked. It had been a long time since he escaped. Would they really be able to catch him? Cody replied that he saw the sorcerer bleeding. He had inflicted a fairly deep wound on him, which a regular doctor cannot cure, so there is a high probability of that. That he would go to Chengdu, where there were respected doctors, and he should also request help from the Hao clan. Noah decided to take it upon himself, and Wendy wanted to tell everything to Mr. Harvey and ask for cooperation. Cody replied, "That's what they'll do." He seemed very determined. Noah said that from this case. "They have almost no benefit," Wendy replied. "This is not the first time. Maybe it is stupid. But there are almost no people in the country who are like the sun, like Cody." But they followed him. Drawn by his unwavering faith, Noah responded. And indeed they were inspired and followed Cody. Night fell on the city, and the beautiful Hannah came out to say goodbye to Parker. She asked Parker to take care of himself. Parker told Hannah that he would come again. Hannah blushed and said that whenever that happened, she would wait for Parker. Parker smiled meekly at Hannah and left. But after moving a little further, he noticed Cody. It seemed he was waiting for Parker. And so it was. Cody greeted him and asked if he was by any chance Ian, the owner of the Divine Fragrance Pavilion. Parker asked if he needed something. Cody replied that he actually wanted to ask Ian for help. He is sure that they met before, but that time the gentleman had a different face, and he doesn't know which one is real. But he's right that there are several of them, isn't he? Parker asked who he thought he was. Cody replied that before he came here, he heard the story. It was about one man. It was about a murderer who single-handedly fooled all the sects. At first, he couldn't believe these rumors because it was too unrealistic, Parker asked. So he was looking for the killer. Cody answered, "That's right. He's been tracking one group for a long time, trying to find out if the killer is a member of it." Parker asked, "What if the killer really belonged to this group?" Cody answered, "They will fight. Then he will get to the bottom of the truth. Now the guy will answer him who he is. Musician Kevin, Yang from the Divine Fragrance Pavilion, or the murderer who carried out the bloody massacre in Sichuan." Parker took off his hat and Cody asked if this was his real face. Parker replied yes. The man Cody was looking for in front of him would now say what Cody needed. Cody replied, "Of course." Cody tossed some coin to Parker and Parker asked, "Nine-headed dragon, what is it?" And Cody replied, "I don't think the guy knows. They recently discovered people using these signs. There is no connection or common ground between them, but they all use this symbol. They, like mold, hide in every corner of the country and interfere in various issues. Unlike traditional sects, they do not worry about their reputation in society. They only care about their own gain." Parker asked if it sounded like a trading organization. Cody replied that there was something that made them different from traders. "They have absolute power," he will ask again. "He has something to do with them." Parker immediately answered, "No." Cody surprisingly simply answered, "Okay." Parker asked, "Does he believe him?" Cody replied, "He believes." Parker asked why. Cody replied, "Because of his eyes. They already know each other." But he still introduced himself again. Cody gave his name and asked Parker what his real name was. Parker said his name. Then Cody asked why they didn't become friends. They could become real friends. Despite any status, Parker immediately refused and said, "He says as if he knows something about him." But positive Cody replied that he doesn't know much, but he trusts his eyes. He knows that Parker is not a bad person. He understands that this is unexpected, but he wants to ask for help. A dangerous man has hidden in Chengdu. He is believed to be a warrior from the Thunder Temple. If they lose him, something terrible will definitely happen. He asks Parker to help find him. When they finish this business, they can start being friends, Parker replied. Again, empty words. The story of the bloodshed in Sichuan is very well known, but how many people know the whole story? From what Cody could find out, Parker is also a victim. Deep down, he is a good person. Cody still added that they would meet again. Meanwhile, the creepy moon promised that it would make Cody regret it. Meanwhile, Simon was drinking and thinking about Ian. He was still angry with him. Apparently, he couldn't accept defeat. He kept thinking, how dare Ian do this to him? When he recovers, he will take revenge. This boy will never grow up as a person. It looks like he will remain a stupid child. But Simon doesn't seem to have a chance to change this. For some reason, the Dark Moon came to him. Dark Moon grabbed Simon by the hair and pulled some kind of ball out of his mouth. Strangely enough, no one saw him. Luna put the ball in Simon's mouth and began to whisper something. It seemed to be the same poison that turns people into puppets of the Dark Moon. But it wasn't just Simon who became a victim of the Dark Moon. Everyone who was in that diner became this psycho's puppets. These people took to the streets and began to destroy everything in their path. No one could stop them. Luckily, Cody and his friends came to the rescue. Cody hit the man and he fell unconscious. Cody said he can't believe this is happening. It's definitely that sorcerer. This is happening because of him. The Dark Moon zombies were attacking people, Cody said. It wasn't enough for him to do it to the Ching sect. Now the killer has thrown Chengdu into chaos as well. Noah asked if he had been inactive until now. So why now? Cody said this commotion is not his real goal. He is sure there is something else here. Perhaps when he realized that he was surrounded on all sides, he lost his patience and did it. Cody wanted to sort it out, but suddenly Wendy came running to them and said, "Trouble." Simon hadn't even recovered yet. But he went to the Divine Aroma Pavilion. Suddenly someone shouted, "Fire! Fire in the Pavilion of Divine Aroma! This pervert has finally destroyed this place." The girls ran out of the building and tried to somehow put out the fire. The girls shouted, "Hannah is still in the building." Hannah was indeed there. This sick psycho was ready to take the girl's life for refusing to meet him. The madman shouted who ordered her to reject him. Why did she refuse him? The guys ran into the pavilion. Cody called Simon. He turned around and looked at him. Cody said, "This look is exactly the same as the Ching sect." It's obvious that he used the technique on Simon too. Wendy screamed, "The fire is spreading. We need to get Simon quickly and get out." Hannah died because she refused a pervert. Another beautiful woman fell at the hands of a lustful man. Cody thought Simon did it. He told Simon to calm down and come to them. Simon jumped up and started screaming. It was all because of him. That freak and that one. Everyone was looking down on him. He killed Hannah. Parker will definitely not forgive this. Parker finally came to the pavilion. But what difference does it make if Hannah has already died and the pavilion is on fire? It can hardly be saved. While Simon wouldn't shut up and kept screaming about revenge, Parker cut off the freak's head in a second. The freak's head slammed into his friends' faces. Noah shouted who he was. How dare he kill Simon? But Parker didn't listen to this nonsense. He remembered how he was relaxing with Hannah. She asked him. "Is there anything he wants?" Parker asked. "What he wants?" Hannah answered. "The master always does whatever the children want, but they never do what he wants." Parker replied that he had a dream, a world of his own that he created instead. A dark and rotten world created by others. Then Parker asked, "And she also never told him what she wanted." Hannah's face darkened a little. It seemed like she was sad to think about it, so she said, "Her dream is too big to be possible. She feels good just watching this dream." And now, Parker held the beautiful Hannah tightly in his arms, the fire blazing around them. Parker said Hannah tried to protect his dream, but she leaves with the world he dreams of. But he won't let her go alone. Parker was ready to kill everyone. Noah took out his sword. She used the White Moon 18 sword style. Parker sent his daggers towards her. Wendy came running and protected Noah from the daggers that were already approaching Noah's back. She noticed that the daggers changed the direction of their flight. The movements of the daggers were like a poisonous snake. Wendy couldn't predict what the next attack would be, and Noah was already next to Parker. But of course, she won't get to Parker himself. Parker created a network from his threads. Noah noticed the net and wanted to warn Wendy, but it was too late. The threads tied them together. Parker didn't move an inch as he manipulated the thread and attacked them, being so helpless against someone who didn't even move. They must be feeling terrible. It's time for Cody to make his move, the Heavenly Sword technique. Cody swung his sword and managed to cut the strings holding his friends, but even then Parker didn't move. Noah thought that if it weren't for Cody, he would have lost his life. He had never seen such a strong person in his life. However, he still wanted to continue, but at that moment Cody told him, "Enough, enough." Noah screamed, "They can't just leave. They need to avenge Simon. How can Cody say something like that?" Wendy called Noah and said, "No, they will endure," he saw. "They are not his equal." As a student of Chang, her skills were outstanding and she was very proud of them. Wendy, who never did this to anyone she dealt with, now says to be patient. Cody called Parker and suggested that they postpone resolving their conflict. Parker asked why he should, and Cody replied, "As Parker can see, Simon did indeed do something like that, but he is carefree. He was just bragging. He wouldn't have the courage to do something like that, which means there is a culprit who used Simon. In order to commit such a brutal crime, they have recently been tracking down a man who manipulated people. Those who fall under its influence show the same symptoms as Simon. He thinks the sorcerer did this to distract them while he ran away. The priority should be the criminal. You can talk about today's grievance after you catch him together. While they are fighting, the criminal may escape from Chengdu. Something similar may happen again." He asks Parker to listen to his request. He is a master of chatter. Parker stood up and asked, "And if he doesn't want to?" Cody replied, In that case, he will fight Parker with all his might. But then they won't be able to catch the criminal who caused her death. Parker will be fine with that. Parker didn't answer him. He turned around and walked out of the burning building. Morning came. The fire continued to consume the building, and the lifeless body of the beautiful Hannah was mourned. The girls could not calm down. Parker stood behind the grieving girls. Parker said he would be away for a while. From now on, she would be in charge of the pavilion. He asked to bury Hannah in a quiet and sunny place. The girl answered, okay. And she asked not to worry about the pavilion and to concentrate on her business. Parker left. Cody came to meet him and asked if he was going to look for the villain. Parker replied no. Finding it isn't that hard. It's more important to find out who's behind it, Cody asked. He's talking about the Shaolin Temple. Wendy walked down the street thinking. Noah was cleaning up Simon's headless body. And Cody went to check on a man named Parker. Only with Cody it can be difficult. So it is worth asking Sonia for help. At this moment she ran into someone. She wanted to apologize, but froze when she saw who was standing next to her. It seemed the moon had found a new victim. Dark Moon looked at Wendy and raised his hand, and she instantly lost consciousness. Then he picked up Wendy and said, she will be good material. He will take her to the Temple of Thunder, and he will make her the strongest puppet. He is looking forward to the bloody tears flowing from Cody's eyes. Parker came to Ten and told him that he had a long journey ahead and needed some items. Ten asked where he was going. Parker replied, Xizang. Ten said it would take more than a month to get there across the Western Plateau. But why? Was it really because of what happened today in the Pavilion of Divine Aroma? Parker replied yes. Then Ten said he had made a raincoat for him. Thanks to a special oil, it does not allow water to pass through and can also be slightly fire resistant. It may not be necessary, but there are a couple of useful things inside. He doesn't know if he'll need them, but let him take them. And this is white phosphorus. If you spray it and set it on fire, it will create an unquenchable flame. It was once used in the Ten family. He managed to restore the recipe. There is very little of it, so let him use it with caution, or better yet, not at all. Parker thanked him. Evening. Cody came running and said, Wendy is missing. The woman he hurt, she's not the type to disappear without a word. Parker said he didn't know anything about it. He didn't see anything else. Cody said he wasn't here for that. To just say it, it's obvious that everything they encountered and Wendy's disappearance are connected. This criminal is trying to harm him, wants revenge, first controlled Simon, and now kidnapped Wendy. He asks for help, Parker said. If Cody hasn't forgotten, then it was he who killed his Simon. Cody responded. Simon also destroyed what Parker had and killed a dear person. Simon attacked first. Let's put this complicated story aside for a moment. The criminal definitely went to the Temple of Thunder. Since he can't find and track it on his own, he can only leave it to Parker. Parker said, then let him not interfere. Nothing living will be able to escape from him. They arrived at the establishment and saw that it was filled with corpses. Cody said that he had never seen anything like it. Parker sat down and said, from this house the criminal could watch his group. If the criminal was thinking about revenge, then from here he would have seen every step. Probably when Simon was wounded, he was sitting there. Parker noticed something and said, the criminal is thinking of crossing the Western Plateau, Cody asked. Is the leather oiled? This is useful in areas with high humidity, Parker replied. Cotton balls can be used as stuffing for clothes. To avoid throwing, this piece of steel can be useful in slippery places, and pieces of iron on shoes make it easier to walk on ice. This means that the criminal goes to places where there is a lot of snow. Now between Sichuan and Xizang is the Western Plateau. The only place where there's a lot of snow, Cody said. Then they need to go there. The boys followed the tracks and saw that the psycho had killed the horse and the boatman. Cody said, like Parker said. The killer got on the boat. Parker said there's good news and bad news. The good news is that Wendy is still alive. The bad news is that the criminal has noticed the chase. Parker took off his cloak and told Cody to put it on. He would need the cloak to get through the snowy lands. Cody asked if he put it on. What about Parker? Parker replied, he has it. The dark moon passed over the snowy hills, just as Parker had said, and the moon realized that it had a tail. He thought they were definitely following him. This man had incredible tracking skills. Who is this? Was there really someone so talented in Sichuan? Was this really that guy? The man who ruined his plans to use Simon to force Cody and the group to kill each other. This is the owner of the Pavilion of Divine Aroma. It turned out that the dark moon had already seen Parker. Even though Parker hides his face, the moon can still tell that Parker is a creature of darkness. Like the moon itself, man is more dangerous when he acts covertly than when he acts openly. If he were alone, he was sure he could escape pursuit. But now Wendy was with him. Therefore he needs to hurry. He needs to overcome Xizang as quickly as possible and return to the Thunder Temple. Cody said he didn't think he could get that far in that cold. And if it weren't for Parker, he wouldn't have made it. After spending a long time together, Cody realized the only thing they had in common was that they studied martial arts. Otherwise they are different. His senses are sharper than a blade and more persistent than a wild beast. This is the one who single-handedly destroyed the Ime and Qing sect, confident that he knows more ways to kill than Cody has ever seen. He was both scared and excited to think about what methods of killing Parker would use in the future. While Cody was admiring Parker, Parker noticed something and said, Someone is approaching. Cody said, judging by their curved sabers. It's a bandit. In Xizang, they are the ones that the other bandits fear the most. It's not just about robbing, they're also killing people. They'll be here soon, Cody added. Suddenly, Parker asked Cody to deal with them. Cody was surprised and asked, "What do you mean alone?" Parker replied that because of the strong wind, the tracks would quickly be erased. Let him find him by the tracks he left behind. Cody agreed and said that he would catch up soon, so the guys split up. Cody began to fight the crowd of robbers alone. Noah tried to meditate, but he couldn't stop thinking about how helpless he was while trapped by Parker. Someone knocked and asked if they could come in. Noah was a little surprised and allowed it. It was Sony with her uncle. They came in, and Harvey asked how he was. Sony said they came to check on him. Noah said he was feeling much better, and immediately groaned in pain. Harvey asked him not to push too hard. Harvey introduced Hell, the captain of the Hao clan's inspection squad, currently the Hao clan representative in Chengdu. Hell introduced himself and Noah greeted him, and then Hell said he was bothering him. At such a late hour, since he has a very important matter, it is because of Parker's killer, who went with Mr. Cody. Parker is a very dangerous person. His Hao clan is still trying to gather information about him, but they found almost nothing. They need information about him, asks for cooperation, so that in the future, when his threat becomes reality, they will not be left defenseless. He heard that Parker attacked Noah. He can tell more about what happened. It seems that Hell was obsessed with Parker. Noah replied that he agreed to cooperate, but he did not quite understand what this cooperation would consist of. Because he still doesn't understand what trick Parker used, he doesn't know what Parker used against him, so how could he possibly be useful to Hell? It was the first time he had experienced something like this. Parker was like death itself. Wendy had woken up in the meantime, and the first thing she saw was Parker, who was running after them like a ghost. Dark Moon noticed something and turned around, but Parker was gone. The horizon was completely clear. Then Luna thought, strange. He clearly felt that this woman was excited. Her breathing and heartbeat seemed to only get faster, but no matter where you look, he doesn't see anything strange. There's only planes everywhere. What's going on? He's clearly missing something. Then the Dark Moon sighed and said, "Let's see if he can follow him everywhere." Wendy continued to look at Parker and wonder how Ian could anticipate actions and repeat them as he went along. It is worth taking one step, and Jan moves exactly the same amount. And, what's more, none of the movements fall into this person's field of vision. He will never notice it, just as people cannot see their own back. The stranger's gait may seem ghostly, but compared to Jan's, it was as if it were ordinary. How is it possible to move like a shadow? The Dark Moon lost his temper and shouted who was there. He knows someone is here. Why not show up? It seems the moon is quite nervous. This was the first time this had happened to him. He thought about what his goal was. If he wanted to take revenge for what happened in the pavilion, he would have attacked. Without wasting time, why follow him like a rat? What if it is that woman? As long as the weed is in his hands, he cannot attack it and simply wanders around. Luna smirked and threw Wendy up and shouted, "Let's see how long he can stay in the shadows." He tried to shoot Wendy, but Parker's dagger pierced his hand first. Wendy fell into the snow and Luna thought, "I knew it. So where is this freak? There is nowhere to hide on this plane. This can't go on. We need to go to the Temple of Thunder." Luna ran away in time. Parker was already behind. Luna ran away and Parker picked Wendy up from the ground. Parker thought she was very tired. She didn't know if she could hold out. While Cody was waiting for Wendy to arrive, Parker apologized and kissed Wendy, saying that it was necessary. Then he immediately threw her back to the ground and said that he had transferred his energy to her, so she would be able to hold out until he arrived. Wendy, of course, didn't understand anything. She wanted to ask who he was talking about and where he was going. Night fell. The Dark Moon finally reached the temple and approached the gate. At the gate, they asked him who was there. The moon answered, "He is from the Temple of Thunder. He will tell the owner the details." Then the Dark Moon asked to be taken to the owner of the Maki Tower. Then the gates swung open. He entered the room and bowed before an unfamiliar woman, she asked. So he was from the Temple of Thunder. Luna answered, "That's right. He is the Dark Moon," the woman said. She had heard of him. Yes, they raised quite a strange hunting dog for themselves. She asked what brought this dog to her. The moon answered, "Someone is chasing him and will be here soon. His fighting skills and stealth are top-notch. You should be careful." The woman laughed. And she said it was so funny to hear this from a hound that should hunt itself, and not after her. She boasted that he had nothing to worry about because even the highest masters would not be able to enter here unless they destroyed the entire place. She will do her owner a small favor, so the frightened dog should remain calm and not wag its tail. Surprisingly, the moon was very obedient. At night, the moon was sleeping in the room, but woke up because he felt something nearby. Opening his eyes, he saw bloody bracelets. Then Luna jumped up, taking the bracelets in his hands. He realized that they were on the hands of that woman. Earlier, Parker approached the gate, but as soon as the man asked who was there, he immediately disappeared. The second man asked if someone else had arrived. The guard replied, "No, someone was definitely in front of the door." Dark Moon got dressed and went outside. He wondered why it was so dark. He looked around in fear. It was unusually quiet and dark. The moon could not see anything. He suspected that something had happened in the tower. It seems the corridor has become narrower. Was it always so narrow here? No, it doesn't matter. Now the safety of the owner of this bracelet, the owner of the Maki Pagoda, is important. Suddenly the moon has frozen. One of the guards caught fire. Then Luna saw why the corridor had become so narrow. It was a disgusting scene. A bunch of corpses. Everyone's necks were twisted. Parker could be incredibly cruel. Luna ran, but in every corridor there was the same terrible picture. Everyone in the tower was dead. He ran to Maki, but she was already bleeding. Luna thought why he killed everyone. And he left the bracelet for him, as if to show that he was watching him. He could just kill him. What does the freak want? Mocking him like that? The moon jumped out of the tower. It was destroyed. Parker sat on the roof of the tower and sent one of his daggers into the dark moon. But Luna didn't stop. He kept running. He believed that the only way to survive was to go to the Temple of Thunder. Parker followed the dark moon on its heels, not moving away a step. They found themselves in the forest, and suddenly the dark moon disappeared. He was a few steps away from Parker, but suddenly disappeared. Parker could not feel his breath, his body temperature, or any sign of his presence at all. He started walking in circles, and finally admitted that he had missed the dark moon, so he went out. The forest itself seems to be against Parker and pushes him away, strangely. Inside there are arrays of labyrinths and arrays of illusions that distort the senses. And also here is a mixed array. It is clear that the hidden array was created in order to hide the Temple of Thunder. Since this temple has a huge influence on the whole of Shizang, it may not be easy to find. However, if you don't do everything in a hurry, then everything will work out, as always. This village, since it is a place near the Thunder Temple, Parker wanted to see if there was anything interesting here. How strange. Parker feels eyes and breath, but no one comes outside. Although it should be a busy time here, the whole village is so wary of the stranger. The boy ran out of the corner and threw a rock at Parker. Parker turned around and the boy screamed. Let him get out of their village. Then the adults ran out and, bowing, asked Parker for forgiveness. This village has become even stranger. Why are these people so fearful? Adults had already gotten used to the role of a slave, but the boy resisted. He shouted that he was not afraid of anyone. His father tried to reason with him. He tried to protect his son, because he had already lost the younger one. The boy held back his tears and continued to say that he was not afraid of anyone. They turned his brother into a monster. The father was shaking with fear, and Parker asked the boy who had taken his brother. The boy burst out and started screaming as if he didn't know that the same freaks from the Temple of Thunder were like him. Parker's eyes lit up and he asked the boy to continue. The boy asked. It wasn't enough for them to take his brother and all the children from the village, so they came for him too. Let them take him. He doesn't care. Parker replied that he didn't come to take him. But the boy didn't believe him. Parker said he had no reason to take him and do anything to him either. It would be much easier for him to just kill everyone here. Rather than take anyone, the boy finally realized that Parker was not from the Temple of Thunder. Father asked if he really didn't come here from the temple. Parker said if they asked again, then he will kill everyone. Then they bowed and the father said, they ask for forgiveness. They have lost too much because of the temple. It's so empty here now. But just a couple of years ago there was a busy village here. They had no connection with the temple. They were glad that the robbers did not bother them because of the temple. But one day everything changed. The people from the temple began to take their children, leaving only Mike, who was absent at the time. And a few years later, when they met the missing children again, they learned that the Thunder Temple was planning something terrible. They gathered them and gave orders. Fight with each other. If they don't, their parents will die. The parents of the defeated will also be killed. The poor fellows fought fiercely. The winners and losers were separated. The losing child died, and his parents were brutally killed. The temple continued to force children to kill each other, and even harm their own parents. Before the children turned into monsters who didn't recognize their families, this man's son cut off his hand. Parker asked why they didn't leave here. The father asked how that was possible. They were still their children. If they leave, they will be harmed again, so they cannot leave, although the children do not even recognize them. The father asked why the master was looking for the thunder frame. Parker replied to kill everyone. Then the father stood up and said that they would tell everything they knew about the Temple of Thunder. The leader of the Thunder Temple, Bart, is said to have martial arts that reach the sky. It is said that he has mastered the highest level technique of the Heavenly Dragon. There are also 10 people. He has under his command what are called the 10 Barta monks, followed by 300 demon blood monks. They are all the backbone of the Thunder Temple. Besides them, there are several special groups. Their children were also kidnapped to be used as weapons. Something similar happened with Parker. People didn't know how to get to the temple, but a lot of people gather there. So he has to be noticeable. They are ordinary people and can't get through, but the gentleman can do it. Parker said the man knew too much information for someone who had never been there. The man replied that it was simply the persistence of a father whose child had been taken away. Using kidnapped children as weapons is something very familiar to Parker. If Parker continues to delay, he will give the Thunder Temple time to prepare. The boy shouted that if the guy met children from the village, he should definitely save them. He began to cry and admitted that he could not save them then, even though he saw them being taken away. His brother called him, but he was so scared that he couldn't come out. His father said it wasn't his fault. Even his parents couldn't protect him. It's normal to be afraid. even if they had grabbed him in t-shirt. Parker interrupted them and said that he would not be able to fulfill their request. Mike asked why, and Parker replied that he didn't know what the situation would be like when he entered the temple. He has no idea what condition the children are in, and he doesn't go to church to save anyone. But in exchange for information, he will promise one thing: all the freaks from the Thunder Temple will die. Parker went to search for the temple again. The hidden array is working without failures, but no matter how perfect the technology is, it cannot hide absolutely everything, like this stream. Unlike other streams in the forest, this one is unusually rich in fish, and the fact that there are many fish there means that there is a lot of food there, and the water is suitable for life. This may be because people throw away food scraps and wash away feces here. He is sure that at this point the illusion was distorted. This road definitely leads to the Temple of Thunder. You need to continue to trust not your eyes, but only the smell of the stream and the sensations of the water. Finally, Hank crossed the border of the hidden array. Suddenly, Parker heard voices. Doesn't think anyone would try to get in here and hide anyway. They can't leave without permission. It's a useless activity at night. No one has ever invaded inside in hundreds of years. Who would dare to do this? Little did they know, because Parker was already behind. Their senior came and asked if this wasn't an order from above to stand guard. Bart asked. So he wants to say that he was being chased by a killer and he ran here. Dark Moon bowed and apologized, saying yes, that's right. Bart asked if he thought that made any sense. The killer was chasing him the whole way, and he didn't even see his face. He's afraid of him. How dare they even bring him here because they couldn't handle him? Luna shouted. If he had enough time to prepare, he would definitely defeat him. Begging to be believed, Bart thought. It might sound strange, but he had no reason to lie. The guy next to him said, although the Dark Moon brought a tail, but he was able to carry out the order to take revenge on the Qing sect. Besides, he's not the type to lie. They should catch the killer who threatened him. They began to discuss whether they should order the Mad Blood monks to patrol, but Luna understood that this was not enough. They could not catch him with the help of the monks. Dark Moon decided that in the end, he could only trust himself. The guys were in the forest and one of them said, "There's nothing here either. Did anyone notice anything?" They said no. Then the guy said, "It looks like there's no point in searching the forest any further." The man said, as he knew, "You shouldn't trust someone who always plays alone." The guy suggested going back and then discussing everything. The others agreed, and everyone went back. But they didn't know anything. The one they were looking for was right in front of them. A few days before this guy was grumbling. How long can this go on? How can they look for an invisible killer? This is all the nonsense of the Dark Moon. Such a killer cannot exist. But then he opened his eyes and realized that the invisible killer did exist. Parker quickly tied him up, and now the boy realized that the Dark Moon was right. And so Parker became the senior monk of Mach. He returned to the temple, and two guys asked. Mach replied, "They're done. The search is over for today, so everyone's free to go." In fact, Parker followed the stench that couldn't be hidden. But what kind of place is this? Maybe the storage facility or research facility is more than just a stench. Parker finally found the source of that horrible smell. That door. That's where the smell is the strongest. He noticed a hole in the wall. The stench was coming from there. Parker came closer and sniffed. This smell is different from the stench of the slops that he once fed on. But there is something similar. It's poison. Parker opened the door and decided to see what was down there. He went down. And in this basement there was some strange old man and a tied-up man. The old man asked. Waited a long time. It was difficult to make. It's good that he was waiting patiently, the man moaned. And the old man decided to save up some kind of potion for the man, but only one drop. And just one drop was enough for the man's entire body to become covered in blisters and his veins to swell terribly. The old man began to rejoice. He shouted, "It worked! One drop of this poison is enough to kill 10 people. If he shows this to the leader, he will definitely reward him." Parker came out of the darkness and admitted that the poison would be useful. The old man said that if he had come, he should have at least given some kind of sign. Mach almost missed everything. Parker came closer and asked what kind of poison it was. The old man replied that he had not yet come up with a name. He is sure that anyone, even the most talented person, will die if they fall under his influence, without taking even 7 steps. Parker asked, "Then what about the acid of the 7 soul-corroding steps?" The old man liked this name. He began to laugh and say that now the poison has such a name. He was so caught up in it that he didn't notice Parker blowing a hole through his head. Then Parker took this useful poison and said, "No wonder no one likes to come here." Parker was okay with this place. In the morning, Bart was screaming how this could happen. The monks of Mad Blood were completely destroyed. The guy said he didn't want to admit it, but Dark Moon was right. It was obvious there was a killer hiding in the temple. Bart shouted, "Didn't they say that the killer would never be able to enter here because of the groups scattered throughout the forest?" The guy replied that he didn't know how the killer managed to get in here, but he managed to find out something by examining the dead monks. They realized that Mach was not near the other corpses, and decided to follow him to find Parker. Bart slapped the throne angrily and said, "The killer is definitely hiding somewhere around here. Let them find him. The killer must appear before him before the killer has time to harm anyone else. He will definitely cut off his arms and legs." The funeral of the monks began at night. The man screamed, "This is impossible. He still hasn't caught the rat. That's why this is happening. All this fuss is just because of one murderer. What a shame. How can he report this to the head?" He asked where the dark moon was now. The guy replied that he locked himself in his house and didn't go anywhere. Then the man got angry and ordered to bring him. The moon bowed to the head and said, "There is a way to catch the killer." The chief asked if anyone had seen his face when the killer was killing the monks in the temple, but now he would show up. Luna replied that he was going to break the ban on using wolf children. Bart asked about the children who were brought from the village and what he was going to do with them. Luna replied, he was experimenting with teaching wolf children a technique, the opposite of demonic art. The potential is limitless, but to unleash it, you need to free your mind from limitations. The brain can melt from such stress, so he holds everything back. But through mind manipulation, he managed to break this prohibition. So something interesting happened. If you use it, you will be able to catch the killer. Bart asked if Luna was willing to put his life on the line for this plan. Luna bowed, and he replied that during the pursuit, he was never able to see the killer's face. It doesn't matter even if he dies. He is ready for anything. He asks to gather everyone here. Bart was silent for a moment, then ordered that all students be called to the full moon hall right now. A little while later, all the monks were sitting in front of Bart, and Luna said, "The preparations are finished." Then 3 children, Quill, Nellie, and Soma, entered the hall. Luna said that they were unable to find any traces on the bodies of the dead, and there are many other reasons that will lead them to believe that the killer is masquerading as one of them. That's why he gathered all the residents of the Thunder Temple. The killer should be here too. He has a way to figure him out. Since all the masters are gathered here, it will not be difficult to reveal his identity. Bart asked how he would do this. Luna replied that these children survived even after the restrictions on the mind were removed. And after that, they had one feature. Quill can see the flow of chi. No matter how the killer disguises himself, he will not be able to imitate it. Nellie, in exchange for losing her sight, developed her hearing and other senses. She can pick up on signs that a person is lying. Bart shouted, "Awesome! They can use Quill to identify the killer and Nellie will do the interrogating." "And what can this child do?" asked Bart. The moon answered, "There is nothing special. But his killer abilities have increased. He doesn't know what Soma is exactly capable of. But he also managed to survive. Now his thoughts are occupied only with killing." Bart became upset and said that among those who entered the Temple of Thunder, there was no one who had a weak intent to kill. Then he ordered the search to begin. The moon did not consider Soma a marriage at all. He knew that there must definitely be something in it. Luna wondered what was in it, and told Soma to look for it too. But Soma said he didn't want to. The children passed by the monks and then said, "He is not here." The moon was very surprised, and the monks began to discuss. They checked for sure, so it turns out he is not among them. Bart got angry and asked if the moon wasn't absolutely sure it could find him. Luna started screaming. They couldn't be mistaken. It just meant he wasn't here. "This means the killer is hiding somewhere." Suddenly Soma calmly said, "He is sitting there." Soma jumped up to Bart's advisor and said, "The one they were looking for has been sitting here all this time." And little Soma was right. Parker was hiding under the advisor's face. Parker didn't expect that. And Soma started screaming madly. He could kill him. He repeated this like a madman. He quickly opened the rings that hung around his neck to kill Parker. Even though Parker's mask flew off, Soma couldn't even scratch Parker with his rings. Luna froze. He finally saw Parker's face and immediately remembered that he was from the Divine Aroma Pavilion. And Soma continued to try to kill Parker, but he couldn't, despite Parker sitting motionless. Quill was amazed. He saw something like this for the first time. He realized that Parker was not just sitting. He weaves chi into threads and calmly lets Soma's attacks pass by him. Parker tied up the entire Soma ring and asked, "His name?" Soma answered. Then Parker said, "So he is Mike's younger brother." Soma asked if he knew his brother. Parker replied that he met him in the village, and his father too. There was no time for talking. Bart stood up and screamed, "What a bastard!" Why did everyone freeze? He ordered that the one who dared to laugh at them be immediately caught. Parker didn't like this and said they were talking, no need to interfere. He used true fire and before attacking, he ordered Soma to run away. The entire temple caught fire. People were trapped. They were shouting that the fire had to be put out. Bart was wondering how long the killer had been preparing for this. This wasn't an ordinary fire. What a trick. And since when was he hiding right under his nose? Parker told Soma. His father and brother asked him to save Soma. Soma said they are both alive. He is glad they did not die. He remembers that moment well. When he cut off his father's hand, he did it because he didn't want to kill him. Dad endured the pain and pretended to be dead. In order not to cause him any trouble, Soma asked Parker how he was going to get out of here. Parker replied that he wasn't going to. He didn't come to save Soma, but to kill everyone. Soma asked, "All these people?" Parker answered, "Yes." Then Soma started laughing madly again. And he said that he too would kill. The moon shouted, "Soma is a traitor." Soma asked if he was on their side, if he was a slave to them. What if the children also asked to take them? Even though they don't remember their relatives, they can't forgive what these people did to them. Then Luna got angry and was about to attack the children, but Parker tied him up and said, "He dare not touch these children. His turn has not yet come." The moon trembled. The man shouted to Bart, This is not an ordinary fire. They need to leave. But Bart shouted. They offer him to leave, leaving this mercenary who deceived them and killed the students. The man shouted back, but if they didn't leave, they would all die. The students would never be brought back. Bart thought that now even the children had betrayed them, and they, like insects, were getting underfoot. Even without understanding the situation, he was too angry to think clearly. He prepared to attack. He didn't care if he destroyed everyone, if Parker died. Bart attacked with an incredible technique that left a terrible mark. But there was no one there. Bart shouted where they were. The man asked if they were dead, burned to the ground. But Bart knew that Parker was still alive, so he ordered to find him and the children. He actually tamed him. Bart was right. Parker and the kids were alive and running away. Later, the men found traces and decided that Parker had suffered burns from Bart's fire. A search party has already been sent out, so they'll find him soon. But Bart said he'll go there himself. All the monks came to the building. Only Luna was wondering why Parker was here. Then he remembered what was in this basement. Then he shouted, "It's dangerous there. The old man and the others were developing poison here." But most had already entered the building, and the poison was already in the air. The monks were dying one by one. Bart shouted for them to hold their breath as he used his powers to gather the poison. But as soon as Bart began to collect the poison, the heads of his subordinates flew into the air. And then 3 children came out of the darkness, Soma said. Everything was as expected. They had been waiting for a long time. Earlier, Soma asked when they would kill. Parker replied that if he obeyed, they would. They will follow the trail, thinking that this blood from the corpse is his, not even knowing that death will await them here. First, they will be lured and poisoned, Soma said. Then he will not be able to kill them, Parker replied. They will not die from it. There is no need to do it right away. Soma said that he waited a long time for this, since there are too many of them. If he suffers, he will give him the freedom to kill as much as he wants. And now Soma said that he can die if he completes his revenge. And he asked, what about the guys? And Quill and Nellie were also ready to die for the sake of revenge. Then Soma said, laughing madly and brilliantly. He suggested that the guys start killing. But Bart wasn't going to give up. He thought if it weren't for this fog, they would already be dead. He decided to disperse it with fire. Bart shouted, "Done! Let everyone die!" The whole building exploded. The explosion was so big that it left a huge hole where the building had been. Luna shouted to his subordinates, "The chief is alive. Let them come down immediately and give him some notes." People jumped to the head and were already celebrating the victory, but Bart was not happy. He thought it was an attack close to maximum power. They should definitely turn into ashes. But what a strange feeling. The students told him to rest. But bright red eyes appeared right in front of the leader. Of course, Soma and the others were alive. Soma instantly chopped off several heads of Bart's students. One of the students wanted to attack Soma himself, but Quill killed him first. But Soma didn't like it. He shouted, "This one was his," Quill replied. "There are many of them here." Then Soma burst out laughing and started killing. Bart's eyes were burning with anger. He was already impatient to kill the children. But he did not notice that the threads were already approaching him. As soon as they wrapped around Bart's neck, he noticed them and burned them, then screamed. That's all he can do. Parker's daggers flew towards him, but he dodged them, then shouted that he was hiding like a coward. He swung his arm. Parker appeared, but Parker blocked Bart's punch. Parker's threads appeared again and flew towards Bart's face, but Bart calmly grabbed the daggers. He broke them and shouted, "What a pathetic attack! It's useless!" Then Parker pulled out the suit. The same suit that Ten made for him. It can protect Parker from fire. It's time to use that cloak. Parker is lucky to have a friend like Ten. He twirled his cape and the threads twirled with him. Parker ran towards Bart. A bunch of daggers flew towards Bart, but Bart destroyed them with his attack. He proved to be a strong opponent. Bart's attack even reached Parker, but he used his unique dagger to block it. Finally, he used the Chingsek's sword wave technique. The wave approached Bart at lightning speed, but he stopped her with his fire, and a huge fire dragon appeared behind Bart. However, he was not the only one with such a trump card. A huge snake appeared behind Parker. The Saint of the Wind. He was the master that Parker had a hard time dealing with. Using only the killing methods he knew, other techniques were required to deal with such masters. He worked hard and got one of these. It's not a martial art, but a fighting style that only a killer can use. Demon's Hell. Anticipate the enemy's attack and dodge it with filigree precision, and then to pull the enemy into the resulting gap, of course. This is incredibly dangerous. After all, the closer you are to the enemy, the more dangerous it is. Even without receiving a direct hit, it is difficult to break ribs and tear skin. You need to act with maximum precision to avoid getting hurt. Therefore, this ability attracts him even more, using the soul-extracting thread. You can make your opponent expose themselves to attack and blur their vision, but you don't think it will be that easy to deceive them. Parker's opponent is not an idiot. He was also a master. Masters can sense where danger is coming from. However, over time, even the most obvious lies begin to resemble the truth. In this way, he creates a deceptive brooch into which he lures the enemy. This is the demon's hell. The sparkle in his eyes, his breathing. He was absolutely lying, Bart shouted. It seemed like the boy had run out of strength. The blows became weaker. He did not understand that this was a carefully planned plan. And Bart fell into this trap, believing that Parker's powers were already depleted, and began to behave recklessly. Attacks that follow after the opponent is confident of victory. Monotonous, predictable, and pointing out the enemy's weaknesses. Bart didn't even notice Parker's attack. And Parker had already used the destruction of Jade, and Bart's entire body seemed to be burning from the inside. Even if you protect your body from the outside, you can't do anything if it is being destroyed from the inside. This was the end for Bart. His body was completely burned. He looked like a mummy. The students of the Temple of Thunder saw that their leader had died, and enraged, decided to attack Parker. Soma was very upset that they ran away from him and began to swear, asking where they were going. Then I noticed something in the sky. Someone from the sky was attacking the students. A huge wall of fire appeared right in front of them. The stranger was none other than Cody. He turned around and asked if his friend was okay. Parker didn't seem to expect Cody to come to his aid. Cody said he had a hard time following Parker. Since he left no traces, if it weren't for the tower and the explosion, it would have been more difficult to find them. It's good that he wasn't late. Even though the main action had already ended, there was still something left that he could help with. Cody asked if Parker could still fight. Parker replied, he was in his debt. Cody replied, they were equal now. After a while, everyone was dead, and Cody said, we've got it sorted out, friend. Parker pouted and said, they're not friends. Cody said Parker saved Wendy. He sent her back to Chengdu, but Parker didn't care. He asked how Cody was able to track him down. Cody replied that he was simply trying to imitate Parker. Although he acted clumsily, he was able to get here. He is glad that he was not late. Cody thought his condition was worse than it looked. His energy seemed jumbled. Perhaps if he came later and couldn't pay off his debt. He heard that the leader of the Thunder Temple was very strong, but I couldn't even imagine that it would be possible to bring his skill to such a level as Parker achieved. I wonder what level Parker is at now. Meanwhile, Luna was running away with the last of her strength. He fled to the Patala Palace. He believed that Parker would not pursue him all the way to the palace. Even someone like him wouldn't do it. But Luna couldn't run far. Parker was already following him. Parker's threads were already close to the moon. No matter how he tried to escape, the threads caught him. Parker tied him to a tree. Luna said he was wrong. He started begging Parker to kill him. That's what Parker did, too quickly and easily. The story of the Dark Moon is finally over. The morning came, the children were sitting on the grass, and Nellie asked who would win. Quill answered, of course, he would. Nellie said, but the uncle who looks like an iron tower is also strong. If Mr. Parker is like a sharp needle, then the iron tower is like a hammer. Cody asked how his friend was doing if Parker hadn't recovered. Parker replied that everything was fine. Then Cody said, no matter the outcome of the battle, he would forget all the grievances for killing Simon. Parker replied that it didn't matter to him. Cody replied that it might, but it was important to him. He doesn't want to live with a stone on his heart. Unpaid debts are bad for the soul, Parker said, complicating his life. The two friends began to fight. Sometime later, the two men were talking to each other. One of them handed the old man a book. The old man thanked him and said that he was probably tired after a long journey. Let him rest. And the guy complained that they kept talking, and he wanted to go to a brothel. He continued to grumble to himself and went for a walk on the street. He wanted to find entertainment in Chengdu. At that moment, the nasty guy saw Nellie. Nellie is a very beautiful girl, and the pervert decided that he could pursue her. He quickly lost her in the alleys, then noticed that she had entered the palace. The lunatic climbed over the palace fence. Apparently his lust ate his brains clean. At that moment, Soma approached him. The pervert got scared and asked if the boy lived here. Soma replied, yes, in this house. Then the pervert asked, and that young lady? Soma's face immediately twisted. He dealt with this vile guy properly. Now his disgusting body was covered in blood and the guys carried him away. Soma asked, and when dinner was, Parker asked him to wait a little, and asked how they were settling in. The kid replied that they were fine in the house. Quill and Nellie had nowhere to return to, and it would be difficult for him to live with his family. He noticed the letter and asked if it was from Uncle Iron Tower. What was he writing? Why does he write to him so often? This is not a love letter. Parker opened the letter. Cody began the letter with the phrase, to his beloved dear friend. Parker immediately closed the letter in irritation. Soma asked if he would read it. Parker replied, no. Soma asked, the Iron Tower is now in Junsan. He should have arrived by now. He will go to him. Parker answered sharply, no. He quickly changed the subject, saying that dinner should be ready by now, so let him go eat. Soma himself was not against it. He wanted to call Nellie and Quill, but before that he thanked Parker. For getting them out of there, he understands why Uncle Cody likes him. An old saying goes that if the wind of swords does not whistle in Murim, is it worthy of the title of the world of martial arts? In Murim, death by blade is not a tragedy, but an everyday occurrence. Blood flows on the streets as often as water after rain. Parker's dear friend was dead. It was unimaginable who dared kill Cody. But Parker didn't know about it yet. He opened another letter from Cody, closed it immediately, and asked irritably how long he could call him a dear friend. Soma ran to Parker and said, letter. It seems Uncle Iron Tower often contacts him. Parker put the letter down and said he needed to go to the workshop. Soma wanted to go with him. Soma replied, of course. It looks like Parker now has 3 kids. Soma said he just got back from Quill and Nellie. Quill is sitting in that smelly little room, looking like he's buried in his stacks of books again. And Nellie practiced playing the chin today, but it was a shame that her older brother didn't hear it. They both found something they liked. Suddenly they heard a noise. Parker said, "It seems like something is happening there." Some creepy man ordered Ten to give him the 10 Clan's secret book. Ten asked who needed her, who his customer was. The man replied that he did not give permission to ask questions. But Parker stuck a needle in the man's ear and told him how long it would take the bandit to answer him. A little later, Ten said that he was in Parker's debt, and Parker said that his workshop was constantly getting into trouble. Ten didn't argue. It turned out that a branch of the Ten Clan hired that bandit to take the book, and as soon as they find out that the first attempt has failed, they will send another assassin. "How hard life is," Soma suddenly said. He likes that Ten is here. It makes it more fun to relax. Parker said, "Let's wait." Maine asked what they were going to do. Parker, smiling slyly, replied, "He'll know when he sees." Suddenly, Quill came running to them and shouted that his older brother should go to Nellie. Then Parker and Soma immediately went back. The girl reported that Nellie was in the VIP room. They went there and Parker asked why she called him, what happened. She told him that she had heard from a guest in the next room that a promising master had died unexpectedly, and that the man's name was Cody. Parker didn't expect this at all. He immediately went to the next room and opened the doors. Then he asked to answer his question. Cody really died. It seems the death of his friend shocked him. That night, Parker took out Cody's letter and began to read it. It had been 2 months since he had sent the letter to his friend. During this time, he visited many places, including Yun Province. "I haven't even seen the tail of the 9 dragons, let alone their heads. Their actions are mysterious and difficult to detect. Little by little he begins to get tired. How great it would be to see a friend at these moments. When he retires from the martial arts world, he wants to cross the Western Plateau with Parker again. He also misses those kids." Parker was really upset about Cody's death. He thought that someday Cody would be the person he could open his heart to. He also thought that the day would come when he could call him his dear friend. The one who killed Cody would know the price for killing his dear friend. Parker and Soma changed their outfits. Ten said that it was painted with a special pigment. They can change color by pouring energy. He also placed various hidden weapons inside, and Parker thanked him. Soma asked what about him. Did he want something too? Ten answered. He put something for him too. There was a large amount of dried meat in his pocket. The chef prepared them. Soma thanked his uncle. Ten said that he was dumping all the burden on his brother again. Parker said no, he still needed to know about Cody's death. At the same time he will deal with 100 ghosts. Parker and Soma went to the exit and Parker said, "They will go." Soma loudly asked each of the boys to take care of themselves. Ten asked them to take care of themselves. Rick from the sales team was very upset. He just wanted to deliver the goods. And now he has these two with him, Parker, who is feared by every warrior in Chengdu, and this little devil. Poor Rick wondered why he was getting all this. His superior officer asked him about it. Soma asked what Jianghu is. His brother doesn't know either, Parker asked, disappointed because of this. Soma laughed and said, "No." A little later, Soma said, "There is nothing special about Jianghu. Can he kill him?" Parker said he was tired of being interrupted while eating. What should he do? The bandits were shouting. They tried to be softer with them, but now they will show what they are capable of. Then Parker told Soma that he could do whatever he wanted. Soma was already in the mood. Suddenly the man flew up to Parker and fell to his knees, begging forgiveness for his stupid subordinates. The bandits asked what they were doing, but the man shouted to be quiet. At least he understood whose territory he dared to create this mess on. He bowed again and said he would take full responsibility. He was sorry. Soma asked to kill him, but Parker asked that there would be no more problems if he would stop here from now on. The man promised. That would ensure that nothing would disturb him. Then Parker left. A girl and a guy were watching from above. The girl's name was Mia, and the guy's name was Matt, Mia asked. Why is there always a cycle of fighting in Jianghu? They won't be like them, right? Matt replied that he would protect her. He would not allow his future daughter-in-law to be in danger. Later, Mia went to the ring. She wondered if Matt would be able to personally take her to the Chang estate. Let him even watch her wedding. At that moment, Soma approached the well. Mia saw him and was scared. She recognized that this was the child who said terrible things yesterday. Soma greeted the beautiful lady. She didn't know how to behave. She was nervous. Asked if he came to wash up. She can go first, Soma said. She came first, so she should go first. She began to wash herself quickly. Soma realized that she was afraid and said, "No need to rush. He will not kill her." Even if he was very hungry, Mia asked if he was hungry. Soma said that he ate all the snacks he had. In the morning, Parker asked if Soma hadn't eaten all the jerky as soon as they left. Soma replied, one lady treated him. She said that she made them herself. She can share. Parker replied, "No need." Soma started thinking. She was very nice. I wonder if they will meet again. If they meet, then he will ask her to teach him how to make jerky. Meanwhile, Mia and Matt were having problems. They were surrounded by hunters. Matt shouted who they were and why they were following orders. The man said they only want one thing, the sword that this woman holds, the Gunbu sword. Matt asked how he knew they had the sword. The man said that judging by his long tongue, he wasn't going to give up the sword. This sword is one of the 3 legendary swords created by the collaboration of great blacksmiths. This is the only one that has survived, and almost no one knows about it. The sword was passed down through generations in an unnamed family. The man laughed, thinking that the customer was right. He ordered his men to attack them. Matt fought the bandits as best he could, protecting Mia, and Mia held her sword tightly. The man said, "Well, it's not bad, but not enough to defeat him, is it?" He instantly flew towards Matt and attacked him. Mia screamed his name. Luckily, Matt managed to dodge the bandits' attack, and so the fight began again. Matt finally managed to attack the man, but it was not enough to kill him. He simply ran away from Matt's attack and said that the guy was an outstanding fighter, and it wouldn't be easy to deal with him alone. Then he ordered his men to attack the woman at once, one of the bandits said. "There is a rock behind the woman, and this guy is guarding her in front." Then the man hit him. He called him a coward and said that if they didn't attack, he would kill them himself. Then the bandits ran away. Matt got really tense, and the man said, "The main thing is to try and everything will work out. Maybe he could take part too." He took out his swords and decided to attack from afar. His attack flashed in front of Mia and seemed to hit her, but she still didn't let go of the sword. Matt immediately ran to her and asked if she was okay. The man ordered her to give him the sword. Mia thought that as long as Matt protected her, they wouldn't get here. After all, she was tied hand and foot. Suddenly, Soma appeared and noticed Mia. He asked if his sister still had any dried meat. Mia said that was the last one, she doesn't cook it very well. Then Soma got upset. He was ready to cry, so Mia shouted that she would do more. She promised. If he saves them, he will definitely do it. Soma lit up with happiness, and the man told him to get lost. Then Soma, without wasting a second, chopped off the man's head. He didn't even have time to blink. Then just as quickly, Soma killed each of the bandits with a smile on his face. Soma said his sister owed him a lot of beef jerky. Matt said so much in one moment. He was wondering what was wrong with this kid. And finally Parker showed up and said he heard about the Gunbu sword. Parker approached Mia and asked if he could look at it. Mia became even more nervous. Matt thanks them for saving their lives, but they can't show the sword. But Mia said it was okay. They couldn't have protected him on their own anyway. She handed the sword to Parker and he took it out. They wrapped it tightly. The strength and sharpness of the sword is excellent, but the blade is a bit short. Such swords are rare to find in their day, Parker said. The sword is worthy of the title of a famous sword. But it is difficult to use in real combat. It is more suitable for ceremonies. In combat, a single-edged weapon is easier to handle than a double-edged one, of course. This in itself does not determine whether the sword is useful. They say that swords have long been considered a link between heaven and man. It is for this reason that some swords bear names and are considered sacred relics. Matt thought, so much has happened because of this sword, it's scary to imagine. What else awaits Mia because of him? Parker asked where they were heading with this sword. Mia said they were going to the Chan estate. Matt said she shouldn't answer. But Mia said that this sword was a wedding offering. It was the only heirloom that remained in their family. She marries the owner of the estate, Hugh. The girl is given away to this old man. The guys reach the estate. Hugh introduced himself and asked if he thought she was Ms. Mia. Mia replied, yes, it was her. Hugh said they heard they were under attack. They should have been more careful. He was sorry. More importantly, the sword was safe. They would take it under their surveillance. But Mia refused. He asked if anyone had helped them during the attack. Mia said that if it weren't for them, everything would have ended badly. The man started running towards them, and the merchant remembered that the elder had asked him not to get Parker into trouble. He thought Hugh was trouble, so he approached him. Hugh said that he heard they helped Mia. The merchant thought. He wondered all the way who this lady and her companion were. It turned out that they were from the Chang estate. Hugh said he would like to invite them to the Chang estate as a thank you. At another estate, the man said, they failed. Not only were they unable to retrieve the sword, but they also lost their squad. Heidi asked if they were strong enough to defeat their squad. The man replied that it was not that. It seemed that a third party had intervened. Heidi ordered to ask the Hao clan to find out who it was. The man asked if they should contact someone again. At this rate, the sword would end up in Hugh's hands, and their lord would most likely send the sword to the head of the Ugam Mountain Estate. Sylvester, the lord of the mountain estate, is madly in love with swords. If he gets this one, he will support the Chang estate even more. Heidi said they need to invite a master who can restrain Lord Ugam. The man asked if there was anyone who could do this. He was not sure if anyone would agree to it. Heidi replied that she knew one person. If she asked, she was sure that he would help. Chan Manor, the head manager of the Morgan Manor, greeted everyone. He suggested that everyone first rest and then join the evening banquet. The merchant thanked him for the invitation. Morgan said it was nothing. They had prepared a guest wing so that the guests could rest. Morgan added that they had prepared a separate accommodation for Lady Mia, but Mia refused. She said she would stay in the guest wing with them. Morgan was a little surprised, and he said the master ordered them to give her special conditions. But Mia responded. Still, she hasn't become part of the Chang estate yet, so it would be right for her to stay in the guest wing. She felt uneasy about this man and wanted to be with those who saved her. The creepy Morgan answered. He understood everything. If she was uncomfortable with the guests, they could move her at any time. Mia thanked him. When he left, Mia exhaled. Matt asked how she was. Mia replied, "Everything is fine." Soma called his sister and she asked what was wrong. Soma asked if he wanted to kill that man for her. In the evening, Parker went to look around. It was a quiet town. There was almost no one on the street. Parker wanted to find out some information about this place, so he went into the hotel. But Heidi asked to make way for her. Parker stepped aside and Heidi went in first. The people at the table were discussing how the city's power had become too frightening lately. They said that the lady was at a disadvantage and the gentleman was ill. But the old man said that all this happened because of the gentle character of the master. Because of this, the city became weak. Parker listened to their conversation. The city is now actively increasing its influence. Because of this, the once more powerful Jan is giving in. In such a situation, this city will not remain silent and do nothing. Even a small shop will not leave without resistance. If so, then the mercenary aiming at the sword may have been sent by Jan. Suddenly Parker felt an eerie aura. And all because Oxen entered the shop, the man immediately went to the second floor. Parker asked if he could go up to the second floor, and the man apologized. And he said that the second floor was fully rented. Parker realized that the woman was on the second floor, and she rented the second floor. Parker was interested, but had no desire to get into trouble. Then the son of the head of Jan, Julius, appeared, and with him a crowd of men. Parker looked at him, and Julius thought, everyone is avoiding his gaze, and this guy is looking straight at them. Who is he? But he didn't have to think about it for long, because Heidi came down and he greeted her. Heidi asked how he ended up here. Julius replied that he came here after hearing that the lady herself was here. She thought, she didn't tell anyone about her location, how many people were on Jan's side. Julius said there was an urgent matter he needed to talk to the lady about, but Heidi said that they had nothing to talk about, and with his permission she would leave first. However, her way was blocked, the huge man said. The gentleman had not yet finished his speech. Heidi said that she had already thought who it was, and it turned out to be the great warrior Huang. She didn't know that he had joined Jan's side. Huang replied that their proposals were much more advantageous, Heidi asked. The warrior had completely forgotten about honor. The man replied that he had long ago realized the truth that honor does not feed. He is just a vagabond who is forced to feed his family. And for this reason, until Mr. Julius gives the go-ahead, she will not be able to pass, Heidi was afraid. But then Aksan asked, and that's all. If he's a man, then let him boast of his strength in front of a suitable opponent. Huang asked if this concept also included an old man. Aksan replied that it depended on what kind of old man. Let him show his strength. Huang introduced himself and asked the old man's name. Aksan gave his name. And then he said, he came here because he was a little connected with this boy's mentor. Julius called him and said that he and Miss Heidi should sort out this matter. Could they please wait a little? Aksan said what a cowardly move, bringing so many people here, and declaring that the two of them can handle it. What kind of man started yelling, how dare a bastard insult their young master? This crazy old man doesn't watch his language at all. Huang tried to calm him down, but it was already too late. For this rudeness, Aksan cut this idiot in two. Parker was still just watching them from afar. Julius quickly chickened out and hid behind Zvan. Huang asked Yuli to step aside, and Aksan stated that in his opinion, the student's guilt was equal to that of his teacher. Shouldn't he take responsibility? Huang replied. This man's actions are none of the young master's business. He will take the blame, Aksan said. Huang overestimates himself. He is not equal to him. Huang replied that now he only hoped that Aksan would deign to end today's question with a duel with him. Aksan said, and he has a lot of guts. It would be better if his skills were as strong as his determination. Huang replied that he would not disappoint him and invited him outside. Aksan said to see if he was worth all the hype. They went out and Aksan asked if he proposed to arrange a fight within this circle. Huang answered yes. Then Aksan asked if Huang thought it over when he saw that line. He thought he wouldn't be able to use the sword. Huang replied, no, he just wants to minimize the damage, Aksan said. Huang is smart enough for that. Who just recently was going to kill a child, almost a widow younger than him, okay? He will play along. People began to discuss which of the two would win. The Lion Blade, Aksan, or Huang. Huang is certainly strong, but did he manage to complete the 3 fists of the Heavenly King technique? It will be tough at this level. Then people started saying that Aksan would definitely win. They started betting money, and Heidi stood behind and thought, Huang will have no luck. But there is nothing to be done. They need to show the estate that they have become too proud of themselves.